After there were no more alchemy materials left for him to use, he proudly looked at the 5 potions he had concocted. This accomplishment left him wild with joy. When he turned around to seek Nie Yan's reaction, he found that the latter had already left his workshop. Boss, I produced 5 potions. Bird excitedly messaged Nie Yan. He already desired to master the state of mind his benefactor had taught him. His previous failures had caused him to be on the brink of despair, but right now, he was finally able to see a dim light at the end of the tunnel. Alright, not bad. It's still only 50% though. You've still got much more room for improvement, so keep practicing, Nie Yan replied. Regardless of what profession, after one was given a foothold on the right path, the heights they reached would solely depend on their effort and talent. Yes, I understand, Bird said in a happy tone. His latest improvements had already exceeded his wildest imaginations. Previously, he would be content if he was able to succeed at least twice out of 11 tries. So long as Nie Yan didn't fire him prematurely, he firmly believed that he could gradually improve his concoction rate. I'm heading to the auction house to purchase some more alchemy materials. I'll send them over to you through the mail. Hurry up and rank up to a junior alchemist. As for the higher quality concoctions, don't sell them just yet. I'm planning to open up a potion shop. When the time comes, you'll be acting as the manager, Nie Yan said. Now that he owned so many properties, opening 1 or 2 shops would only be the logical next step. Moreover, since his plots were currently located in undesirable locations, the price of opening and upgrading them would be relatively cheap. He estimated that it would only take 2 or 3 gold to upgrade one of them to a first-class shop. If he was to wait for these slums to turn into a flourishing commercial hub, then the upgrade expenses would have already risen to an astronomical degree. For now, his objective was to turn one of these plots into a first-class potion shop. A shop manager, me? Bird emotionally asked. Owning his own shop had always been a dream of his, but he had never had the funds to realize this. Therefore it was never more than a fleeting dream. He would no longer have to worry about money as the manager of a potion shop, because his daily wages would surely not be low. Right, so keep practicing. I won't mistreat those who are under me. Yes, I'll definitely give it my all. Presently, Bird was in an indescribable mood. Just recently, he was all too ready to abandon everything and give up. Who knew that the answer to his problems would come to him this timely? As if the dark clouds had parted to reveal the evening moon in all its splendor, everything had suddenly become crystal clear. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress his excitement, but he couldn't prevent his hands from shaking. System, concocting has failed. Damn it. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. Since he decided to open up a potion shop, he was no longer in a rush to get rid of his black phenol. Instead, he would use it to increase the popularity of his soon-to-be open shop. If he sold the black phenol that everyone was going crazy over in his shop, just how much would its popularity increase? One could only imagine the popularity his shop would garner by selling black phenol, an item that everyone was frantically fighting over in the marketplace. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan had drawn up a plan. He headed over to the auction house and bought 10 silvers worth of alchemy materials before sending them to Bird over the mail, alleviating his possible worries of running out of alchemy materials and allowing him to solely concentrate on his alchemy. He then sold off some of his black phenol and the materials required to craft black phenol, earning him 3 gold. Afterwards, he headed to the eastern region of the city to inspect the several properties that he had purchased. Presently, Kalor Eastern District was still a slum. The NPCs that roamed this area all wore tattered and worn-out clothing, while on either side of the streets the shabby wooden homes seemed to be teetering on collapse. From its current appearance it seemed like a bad joke to think that such a ghetto place would transform into the largest area of commerce in Kalor. Nie Yan had purchased every property in this vicinity that was in a prime location for the sake of helping his father's future business. In his original timeline these properties belonged to Cao Shu, but this time around with Nie Yan's intervention, that business legend would simply have to scram and look elsewhere. According to his knowledge of the future, the best place to open up the potion shop was near a certain intersection. He quickly approached the most suitable property out of the 12 he owned. System, are you certain you wish to upgrade the property? The current upgrade will cost 2 gold. Yes. System, the property has been successfully upgraded. A building arose from the ground on the plot Nie Yan selected. It was a 1-story building constructed out of white marble bricks, which made for a detailed and aesthetically pleasing view. Inside, there was a countertop and rows upon rows of shelves. There were even exquisite runic carvings on the corners, bringing a strong feeling of the Viridian Empire into the atmosphere. System, do you wish to hire an assistant? Nie Yan glimpsed at the list of possible employees. Rows upon rows of names were spread over numerous pages, and on every single page was the information of the NPC, the cost of hire, and other related things, all available for reference. NPC employees could represent the player to manage the store and they could be entrusted with selling goods. However, they could only sell merchandise by the preset prices given by the owner of the store. They could not make their own decisions, as their intelligence was not programmed to do as such. Name, Carity. Gender, male. Age, 30. Trust, 30. Ability, quick run. Employment cost, 20 silver per month. Name, Tesla. Gender, male. Age, 26. Trust, 28. Ability, increased strength. Employment cost, 18 silver per month. Nie Yan kept on flipping through the list as he continued his search for someone suitable. All of them varied in their odd abilities, some had speed-related abilities, some had intelligence-related abilities, some had power-related abilities. With the difference in ability also came a difference in price. What was the name of that employee at the Golden Age potion shop again? Nie Yan's impression of that NPC was a bit hazy. It was a cripple, I remember that. His name was Rais. Nie Yan continued scrolling down the list, and finally when he flipped to the latter parts of the list, he noticed a familiar name. Name, Insei Rais the cripple. Gender, male. Age, 56. Trust, 37. Ability. Employment cost, 50 silver per month. I remember. It's him. Although the cost leaned on the expensive side, there was no hesitation in his mind as he confirmed his decision. An NPC employee that possessed an unknown ability, and was even a cripple, costed 50 silvers a month. There was clearly something odd going on. From his previous timeline, he remembered that the Golden Age potion shop had always kept an air of mysteriousness around this cripple. However, someone still managed to dig out his ability. It was the diplomacy ability, something which was very rarely found. It was an ability that allowed him to hold smooth communications with all NPCs, and even made them build up favorable impressions towards him. Having paid the employment fees, Nie Yan noticed a crippled old man slowly walking in his direction. The moment this old man entered his vision, he heaved a sigh of relief as this was indeed him. My lord, I am Insei Rais. My family and I would like to express our deepest gratitude for employing my humble self. Wrinkles covered his face, and his skin was as withered as an old tree bark. In addition to his crippled leg, it was quite difficult to praise him in any way. Rais has family members. Now that I think about it, that actually makes sense. This is the store I'll be handing over to you. I'll also inform you on how to manage this business. Nie Yan greeted Rais with a small nod, while he contemplated on how to get the most out of this cripple's diplomacy skill. For now, I'll just have him look after the shop. It's not like I would have to worry about him stealing merchandise or embezzling money with his 37 trust. After all, an employee's loyalty is almost guaranteed when their trust is 30 or over. While preparing the store for business, Nie Yan instructed Bert to bring the completed black phenol over so that it could be sold. He also made a recruitment poster which read, "Hiring alchemists, those interested contact XXX." If he wanted the shop to prosper, relying on the future alchemy king alone was insufficient. He would only be satisfied when he had a large number of alchemists under his command. What should I name this store? I'll just call it Starry Night Potion Shop. Nothing too special, while fairly easy to remember. He instructed Rais to sell the black phenol, the recipes, and the raw materials. In addition, to prevent his identity from being known, he hid his name as the shop's owner. The price of a portion of raw materials was set to 20 coppers, a single bottle of black phenol was set to 60 coppers, and a single black phenol recipe was set to 30 silvers. These prices were far above the market price, especially the price of the recipe, which he made ridiculously expensive. Nie Yan planned to start off with these absurd prices, giving the large guilds an opportunity to be the first to buy them. Of course, if they felt that these prices were too high, they were free to go elsewhere. The price of black phenol was not going to drop anytime soon, and considering the necessity of this item to progress in the game, there were bound to be people who would buy them. As such, he planned to rob as many people of their money as possible, while the demand still far exceeded the supply, before he would slowly lower the price when the market began to stabilize. Obviously, even at this lower price, he would still make a decent profit. With everything set up, he inspected the shop. It's still pretty empty, I really need more goods to fill the place up for it to become a genuine business. The quality of the average alchemist in conviction was simply too low at present. Even if he hired a few, they mostly likely wouldn't meet his standards. Therefore, there was no need to hastily start a large-scale recruitment campaign since other shops were likely in the same predicament. Having such thoughts going through his mind, he prepared to leave the shop. Since when was there a potion shop here? 3 players discovered Nie Yan's shop as they passed by the area. After all, how could they not notice it when such a fine, brand new building suddenly emerged within these slums? Let's go have a look. The 3 players headed over to the store, and at the same moment, they noticed Nie Yan walking out. Hey, when did this shop open up? The person who greeted him was a warrior named Dauntless. He was a very strapping young man, who stood at 6'3", and had quite a terrifyingly loud and coarse voice. Nie Yan glanced at Dauntless and said with a faint smile, "I just happened to pass by as well and went in for a look. I have no idea when it opened." "I see, thanks anyway. Tuo Ba, let's take a look inside and see if they have any health or mana potions for sale." "It doesn't look like there's any," Nie Yan said quite straightforwardly. After all, the shop had barely opened. "I doubt a new shop would have many things in stock," another voice rang out, though this one sounded a bit lethargic. Nie Yan glimpsed at the youth behind Dauntless, a paladin. The word handsome could be used to describe him, but there was just a tinge of inattentiveness to his appearance and even a bit of laziness. Tuo Ba. This name sounds a bit familiar. However, Nie Yan failed to recognize him and thus walked away, brushing past their shoulders on his way out. There aren't even any basic potions. Why even open a potion store then, not to mention at such a remote place? I'm guessing business must be very poor, the arcane mage noted. Nevertheless, Dauntless and the other 2 walked into the store. Shit, they're selling black phenol and even the recipe too. The hell? What a rip-off. This price is absolutely ridiculous. Dauntless' coarse voice erupted behind Nie Yan the moment he had stepped out onto the street. None of them could have ever imagined a place like this would be selling black phenol and even its recipe. Items that were selling like hotcakes, items that every single guild yearned for. From this alone, they understood that this shop wasn't owned by some simpleton. Nie Yan stopped dead in his tracks when that coarse voice burst into his ears, but after making a faint smile, he walked wherever his feet led him. Since this shop had already been discovered, it was inevitable that this news would spread far and wide. When the guilds that thirsted for black phenol learned of this information, they were certain to head over and check it out for themselves. If they were in urgent need of black phenol, perhaps they would even buy a few in spite of the outrageous prices. Black phenol was already an extreme rarity in the marketplace, let alone the recipe. There was an undeniable truth that many were interested in those 2 things alone. Nie Yan, where are you right now? Tang Yao messaged Nie Yan. I'm in Kalor right now. How's the leveling going with Yuland, Blue Feather, and the rest? Right now, I'm more than halfway to level 7. How is it? Pretty fast, Tang Yao proudly told him. His skill in casting spells was getting increasingly proficient, and in addition to the fact that Nie Yan provided them with several coordinates, representing places suitable for grinding in the early stages of the game, their levels were rising at quite a fast rate. Though if Nie Yan were to tell Tang Yao that he was already level 9, who knew how the latter would react? Not too bad, Nie Yan said, nodding his head. This speed of leveling was already top tier, outclassed only by the elite players killing werewolves in Social Valley. I ran into Chen Bo again. That guy spat nothing but bullshit and even wanted to duel me. In the end, I one-shotted him with my flame explosion. He was trying to convince Yulan and Yao Yao to kick me out of the team. That guy needs to take a good look in the mirror and see who the real loser is. Not a single person in the team paid any attention to him, and even plain boiled water stood by my side. Eventually, Chen Bo couldn't take the shame and left the team himself. Nie Yan could feel the joy and happiness in Tang Yao's words. Without a doubt, Tang Yao definitely felt very smug about killing Chen Bo, who subsequently left the team voluntarily. Tang Yao's fire chaser set increased all damage related to fire element magic. At present, Tang Yao's damage surpassed most elite fire spec elementalists. Judging from the set of equipment Chen Bo wore, it was impossible that he could survive a single blast from Tang Yao's flame explosion. As a thief, Chen Bo was a complete failure for allowing a mage to successfully cast flame explosion in a player versus player situation. If it were Nie Yan instead, Tang Yao would have had no chance of firing off any spells that had over a second of cast time. You should remain careful. Chen Bo's the sort who remembers any and all grudges. I'm absolutely certain he'll want to take revenge for this and mess with you in one way or the other. The possibility of Chen Bo finding some people to deal with Tang Yao worried him. After all, he knew Chen Bo was not a particularly magnanimous person. You think I'm afraid of him? If he comes a few more times, then I'll just beat him up a few more times. Tang Yao was very confident in his current strength. He had always been someone who'd face matters like these directly. Even though Nie Yan had given him a reminder, it was unlikely that he would take this advice to heart. Recalling the incident at the bar that one evening in the previous timeline, Nie Yan felt a lump rise into his throat. Brother, if there is anyone who dares to harm you in this life, I will have him pay twice, no, 10 times the price. No matter the situation or location. Nie Yan took a deep breath to calm himself down, and as he did so, he felt a lump in his throat slowly sink back down. It never hurts to be a bit more careful. Yeah, do you want to come and level with us? Even the beauties here already miss you. I still need to get a few things done. Go on ahead without me. Besides, leveling with you guys is too slow for me anyway, Nie Yan said nonchalantly. What level are you now? Tang Yao was momentarily stunned. He recalled that he hadn't asked about Nie Yan's level in quite some time. I'm a bit past level 9. Don't tell anyone though, I don't want to attract too much attention. To someone who was as a genuine brother, he didn't conceal his level and told him the truth. Holy crap, already? How did you level that fast? After I finish what I'm doing, I'll take you out to level, Nie Yan said. He still had to get his hands on that chapter from the Book of Order. Only after doing so, would he bring Tang Yao with him. He knew of many ways for mages to gain tons of experience, allowing Tang Yao's level to soar up alongside his own. Then it's decided, Tang Yao said with a tone of clear excitement. I wonder how Nie Yan did it. That speed is insane. They continued chatting a while longer before Nie Yan hung up. Meanwhile, he had prepared a few consumables and was now headed for the transfer point. Carefully weighing the difficulties of acquiring the various chapters from the Book of Order as well as the properties and effects of each and every chapter, Nie Yan decided on one, the 6th chapter from the Book of Order, the chapter of freedom. When compared to the chapter of courage, the chapter of freedom was much more suitable for a thief. Nie Yan arrived at the transfer point and selected his destination. System, are you certain you wish to teleport to Hem's Deadfield Gate? Since this is a special transfer, there will be an additional fee of 20 silver. Yes. Nie Yan pressed confirm, and when he reopened his eyes, what entered his vision was a vast field of desolation. The dark skies gloomed, the chilly winds whistled. This was a bleak place without even the most minuscule signs of life. Some destroyed remnants of war machinery were semi-buried within the sands, as though speaking of their distant past. This was a former battleground from the ancient era, however, any turmoil had long since been silenced, and now, this was an untouched field holding nothing but death. On the map of Atlanta, Hems was located to the north of the Viridian Empire, and it was rumored that an entrance to an underground city was located there. On the side of the overworld, there were a group of large angels guarding the entrance. If one were to pass through that entrance and enter the underworld, there would be a group of demons awaiting them. They acted as the seals that separated the two worlds. Millions of lives had been lost on these battle-ridden fields during the era of shared governance. Hems Dead Gate Field was a place of legends. In his previous life, when the game developers announced the chapter of freedom was located in some place within Hems, the players went into an uproar. There was simply no end to the teams entering, and simply no end to the player deaths that occurred. This place became a true field of death. There were a total of 6 chapters in first volume of the Book of Order. If players were unable to find them within the first 3 months after the game's release, the game developers would announce their whereabouts. Information regarding the following volume would only be disclosed after all chapters of the first volume were found. Due to this impending reveal, Nie Yan was forced to obtain all chapters within this 3-month time period. If he were unable to collect them before the deadline, he'd have no choice but to compete with the other players over the remaining chapters of the Book of Order. No matter what happens, I'll decide after obtaining the chapter of freedom first, Nie Yan thought. Although Nie Yan's knowledge of the game far exceeded that of any other player in the present, even a glutton wouldn't be able to consume a large meal in one bite. He needed to gather the best equipment, piece by piece, and gradually grow his personal strength. Only then would he be able to widen the gap between himself and other players. Therefore, these several chapters from the Book of Order were an absolute necessity to accomplish his plans. The vast region of barren land he had arrived in was encircled by a barrier, deeming it a safe zone in Hems. To reach the area populated by monsters, he would still have to walk quite a distance. For his plan he could only rely on his intuition and vague memory of the surrounding landmarks to guide him in the proper direction. After he ventured past the first layer of the barrier, a giant silhouette appeared in his vision near the horizon as it lumbered around the expanse that was Hems' wasteland. Skeleton Kodo. Hems was home to several types of monsters, and skeleton Kodos were one of them. They were the remnant spirits of war mounts that had fallen in battle. Reanimated as undead, they wandered these wastelands eternally. Over 300 skeleton Kodos dotted the entire region of Hems. Even if all of them were put to rest, they would simply respawn the next day. These skeleton Kodos were relatively slow to respawn, but their drops were excellent. If the player was lucky, they might even be able to obtain a skeleton Kodo saddle. When the game developers eventually announced the whereabouts of the chapter of freedom, countless teams and guilds had rushed to Hems' wasteland in a bid to be the first to retrieve it. With the sudden influx of players, it became difficult to fight a monster without having the drop stolen. As a result, deaths due to fighting over a single monster were rather frequent. Nie Yan activated stealth before gradually making his way toward the skeleton Kodo, and after drawing close enough, inspected it with transcendent insight. Skeleton Kodo, leader, level 23. Health, 1,600. A leader class skeleton Kodo. At his current level, provoking it would undoubtedly be an unwise decision. Although Undead Right had a probability of controlling an undead monster, if the skill failed, he would draw the aggro of the targeted monster. It was especially dangerous because these skeleton Kodos were quite fast when they wanted to be. In addition to the disparity in level, there was no way he would be able to escape. He needed to formulate a plan if he wanted to take control of a skeleton Kodo, and the first step would be finding a suitable meat shield. If I recall correctly, there should be some lower level undead to the east. I'll head there first before deciding what to do. Nie Yan slowly retreated from the area. Only after leaving the skeleton Kodo's field of vision did he dare to break his stealth and sprint off towards the east. About 3 minutes later, he spotted a few lower level undead. They wielded rusty battle axes and wooden shields as they aimlessly wandered around the barren field. Skeleton Soldier, level 15. Health, 800. Although concussive blow might not be effective against these skeleton soldiers, with his current stats, he would still be able to handle them with ease. He activated stealth, approached one of the skeleton soldiers from the rear, and then opened with assassinate. -128. A damage value appeared above the skeleton soldier's head before slowly drifting up and fading away. Wielding Blood Pact +7 and Assassin's Decree +2, Nie Yan's damage saw significant improvements. Even though he was 6 levels lower than the skeleton soldier, he was still able to easily penetrate through its defenses. Upon being struck, the skeleton soldier turned around while simultaneously cleaving at its aggressor with the ancient battle axe in its left hand. Nie Yan sidestepped to avoid the attack and countered with a slash followed by a stab. -109. -112. He quickly depleted the skeleton soldier's life until about 60 health remained, whereupon he disengaged from the melee. Undead right. System, undead right has failed. As the skeleton soldier charged toward him, he activated swift retreat and continued to pull back. Undead right. System, undead right has failed. With only 40% of his health remaining, he cast undead right once more but failed on the third attempt as well. No longer having the health to cast this skill again, he dashed back into melee range and felled the skeleton soldier with one final blow. He received 700 experience for his efforts as the skeleton soldier collapsed into a pile of dust. Afterward, he found a safe area to sit down and replenish his health by eating barley bread. When he was fully recovered, he stood up and began to seek out his next target. Nie Yan repeated these actions until eventually, while fighting the third skeleton soldier, the crisp sound of the system prompt echoed after he had cast undead right. Finally, I succeeded. Nie Yan examined his new undead servant. Just like with Dark Gladiator in the ancient city of Sulgata, the skeleton soldier's appearance transformed into a shade of deep, metallic black. Of course, he was now also able to control its actions and movements. System, set a name for your new servant. Without putting much thought into it, he named it Soldier Number 1. Having obtained his first skeleton soldier, the following ones would become much easier. After all, by making Soldier Number 1 act as a meat shield, he was able to safely cast undead right from the rear. Then, if he still failed to control the undead after 3 attempts, he would simply order Soldier Number 1 to finish it off before moving on to the next target. Finally, he managed to successfully take control of 3 more skeleton soldiers, which he respectively named Soldier Number 2, Soldier Number 3, and Soldier Number 4. After growing accustomed to their movements by having them kill some of the mobs in the area, he began to lead them back to the area inhabited by the skeleton kodos. Several minutes later, he could see a skeleton kodo in the distance. In comparison to it, his skeleton soldiers seemed tiny and pathetically frail. After thinking for a moment, Nie Yan ordered Soldier Number 2 to approach the kodo. Its sole purpose was to simply play the role of bait. Upon discovering an unfamiliar undead encroaching on its territory, the kodo let out a deep, muffled roar and began pawing the ground with its forefeet while puffing out breaths of hot air. The literally brainless Soldier Number 2 had no concept of fear and gradually closed in on its target. In the meantime, Nie Yan entered stealth and slowly circled behind the kodo. Once in position, he ordered Soldier Number 2 to charge toward it. Bang! Soldier Number 2 rushed up and struck the kodo with its battle axe. -32. With a furious roar, it puffed more breaths of hot air before striking the skeleton soldier with the sharp horn on its head. -356. A terrifyingly high damage value appeared above the skeleton soldier's head before slowly drifting up and fading away. Nie Yan was alarmed. The skeleton kodo's attack was far too frightening. His skeleton soldiers would only be able to take 3 hits each at most. He neared the kodo and cast undead right, whereupon a queer energy struck the creature, halting its movements. However, an instant later, the kodo rammed into the skeleton soldier once more and sent it flying back. System, undead right has failed. Seeing undead right fail, Nie Yan didn't dare to stick around any longer. He activated swift retreat and hastily fled from the kodo's line of sight while it was still preoccupied with the skeleton soldier. Soldier Number 2 soon returned to the earth as it was beaten senseless like a ragdoll under the relentless assault of the kodo. He waited for undead right to come off cooldown before making his second attempt by sending Soldier Number 3 toward the kodo. Following the death of Soldier Number 4, he still wasn't able to successfully control the skeleton kodo. For lack of a better option, he brought Soldier Number 1 with him as he once more headed to the east. There, he would gather another 4 skeleton soldiers before returning. So long as he kept at least 1 skeleton soldier alive, recruiting more with undead right wouldn't be too difficult. Nonetheless, doing it this way was still a huge waste of time. And so, after countless attempts, all of which resulted in failure, a full day had passed. Once the servers shut down, Nie Yan took off his game helmet. Although he had some free time on his hands before the servers reopened, Tang Yao had been dragged out by his father to do hard labor and the rest of his good friends from school were all in other parts of the country. Besides, his hometown was indeed a damnable place, definitely not somewhere a person would want to live. The environment wasn't good, and the public security was a mess. If anyone had a little money, they'd definitely buy a house somewhere else and move out. Thus, Nie Yan stayed home all day exercising and studying. Such a routine was also pretty satisfying. At certain times during the day he would think of his father and mother. He was also looking forward to starting his final year of high school, which was just around the corner. Like this, the day quickly passed and 5:00 p.m. soon arrived. He placed the game helmet back on his head and continued off where he had stopped on the previous day. After an hour or so, he eventually gathered another party of skeleton soldiers and set off towards the skeleton kodos again. Getting just one of those skeleton kodos under his control was extremely crucial to the success of his plan. Nie Yan, how are things on your side? Did you get what you needed to do done? Tang Yao messaged. No, not yet. I encountered some trouble. Anyway, when you get back, send me a message. Also, try and guess what I just found. Hee, Tang Yao giggled mischievously, almost unable to hold back his excitement. What did you get? An arcane soul crystal. Really, what rank? Nie Yan asked in surprise. He even managed to pick up an arcane soul crystal. First the meteor spell and now this, just how lucky can he get? Very few items were capable of holding his attention this early in the game. The only ones he cared for were the chapters from the Book of Order, the Featherfall Jewel, the Silk Spinner Ring, the Crawler Ring, and Sulgata's Shadow. As for an arcane soul crystal, it was a top quality item for arcane mages and not an ordinary one at that. They existed in the form of a crystal and only dropped from arcane fairy monsters. However, the chances of this item dropping was frighteningly low. Though, on the off chance an arcane mage obtained one, they could use it as a catalyst to beckon an arcane fairy to their side. The fairy was the same as a summon. Its health was proportionate to the summoners, its defenses were slightly lower, and it was incapable of attacking. Another downside was that the crystal was a one-time use item, and if the summon died, it would be gone forever. Even then, these fairies were still extremely useful since they were able to significantly improve an arcane mage's mana recovery rate and shorten both cooldowns and cast times. Naturally, the higher rank the arcane fairy, the more valuable it was. An arcane fairy was a great boon to any arcane mage lucky enough to obtain it. In the future, numerous top-class arcane mages would compare their fairies to see who was better. Having an arcane fairy following by one side was certainly a matter to be proud of. Attributing to the fact that these fairies would disappear forever once they were killed, they became even more valued by arcane mages. It's rank 1. You know what it's used for? Tang Yao asked in a surprised manner. I found some information about it in the library, Nie Yan replied. Ah, I see. It seems I should pay a visit to the library to check as well. Be careful, once you summon the fairy, don't let it die. If you can raise it to rank 3, it'll become even more valuable. If you can get it to rank 5, then it'll be priceless, Nie Yan cautioned. Higher ranked arcane fairies would give arcane mages better bonuses. However, since they were so fragile, very few players were able to raise their fairies to rank 3, let alone rank 5. He had only ever seen a rank 5 arcane fairy once during his 10 years of playing the game. At that time, he was killing monsters in the wilderness when he ran into a level 135 great arcanist. The two of them got into a scuffle, and even though he was a level 165 great thief, he ended up being beaten like a dog, narrowly escaping with his tail tucked between his legs. Foolishly, he had underestimated the abilities of an arcane mage with a rank 5 arcane fairy as he had thought that the level discrepancy would pull the fight in his favor. That great arcanist was basically a machine gun that fired magic as he recklessly shot spells everywhere, seemingly losing no mana in the process. It was simply too terrifying. Just don't end up getting killed. Wait for me to finish things on my side, then I'll help you raise your arcane fairy's rank, Nie Yan said. If they had a rank 2 arcane fairy, leveling would become much easier. No problem. Hurry up already. Tang Yao broke into a fit of excitement after hearing Nie Yan's words and couldn't help but become a little impatient. After numerous attempts and losing several dozen skeleton soldiers, Nie Yan had still not managed to succeed. It seemed Undead Right's success rate was also influenced by the level discrepancy between the caster and target. Racking his brain to no avail, he finally decided to check the game's official website to see if there was any information regarding this skill. Surprisingly, he did find something, which was quite a rare occurrence. According to the information there, Undead Right had a 20% chance of controlling the targeted undead if it was equal to the caster in level. For every level the undead exceeded the caster, the chance of success would fall by 1%. The success rate would further diminish when facing leaders, sub-elites, and so on. In short, if the target surpassed a player by 20 levels or more, the success rate became nil. Since this was the first time he had come into contact with this type of skill, he wasn't too knowledgeable regarding its intricacies. Apparently checking the official website every once in a while still held some benefits. He was only level 9 while the skeleton Kodo was level 23, not to mention a leader class monster as well, so his low success rate thus far was to be expected. However, if he was incapable of controlling a skeleton Kodo, he wouldn't be able to proceed with the next step of his plan. As time gradually ticked away, Nie Yan grew increasingly impatient. The only consolation was that his experience was steadily rising. Killing the undead in this area also wasn't a bad way to level. At this point, he had forgotten exactly how many skeleton soldiers died as he didn't care to name them anymore. Was it 27 or 28? Regardless, he ordered one of them to get a skeleton Kodo's attention while he circled behind to cast Undead Right. The skeleton soldier gradually approached the Kodo. Once it got in range, the skeleton soldier brandished its battle axe and charged forward. Upon being struck, the Kodo violently lashed out in a rage-fueled stupor. Bang! The skeleton soldier was knocked flying away. Taking advantage of this moment, Nie Yan cast Undead Right. As per usual, he began backing off after using the spell but halted his retreat when he noticed a change occurring in the Kodo's appearance. Did I succeed? He quickly pulled up the system announcements to check and soon found his answer. I did succeed. He mentally commanded the Kodo to move, and almost immediately, it trembled and then began lumbering over to him. Haha, I finally succeeded. Having obtained his first Kodo, he was finally able to move on with the next step of his plan. Undead Right's duration on the Kodo was relatively long, so after thinking for a bit, he decided that he might as well do a bit of leveling. Where are you right now? Nie Yan asked, sending Tang Yao a message. I'm leveling with Yu Lan, Blue Feather, and the others. Why, what's up? Tang Yao responded. Since their first encounter several days ago, he had become much more familiar with Yu Lan and her team, even occasionally running a dungeon or two together with them. Furthermore, thanks to Nie Yan's guidance, their team's equipment progressively improved. They were even able to run Fallen Shaman Camp now. Return to the city, Nie Yan said. He could only bring Tang Yao alone and not Yu Lan and the rest. Alright, let me say goodbye to them first, Tang Yao said. Several minutes later, Tang Yao sent Nie Yan a message. I'm back in the city. Where are you right now? Head to the transfer point and teleport to Hems, Deadfield Gate. The transfer fee is 20 silver. Do you have enough money? Nie Yan asked. Hems, Deadfield Gate. Wait, isn't that a level 20 zone? Why are you all the way over there? Tang Yao cried out in alarm. Why was he in a level 20 map at his level? That was practically suicidal. You'll know when you come over, Nie Yan said. Ah, alright, fine. Give me a minute. I don't have enough money on me right now. Nie Yan had asked him to come over alone, so it definitely meant this was important. Since he had full trust in his brother, he didn't ask any more questions. If you don't have enough money, I can send someone over to cover the rest, Nie Yan said. If Tang Yao wasn't able to gather up the funds, he could only ask Sleepy Fox to borrow some money. No need, I'm only short by a little bit. I'll just ask my father's aide to lend me some. Alright, then hurry up. I'll be waiting. Afterwards, Nie Yan sought out another skeleton Kodo. He still used the same tactic of distracting them with the skeleton soldiers while he got into position to cast Undead Right. If he made Kodo number 1 fight, it would make short work of the other Kodo, meaning there wouldn't be any time to cast the skill. However, without at least several dozen attempts, the probability of him succeeding was very low. Undead Right. Thanks to the skeleton soldier drawing its attention away, the Kodo didn't notice him approaching from the rear. After he had used the skill, the Kodo trembled before its bone slowly transformed into a deep metallic black. He successfully took control of another Kodo with Undead Right. A feeling of pleasant surprise washed over his mind. Against all expectations, he succeeded. No one could ever be certain when it came to chance. Sometimes a person would fail several dozen or even hundreds of times over, but other times, they would prevail after only 1 or 2 tries. And so, Nie Yan obtained his second skeleton Kodo, which he named Kodo number 2. These 2 Kodos resembled dinosaurs from the ancient past as they possessed thick, sturdy forelimbs, an immense frame, and 3 sharp horns at the top of their heads, while pale cyan flames flickered in their eye sockets. With 2 Kodos at his side, his leveling speed would improve significantly. I'm at Hems, where are you? Tang Yao sent a message asking. Stay put, I'll be there in a minute, Nie Yan replied, bringing the pair of skeleton Kodos and skeleton soldiers with him as he headed over to the transfer point. After walking for a while, he eventually spotted a short, chubby figure waiting by the transfer point. Scary. Are these your pets? Tang Yao asked in shock, as he stared at the skeleton soldiers and kodos by Nie Yan's side. Yep, follow me. We're going to level. Level 9 already, no wonder your leveling speed is so fast. Also, you scared me half to death when you were bringing those kodos over. I thought some monsters had roamed into this area, but since these two giant lugheads are on our side, leveling will definitely be much quicker. Tang Yao exclaimed in excitement. It's not bad, Nie Yan laughed. While Tang Yao made a good guess, his fast leveling speed had nothing to do with these kodos. Where's your arcane fairy? It's just hiding. It's a little afraid of strangers. Only then did he notice a chubby little blue fairy hiding behind Tang Yao's back. It resembled a boy with an adorable face and was surprisingly agile despite its appearance. As it hovered in the air, a faint blue light fluttered and spiraled around its body. Blub, blub. Occasionally, the fairy blew tiny blue bubbles from its mouth that floated into the air. As long as an arcane mage properly guarded their arcane fairy from being killed by other players, they would receive an endless supply of mana. This was especially useful for arcane mages who had many high damage spells in their arsenal. They would be able to freely cast these spells without worrying about running out of mana. At the same time, their cooldowns and cast times were significantly reduced, meaning they would be able to cast the same spell again shortly after use. However, when an arcane mage faced other players, their fairy would easily become the priority target of the enemy's attacks. Therefore, raising an arcane fairy to rank 3 was an incredibly difficult task. As for anyone who owned a rank 5 fairy, it meant the player who raised it was also extremely skilled. For that sort of player to not have any powerful enemies was only natural. So, what kind of benefits do you get from a rank 1 fairy? Nie Yan asked. Mana recovery rate plus 200%, all cooldowns 30%, all cast time minus 30%. Wow, that's pretty good. Truthfully, Nie Yan was also shocked. Indeed, arcane fairies were quite overpowered. From now on, don't get into too many fights with other players. It would be a shame if your fairy ends up dying. Tang Yao thought for a moment, then nodded and said, all right. He resolved himself in his mind. If he wasn't guaranteed to win in a duel, then he absolutely wouldn't participate. There shouldn't be a problem if he only stepped on relatively unskilled players. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to resist the itch growing in his heart. After all, it would be too much of a tragedy if he wasn't allowed to duel other players after obtaining an arcane fairy, an existence that would enable him to dominate others. Nie Yan revealed a wry smile. He knew his best friend's personality all too well. Even though Tang Yao gave a straightforward reply, his mind was definitely thinking something else. The only way to guarantee that nothing bad would happen in the future was to make him improve as quickly as possible. Once he had the strength to protect himself, then he would be able to escape unscathed even when encountering an expert. Let's set off, Nie Yan said as he turned around and led Tang Yao with him back to the previous zone to hunt more skeleton kodos. Upon encountering one, he would make his kodos act as tanks while he used undead right from the rear. If the skill failed, then they would simply finish it off. System, you have successfully slain a skeleton kodo leader. Plus 700% experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 28,290 experience points. Watching his experience bar fill up, Tang Yao was shocked. He was just following Nie Yan and still hadn't done anything, but after Nie Yan ordered kodo number 1 and kodo number 2 to finish off the other kodo, his experience bar suddenly shot up from 62% directly to 73%. This leveling speed was really too frightening. One had to understand, when he was with Yu Lan and her team, he would use meteor to kill mobs en masse. Yet after over half an hour of grinding, his experience bar would still only fill up by a mere 6%. Don't move too far away from me, Nie Yan said as he picked up the items that dropped from the skeleton kodo and then controlled kodo number 1 and number 2 to seek out their next target. The leveling here is so fast. What did it drop? A fortune gem. Wow, we're pretty lucky. A single fortune gem was worth around 5 silver. From Tang Yao's perspective, this was already quite a large sum of money. Although he didn't voice it, he was still brooding over the 20 silver he spent to teleport from Kalor to Hems. That one trip practically stripped him of all of his savings. While they ventured forth, Nie Yan suddenly recalled that Tang Yao probably didn't have much money left. Thankfully, the profits from this trip should more than make up for it. Tang Yao, you should be the one collecting all the drops from now. I'll only take the items that I need, and you can have the rest to sell, Nie Yan said. He wasn't lacking in money, plus, dealing with the tedium of getting rid of equipment was annoying. You don't want them. I'm not short on money. Well, now that I know you're rich, I guess I won't be shy about taking the drops. Tang Yao happily exclaimed. They were childhood friends, ones that had grown up together since they were in diapers. If they had to be polite with each other in these circumstances, then they wouldn't be brothers. After a while, a white radiance enveloped Tang Yao. He had leveled up. Damn, this leveling speed is friggin' amazing. It's like I'm riding on a rocket. Tang Yao glanced at his experience bar. He was already 5% to level 8 and at this rate he would easily reach level 9 within 2 days. Have you picked up anything good? A piece of level 20 silver equipment, a paladin skill book, another fortune gem, and 2 silver. I'm not sure how much I can sell the first 2 for, Tang Yao said after checking. Give me the fortune gem. You can sell the rest, Nie Yan said while inspecting the skill book. Surprisingly, it was the skill book for silence. You can list this skill book up in the auction house, but don't sell it for anything less than 50 silver. Wow, it's that expensive. Tang Yao exclaimed, then continued, hey, I'm fine with splitting the profits from selling the skill book with you. The silence skill book was far too valuable in his opinion. Perhaps Nie Yan wouldn't mind passing on 1 or 2 silver, but this was an entire 50 silver. No need, Nie Yan laughed and then continued in an unconcerned tone, it's only 50 silver. That amount wasn't even enough to pick at the gaps between his teeth. What did he mean by only 50 silver? Recently, less than half of that had nearly stripped him of everything he had. Just how much money did this brother of his have? Nie Yan led the pair of skeleton kodos in clearing out to the rest of the monsters in the vicinity. During this, he would also occasionally use undead right in an attempt to recruit more servants. After all, the chances of success might be slim to none, but what harm was there in trying? Since the kodos spawning areas were rather sporadic, Nie Yan had to lead his minions all over the region to hunt them, while steamrolling everything in his path. By the time he had killed 10 kodos, he was able to bring yet another skeleton kodo under his control. Now, with 3 kodos, he possessed enough manpower to move on to the next phase of his plan. Tang Yao was left awed by the sight of these 3 immense skeletal minions. What's your experience at now? Nie Yan asked. 57%, Tang Yao responded. Nice, you'll be leveling up soon. I'll stick around for a little while longer, but then I gotta head off and take care of some business. When you reach level 8, let your arcane fairy have all the experience, then I'll help you evolve it to rank 2. Afterwards, I'll bring you to somewhere you can train on your own. Raising a fairy from rank 1 to rank 2 was fairly easy, but getting it from rank 2 to rank 3 was 100 times more difficult. From rank 3 and onwards, the amount of experience required became even more excessive. This was also one of the reasons why arcane fairies were so difficult to nurture. Sure. Tang Yao nodded. He wanted to prioritize leveling himself, but since Nie Yan had something else in mind, he decided to simply follow his instructions. Besides, he would have many more opportunities to tag along with Nie Yan in the future. Leveling with his brother was just too exhilarating to miss out on. So, where am I going to train? Tang Yao asked in confusion. After all, with his current stats, attempting to solo grind mobs in this region was practically committing suicide. There's a region to the east where level 19 skeleton soldiers spawn. You should be able to train at that place. Oh, and don't worry about their levels. You'll understand what I mean when we get there, Nie Yan answered. Tang Yao was still slightly bewildered. Would he really be able to kill level 19 mobs at his level? However, since Nie Yan said so, it definitely meant he had a plan. Nie Yan led the Kodos around the zone, clearing out everything in his path. Eventually, a jingling sound rang out and he was enveloped in a brilliant radiance. He had leveled up as well. Upon reaching level 10, he opened his character page and saw that he now had 7 stat points and 2 skill points to allocate. For the sake of being able to equip Sulgate's boots sooner, he unhesitatingly placed all 7 points into strength. After allocating his stats, he glanced at his strength which now amounted to a total of 53. Although it seemed like a far cry from the 130 points he'd need to equip Sulgate's boots, in actuality, it was almost within his reach. Nie Yan did, after all, have many methods of raising his strength without needing to rely on the stats gained from leveling up, the chapter of freedom being one of them. The reason he had set out to retrieve this chapter next was because it increased strength by a considerable amount. If he were able to equip the restored shadow of Sulgate, then everything would be perfect. As for the 2 skill points, he placed a single point into both intermediate marksman and adept hands. The former increased a thief's proficiency with bows and crossbows, which increased range damage and provided a 1% armor-piercing effect. The latter enabled a thief to nimbly switch between different stances when using a dagger such as reverse grip, forward grip, and so on. It also increased damage by 2% and provided additional benefits to steel. The steel skill was just a method for a thief to earn some extra income. For someone such as Nie Yan, who was already filthy rich, it provided little to no benefit when leveling. However, it wasn't entirely useless to him since there were a few quests where it came in extremely handy. These were profession-restricted quests, available only to thieves. The rewards were quite generous as well, even including top-quality pieces of equipment that were capable of making most thieves go green with envy. However, completing those quests would have to wait until after he retrieves the chapter of freedom which would allow him to equip Sulgate's boots and gain the steel skill. Since he received 2 skill points every 5 levels instead of only 1, thanks to the chapter of courage, he wasn't so conscious about where he was allocating them. He would place a point in any skill that he felt would be useful. Eventually, Tang Yao also leveled up and reached level 8, whereupon he began diverting 100% of the experience he gained to his arcane fairy. As they set off and hunted more Kodos, the fairy's experience bar began to fill at a frightening pace. There were very few regions that spawned undead near Kalor. Not to mention that, by the time he reached level 20, 30, and onwards, there would basically be no suitable areas to make use of undead right. Therefore, he had to take advantage of these maps while they were still considered off limits by most players. If Tang Yao nurtured his arcane fairy now, then he'd have a much easier time leveling in the future. This would be especially true if he improved his magic attack and learned more high damage spells, as his damage output would reach unprecedented levels with the aid of his arcane fairy, enabling him to dispatch large groups of monsters in a quick and efficient manner. After leading Tang Yao around killing mobs for almost half an hour, the arcane fairy finally evolved. Thankfully, raising a fairy from rank 1 to rank 2 was fairly simple. Rank 2 to rank 3, on the other hand, was much more difficult. What are your arcane fairy's properties now? Nie Yan asked. Mana recovery rate plus 300%, cooldown minus 40%, cast time minus 40%, magic damage plus 10%, and ignore level difference plus 2. Tang Yao gasped in surprise upon reading out the final property. Very good. That's just the property we needed. With it, you should be able to kill the level 19 skeleton soldiers by yourself, Nie Yan said. The reason he had been so confident Tang Yao could be left on his own was due to the ignore level difference property. His plans had long taken even this small detail into consideration. Afterwards, he and Tang Yao headed to the east. Eventually, they came across a large chain of unbroken sand dunes where hordes of skeleton soldiers wandered aimlessly at the base. Get on top of one of those dunes. As long as you don't fall down below, the skeleton soldiers won't be able to attack you, Nie Yan explained. Since skeleton-type monsters were inherently awkward and clumsy, they were more or less incapable of climbing these sand dunes. Leveling here is much faster than following me. You should be able to grind out a few levels easily, but I still suggest giving all the experience to your arcane fairy since it's that important to your progression right now. I know those skeletons are level 19 and you're only level 8, but the amount of experience you'll gain for killing monsters 11 levels above you will be incredible. Not to mention, all of it will be going directly to your fairy. So, if you keep grinding, you should be able to evolve it again in just 3 days. Due to the discrepancy between the amount of experience needed for each rank, arcane fairies required a slightly different method of gaining experience than players. If Tang Yao were to follow the normal way, even if he were to give all of his experience to the fairy, it would still take at least a month for it to rank up again. Who knew what sort of unforeseen dangers a player might encounter during that time span? In the previous timeline, a player had used a similar method to train their arcane fairy. After an entire month, they were able to evolve their fairy to rank 4. Yet, no matter how much they grinding afterwards, they were unable to raise it to rank 5. Later, they discovered that after rank 4, an arcane fairy no longer required experience from monsters, but rather experience obtained by killing players. However, most arcane mages who were able to reach this step would have their fairies slain by an enemy before they could get the required experience. If you walk alongside the shore, how can your feet not get wet? Even powerful experts could be killed when they were ambushed by a group of players. You're right, this place isn't bad. I'll hurry up and raise my arcane fairy to rank 3. That way we'll be able to level together again. Tang Yao exclaimed. His fairy already had such amazing properties at rank 2. He could hardly imagine how monstrous it would become upon reaching rank 3. Generally, most arcane mages would be level 40 to 50 or higher before their fairy reached rank 3. If one were to emerge in the present, then the player who owned it would be far ahead of the pack and possess an equally astonishing might. Go off and level then. You shouldn't run into any more mana issues since you have your arcane fairy with you, especially now that it's rank 2. Just send me a message when you're about to leave, Nie Yan said before examining the remaining duration on his skeleton kodos. The very first one he took control of, Kodo number 1, still had a little under an hour left. Alright, no need to worry. I'll definitely finish the task in 3 days, but I'll probably end up sticking around for 5, so you don't need to go looking for me before then, Tang Yao replied. After getting his fairy to rank 3, he wanted to stay here a while longer to quickly raise his level. Your gear is a little behind, but you should be fine since your arcane fairy increases your magic damage. Even if you wait until level 15 to replace your equipment, it still shouldn't be a problem. Well, I'll leave you to level then. Afterward, Tang Yao made his way up to the top of one of the sand dunes and began bombarding the skeleton soldiers below with magic. Although most of the spells in his arsenal were single target, meteor being the only notable area of effect magic, he was still receiving a considerable amount of experience. This was because he was able to continuously chain spells without worrying about mana. After leaving Tang Yao, he and his kodos headed off into the distance. As his silhouette gradually receded before finally disappearing into the vast horizon, Tang Yao glanced at Nie Yan's back once more, then returned to bombarding the skeleton soldiers with magic. He would have to survive out here on his own for the next 3 to 5 days. Ah, what a lonesome life, Tang Yao sighed to himself. He opened his friends list and began searching for beautiful women to talk with. Hey babe, what are you up to? I'm leveling. Wanna chat with me to pass the time? Too busy. Wait, don't be so quick to brush me off. I'm actually an expert. I'm leveling in a level 20 zone right now. I'll prove it by bringing you here when I get back. Ha, like I believe you. The other side abruptly disconnected from the chat. Tang Yao let out a bitter smile. Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one would believe him? He pressed the avatar of another beauty and proceeded to bother them. Harassing beauties while leveling, that was the only way he could keep himself amused in this tedious grind. He also found the sound of his fairy blowing bubbles by his side to be quite pleasant to listen to. No matter how he felt, if he wanted to become a genuine expert, he needed to be capable of tolerating long periods of loneliness. In the meantime, Nie Yan was slowly venturing deeper into Hem's wasteland, a place where strong winds would scatter yellow sand across the barren land. Here, practically no plant could be seen as almost nothing could survive the harsh conditions. The sky was overcast and blotted with sand, the unchanging scenery easily capable of making a person lose their sense of direction. Nie Yan checked his coordinates. Although his memories of this location were fuzzy, he felt as though he was going in the right direction. After 10 minutes, Nie Yan finally found a graveyard in the vast barren. Countless tombstones jutted out of the ground, dotting the entire land. It was an endless graveyard that stretched out as far as the eye could see. This quiet graveyard, which had experienced the passing of numerous ages, stood testament to those who had died. As he looked a little further, he spotted a ruined building hidden within the yellow sands. It was the entrance that led to the catacombs underground. Here lied necromancer Abraham, who led an army of undead from the underworld to invade the Viridian Empire. He was a dreaded figure who controlled death, fear, and disease. After he was smited by an archangel, his body was eternally sealed inside this tomb. According to legends, a thief had entered this tomb in an attempt to rob the necklace of Abraham. However, the thief failed in his grave robbing attempt and died in the catacombs, leaving behind the chapter of freedom. As Nie Yan drew closer to the catacombs, a dark wave of energy washed over the area. Suddenly, numerous skeletons pried their bony hands out of the sand as they began climbing out of their graves. One turned to tens, then hundreds, then thousands until the entire graveyard was filled with countless skeletons. The vast graveyard was now dotted with skeletons stretching out as far as the eyes could see, resembling a sea of bones. In that instant, Nie Yan understood what the term army of skeletons truly meant. He was even able to vaguely imagine the spectacular sight of an ancient battlefield. Abraham's tomb was almost within reach, yet there was a near insurmountable barrier in his path. An endless sea of skeletons stood between Nie Yan and the entrance, there were simply too many. With transcendent insight, he inspected one of the skeletons among the crowd. Skeleton Warrior, level 13. Health, 520/520. In the previous timeline, the owner of the chapter of freedom was a thief named Quiet Life. He was the representative thief of the Victorious Return Guild and one of few players worthy of the title Shadow Dancer. He would earn significant achievements in guild wars, stronghold sieges, and town sieges, killing at least 100 enemies in every battle, most of which were cloth-armored professions such as magi and divine priests. Not only that, but he was quite elusive as well, possessing many life-saving skills that enabled him to escape unscathed, despite being completely surrounded, on several occasions. Shadow Dancer, an honor that all thieves sought after. Just because someone was high level didn't necessarily mean they would obtain this title. In order to advance to 1, they were required to go through an incredibly difficult profession advancement quest that pushed their abilities as a thief to the limit, and upon passing it, they would receive greatly increased stats and skill rewards. A thief that achieved Shadow Dancer was an extremely terrifying existence. They were able to emerge in unpredictable places as they hid among the shadows. Once they took action, it was almost guaranteed to be a certain kill. Although they were unable to do much against their equally powerful warrior and paladin counterparts, the other side was helpless in pinning them down as well. The best counter to a Shadow Dancer was a priest's marking sigil or a paladin's divine eye. Moreover, magi with high awareness also had a 50-50 chance of beating a Shadow Dancer in a duel. Interestingly, they were only able to maintain such a victory rate for none other than the fact that they possessed a ludicrous leveling speed. Oftentimes, when a magus encountered a Shadow Dancer, the former would hold a level advantage of 10 or higher. Although there was nothing to criticize about Quiet Life's ability, the Chapter of Freedom's contribution could not go ignored when discussing his advancement to Shadow Dancer. Victorious return, Nie Yan let out a deep sigh. The sea of enmity he felt towards them was certainly not shallow, and it only increased after they were bought by Cao Shu and subsequently became one of the 5 major guilds under his control. Those 5 guilds were Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Bloodlust Blades. Each one held so much power that, upon joining forces, they would become unchallenged in the entire server. In the end, no one came even close to toppling his sovereign-like position in the game. In fact, many guilds were barely able to sustain themselves under Cao Shu's oppression. Rumors told that the guild leader of Victorious Return and Cao Shu were actually business partners in real life, which meant they would certainly form an alliance in the end. As such, if there was an opportunity to weaken Victorious Return, Nie Yan wouldn't let that chance slip by. Regardless of whether they were going to be purchased by Cao Shu and his overbearing wealth, he would never let down his guard. He gradually grew more determined as he stared at the vast sea of skeletons up ahead. I won't allow anyone to stop me on my path to becoming powerful. He glanced at the skeleton kodos beside him. His reasoning for taking control of them was so that they could open up a path for him towards the tomb's entrance. Afterwards, their mission would be complete. As for the interior of the tomb, long after Victorious Return had removed the chapter of freedom, Nie Yan had explored and leveled in this place before. So, he had a general impression of its internal structure. As long as he got inside, he would be able to recall these memories. Nie Yan ordered his minions to clear a path as he headed toward the tomb. The Kodos protected his front and both flanks while the skeleton fighters protected his rear. The three Kodos spearheaded the sea of skeletons, pushing aside everything in their path which knocked many skeleton warriors away. Many of the skeleton warriors began attacking the Kodos as damage values rose up above their heads. -12, -12, -12. As soon as he set foot on this graveyard, it was as if a single rock had set off a wave thousands of stories high. Like a swelling tide, upon sensing the breath of the living, these skeleton warriors frantically surged toward him and barred his way forward. The Kodos pressed on while clearing the path ahead, losing a large chunk of health each time they moved forward. If it weren't for their astonishing health recovery rate, they would have collapsed a long time ago. At the current pace, however, these Kodos would die long before reaching the tomb's entrance. This somewhat deviated from his predictions. He had to somehow increase their speed. Otherwise, he would sink into a sea of skeletons and undoubtedly meet his demise. Nie Yan ordered the Kodos to speed up. However, this allowed a skeleton warrior to squeeze through their defensive formation. Brandishing the longsword in its hands, the skeleton warrior slashed towards him. He sidestepped the attack and countered with vital strike followed by reverse grip slash, striking the skeleton warrior in the back. -165. -152. The skeleton warrior that had slipped through didn't have much health remaining in the first place, so with his high damage, Nie Yan was able to finish it off in only 2 attacks. In this fashion, the Kodos accelerated while he dealt with the skeletons that slipped through the formation. When he was no more than 20 meters from the entrance, the skeleton fighters protecting his rear collapsed. Although relatively few skeleton warriors attacked from the rear, their frail defenses were unable to endure the constant assault. The horde of skeletons unceasingly swelled and surged towards them like the raging waves of the sea while Nie Yan and his Kodos were like a reef within. They were battered relentlessly, in danger of being engulfed at any time. And yet, when the swells receded, they still remained resolute, towering like monoliths over the surrounding sea of skeletons. He glanced at the health bars of his Kodos. The highest one had 800 remaining while the lowest only had 300. Having received Nie Yan's command, the Kodos fiercely charged into the mob of skeletons, sending skeleton warriors flying in every direction. Numerous skeleton warriors fell beneath his feet, meaning many items had dropped as well, but he had only bothered to bend down and pick up 1 or 2 that he felt were fairly valuable. As for money and ordinary items, he absolutely wouldn't care about them, nor would he dare to retrieve them. After all, the longer he dallied in place, the higher the likelihood of his death. Amidst the intense assault, Nie Yan was now only 8 meters from the entrance. With his destination being almost within reach, his heart began to race. Eventually, one of the Kodo's health bars was close to being depleted as numerous cracks began appearing and spreading on its skeletal frame. Thud. The Kodo finally died, and as its bones fell to the ground, it buried 4 skeleton warriors along with it. One of his Kodos had died. Nie Yan was greatly alarmed as only 2 Kodos remained. Not only that, but they didn't have much health left either. He felt an impending sense of doom. If all of his Kodos died, he would lose his final screen of protection. The moment he was engulfed by the sea of skeletons, let alone a complete corpse, not even his bones would remain. With one less companion, the 2 Kodos that were already barely holding on were put under even more pressure. Furthermore, the gap left Nie Yan with no other choice but to step up and deal with the wave of skeleton warriors surging toward him. As soon as he killed a skeleton warrior with assassinate, 2 more emerged and charged at him. He dodged the first skeleton warrior's attack but was unable to evade the second's as it slashed his chest. -32. In the next moment, 5 more skeleton warriors poured in from the gap and began surrounding him. There were simply too many skeletons. As he was gradually overwhelmed, his health constantly fell lower and lower. 65%. 37%. Upon falling below 15%, he hastily drank a health potion and applied a combat bandage. +20, +20, +20. As he fended off the assault, he shot a glance in the direction of the tomb's entrance. The ruined building stood 3 meters high. After centuries of erosion by wind and sand, its walls were covered in cracks. In fact, it seemed like it could collapse at any time. The inside of the tomb was hidden in darkness, but he was still able to vaguely make out a flight of stairs leading below where the darkness, as if it were a man-eating beast, awaited its prey with an open maw. With what little remained of their health, Nie Yan and the 2 Kodos pressed on. After another 3 meters, the second Kodo ran out of health, and like the previous one, it let out a muffled groan before collapsing into a pile of bone fragments. He became even more alarmed as he glanced at the remaining Kodo's health bar. -12, -12, -15. A string of damage values rose up above its head. Under the constant assault of the skeleton warriors, it eventually ran out of health as well. He had lost his final barrier of protection. Soon, an endless sea of skeleton warriors swarmed toward him. It seemed he would be engulfed at any moment. Damn it, I'm running out of time. He helplessly glanced at the tomb which was only a few meters away. Could it be that he was really going to fail at the final step? Countless skeleton warriors were like frantic beasts as they swarmed toward him. 2 of them slashed him with their swords, resulting in his health falling from 37% to 21%. As he searched for an escape, his eyes happened to land on the beam of the tomb's entrance. Without the slightest delay, he immediately shot out a web line from his silk spinner ring. It flew over the skeleton warriors' heads and stuck to the beam. With a hard tug, he was pulled towards the tomb's entrance as his body soared over countless skeleton warriors. While midair, he glanced back at his previous position. An instant later, it was engulfed by a surge of skeleton warriors. He quickly approached the tomb's wall. However, just before crashing into it, he held out his right hand and caught hold of the beam. After stabilizing himself, he climbed up on top of it and stared down. The skeleton warriors beneath him grew restless as they constantly stirred around. However, they were incapable of reaching his location, which allowed Nie Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. He was finally safe. With only a little health remaining, he hastily found a spot to sit before eating some barley bread to replenish his health. Those skeleton warriors seemed to have a fear of Abraham's tomb as they didn't dare to approach it. Nie Yan sat above the tomb's entrance while his health gradually recovered. Moments later, his low health was once more restored to full. No longer in danger of dying, his mind felt much more at ease. Turning around, he jumped off the beam, and after a graceful landing, he walked through the entrance before descending down the flight of stairs. All of the steps had become smooth and flat due to erosion from the elements while their surfaces were covered in the ancient characters of the undead. Down below was an endless darkness where the silence would infinitely magnify even the softest of sounds. The silence was so palpable that he was even able to hear his heartbeat and breathing. It was almost as if he was walking toward the gates of death. The sinister smell of death and decay drifted upward from the deepest abyss of the tomb. Nie Yan's footsteps were light, sticking close to the wall as he made his way down. Although he had traversed this place once upon a time, by the time he reached this area, it was already long explored by victorious return. The difficulty of exploring a new map and the difficulty of exploring a new dungeon was quite comparable in the sense that many sub-elites and elites would emerge. However, with the former, once they were killed, they would never respawn, just like the skeleton executioners guarding the pyramid entrance in the ancient city of Sulgata. Not to mention, this was a level 10 player challenging a level 20 map. Perhaps in the entire server, Nie Yan was the only one who would dare to make such a crazy attempt. Nonetheless, the chapter of freedom's allure was too hard to resist. Relying on his limited vision, Nie Yan fumbled his way down until he reached the bottom of the stairs where he was able to see a few dim rays shining from up ahead, making his surroundings much brighter as he approached. Embedded into the walls on either side of him was a line of night pearls. The pale hazy light they emitted added to the gloomy and enigmatic atmosphere of the tomb. After entering, a sense of nostalgia arose within him as the familiar surroundings began stirring up his old memories. He had come here quite often to level in the past, so he had long explored every part of this place. Up ahead shadows appeared to dance and flicker about, presumably due to monster activity in the area, sending Nie Yan on high alert. When he explored this place in the past, he had never encountered monsters around here. In fact, the area where monsters spawned was still quite a ways away. Nie Yan slowly turned illusory until he completely blended into the background. Hidden within the shadows, he inched his way across the wall with his hands guiding him. Eventually, he came across a wide open room about 400 square meters in size with a 10-meter high ceiling. There were candles everywhere, emitting flickering flames as shadowy figures wandered about. In this dim lighting, he was finally able to make out the appearance of one of these monsters. It was a pale-skinned figure in a black chong pao, a vampire. After examining their numbers, he counted over 30 of them, all blocking the path forward. He activated Transcendent Insight. Vampire Baron Elite Level 25. Health, 3,000 3,000. They were actually Vampire Barons. Nie Yan sucked in a cold breath as he suddenly recalled a certain piece of information. Vampire Barons were the hardest level 20 to 30 elites to deal with. Their health wasn't all that high, but they were incredibly fast and possessed high damage. At the same time, they were also able to siphon health with their attacks, thus making them very difficult opponents. Even when he was level 27, he had fallen victim to one of these monsters in another map. Undead were very sensitive to the breath of the living. If any living being approached within 7 or 8 meters of them, they would instantly be able to detect that being's exact position. As such, a thief's ability to stealth wouldn't be as effective. There were over 30 of them and they were all grouped around the passage forward. He had no chance of sneaking past them. He would already be hard-pressed to deal with a single vampire baron, let alone such a large group. How am I going to get through here? He thought for a moment then looked up toward the ceiling entirely constructed out of stone. Various ancient designs covered the surface, forming an enormous, dark red maelstrom with a deathly pale skull depicted at its center, in which pale cyan flames calmly flickered in its eye sockets. The piece of artwork left a surreal impression, and as if staring at a god overlooking the world down below, the observer would be unable to look away. The unidentified skull and the flickering flames made the atmosphere exceptionally mysterious. As he examined the smoothness of the stone, the corner of Nie Yan's mouth exposed a smile. He activated the silk spinner ring's ability and shot out a web line which adhered to the wall. Borrowing the tension of the line, he flung himself upward. While still in midair, he activated his crawler ring's ability, whereupon both of his hands emitted an attractive force that enabled him to firmly latch on upon making contact with the wall. Like a spider, he made his way up the wall toward the ceiling and then began crawling to the other side. He was able to sense the vampire barons below him growing restless, presumably because they sensed the breath of the living. However, never would they suspect that he was actually right above them this whole time, and even if they did, they would have no way of attacking him. He nimbly crawled under the ceiling and eventually neared its center. He was drawing progressively closer to the skull, and when he drew within 5 meters of it, he felt a strong sense of crisis growing in the back of his mind. There's something odd about this skull. After coming to a realization, he immediately came to a halt before making a large detour around the skull. It's an explosive trap. His sharp intuition had once again saved his life. After safely circling around the skull, Nie Yan finally relaxed. If he had accidentally triggered the trap a moment ago, in that sort of circumstance, there would have been no way for him to avoid the explosion in time. He would have been reduced to ground meat. Thieves had a relatively high chance of avoiding damage even if they stepped onto a trap thanks to their reflex stat. However, many were extremely deadly. They would instantly kill anyone who triggered them, just like that explosive trap in the skull. Luckily, he had been quite prudent and didn't approach rashly, leaving him enough time to sense the peculiar energy contained inside of it. If he had actually triggered the trap, then the result would have been obvious. He slowly made his way forward for 10 minutes until he was more than 20 meters away from the closest vampire baron. Then, he let go of the ceiling and fell back to the floor. After safely passing through this dangerous region without any mishaps, Nie Yan proceeded deeper into the tomb. Although the lighting inside the tomb was very dim, he was already very familiar with the path he was walking through. Occasionally, when he encountered an ordinary vampire, even though he could deal with them, he would still duck away. After all, he hadn't come here to level. He had only one goal in mind and that was to retrieve the chapter of freedom. As he stealthily traversed the labyrinth-like passages, he eventually arrived at the second floor of the tomb. During this period, he had come across several locked silver treasure chests. However, since he didn't have the lockpicking skill or a suitable key, there was nothing he could do about them. He did have a silver key in his bag, but sadly it only worked for silver chests level 20 and under, while the ones in this map were all at least level 25 or higher. After passing through a cell, he discovered an object hidden in a corner. Only when he approached closer did he find that it was actually an old shabby chest. It was a chest that wasn't locked. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. This journey had been too trying on his heart, finding so many chests yet being unable to open them, but at last, he had finally encountered one that he was actually able to open. It had taken him this long to encounter a chest that he could actually open, while even though the journey had been so difficult. Nie Yan bent down and opened the chest. After fishing around for a bit, he grabbed hold of what appeared to be a skill book. He took it out to examine. Skill book, Grace of the Civet. Requirement, level 20. Description, the player will gain a powerful movement ability by harmonizing mind and body. Properties, depending on the height, fall damage will be reduced by 10% to 50%. Climbing ability plus 10%, balance plus 10, reflex plus 10, dexterity plus 10. Restriction, thief, can be learned by any faction. So it was actually Grace of the Civet. For a level 20 player, the properties of this skill were relatively decent, but they weren't anything amazing. The first two properties, reduce fall damage and climbing ability, weren't as useful, but for Nie Yan, it was nevertheless a very fitting item. This was because the path that he walked was different from other players. Ordinary thieves only cared for dexterity and balance. Nie Yan on the other hand focused on dexterity while simultaneously using special items such as the silk spinner ring, crawler ring, featherfall jewel, and so on to create his own special way of playing a thief. The thief profession wasn't limited to being only good at scouting, disarming traps, and assassinating lightly armored targets. With what he was doing, he was giving this profession an entirely new definition. In his previous timeline, he had always thought about creating such a thief but never possessed the strength to do so. The drop rates of the silk spinner ring and crawler ring were incredibly low, which meant they were expensive enough that he couldn't afford them. As for the featherfall jewel, he was incapable of getting his hands on that as well. Although he did indeed beat Treant Forest on specialist and a featherfall jewel did drop, when it came time to distribute the items, he never even had a chance of obtaining it himself. In the end, a mage in the team took away the jewel with the rest of the team receiving 3 silver each. At that time, he was simply a bystander with no influence. When he was high level, he already exceeded the level requirements to enter Treant Forest and thus couldn't go back to obtain this item. Meanwhile, the equipment that had the featherfall jewel socketed into them were all expensive beyond reason. So even then, he still couldn't afford one. As for Grace of the Civet, it was also an uncommon skill book. If not for him being the first to enter Abraham's tomb, this item would have went to someone else. Although the skill wasn't extremely important, it would at least be able to aid him in executing his plans more fluidly. Nie Yan placed Grace of the Civet into his bag. I'll have to wait until level 20 before I can use it, so I'll just keep it for now. After passing through a long and narrow tunnel, he entered a relatively small room that was about 100 square meters in size. There, he found 3 coffins made out of white marble. They appeared fairly ordinary with a simple twisting rune design carved into them. The grooves in these carvings were filled with a bright red paint that resembled the color of blood. They were fate rune formations. These 3 coffins weren't actually as simple as they appeared. In fact, they were a very strange type of furnishings. Speaking precisely, they were the undead race's fate items. When the player opened these coffins, the fate rune formations would activate, and then a random surprise would emerge. Once a coffin was opened, it would reset after 10 days. There were stories that told of players obtaining various high-quality items such as the helmet of death or even a fragment of a legendary grade piece of equipment. However, there was also a player who had been unlucky enough to spawn a vampire prince, which, as one would expect, killed them in an instant. The 3 marble coffins lay there in silence, a sense of enticement luring one forth, yet also the fearful unknown lurking about in the air. Nie Yan had to admit. Like many other players, he was extremely greedy, particularly when equipment was involved. Even the slightest possibility of top-quality equipment emerging was more than enough to make countless players go frantic. However, he wasn't a person without rationale. With the fate dice, he had been both lucky and unlucky. Despite losing 10 strength, he also obtained astonishing benefits, undead right in Pandora's box. Considering the events since then, the usefulness of the former spoke for itself. As for the latter, it possessed the overpowered abilities of influencing luck and raising the grade of an item. As such, he was entirely content with disregarding the loss he suffered. Nonetheless, that didn't necessarily mean he was willing to repeat such a gamble. If, instead of him, an irrational person were to arrive here, they would definitely be blinded by greed and open these coffins without much consideration. On the off chance a vampire prince emerged, no matter how strong the player was, would they be able to run? Of course not. Such a high-level entity would never allow its prey to escape. Therefore, their situation would be tantamount to a death sentence. From Nie Yan's perspective, the consequences of dying weren't something he could brush off. Not only would he fail to retrieve the chapter of freedom, he would lose the chapter of courage as well. He might be greedy, but he also understood his limits and only sought things that were achievable with his ability. As for opportunities that led to outcomes outside of his control, he felt better off foregoing them. After experiencing it once, he no longer wished to tangle with the fickle hands of fate. He walked past the coffins and passed through a corridor sandwiched by iron bars. When he encountered a region with too many monsters, he patiently hid in a corner until the crawler ring and silk spinner ring's abilities were off cooldown before climbing over from a relatively high and hard to reach location. Furthermore, as he grew more accustomed to the crawler ring's ability, he became even more proficient in using it in conjunction with the silk spinner ring. Now, he was able to cross over most obstacles effortlessly. Without the silk spinner ring, a player who possessed the crawler ring, upon arriving here, would have no choice but to turn back lest they be killed in one of these passageways. After using the crawler ring to cross over a mob of vampires, he carefully scanned the passageway below. Completely empty. I should be safe. He deactivated the crawler ring's ability after which he dropped down from the ceiling and gently landed on the ground, not making a single sound in the process. However, just as he was about to make his way forward, the sound of a spell being cast, originating from a pile of crates, arrived in his ears. He spun around in search of the caster and noticed a pale-faced figure with a sinister appearance, condensing a dazzling sphere of lightning in its hands. Wandering Mage, level 23. Health 820/820. Many players often underestimated these wandering mages because of their low health, but Nie Yan knew better than anyone just how terrifying these monsters were. With their formidable magic power, they were easily capable of emptying his health pool in only 2 spells. Fortunately, the cast times for their magic was relatively long. Perhaps he would be able to throw off this wandering mage if he ran now. However, there was a good chance that he might alert the monsters up ahead, sinking himself into an even more dangerous situation. As such, the best course of action was to deal with this problem while it was still within his control. After it finished casting the spell, the crackling sphere of lightning shot towards him. Nie Yan rapidly retreated. Just as this lightning ball was about to hit him, he rolled to the side and narrowly avoided it. The ball of lightning whizzed past him, striking the wall, and exploded into a shower of sparks. After regaining his balance, he retrieved the crossbow of blood and fired at the wandering mage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crossbow bolts streaked through the air and struck their target. -15. -15. -15. Sadly, if not for the on-hit true damage effect applied to the bolts, he wouldn't have even made a dent in the wandering mage's health bar. This was also one of the reasons why thieves only used crossbows to draw aggro instead of farming mobs. They simply dealt too little damage. While it was entirely possible for a thief to take advantage of terrain exploits to kill high-level mobs, if any player believed one was able to kite a high-level monster to death, they would be a complete idiot. Nie Yan had no hope of killing the wandering mage with his crossbow. The time he spent between shooting and evading was long enough for its natural health recovery to nullify a significant portion of the damage he dealt. Since that was the case, just how much time would he waste before finally killing it? However, during that exchange, he was able to figure out the cast time for his opponent's spell. He promptly put away his crossbow and dashed toward the wandering mage with a dagger in each hand. As he closed in on his opponent, he raised one of his daggers and bashed the pommel on the wandering mage's head even though he was unable to stun it. Undead monsters were highly resistant, if not completely immune, to stuns. For a profession that relied on such effects, this was an extremely depressing problem. It meant that he was unable to interrupt the wandering mage while it was channeling its spell. Unleashing a flurry of attacks, a string of damage values rose above his enemy's head. -63, -67, -65. Despite the gap in levels, the damage was quite decent. He struck the wandering mage with assassinate followed by vital strike. Although it didn't really have any vital areas to speak of, since it was undead, the damage scaling on the skill was better than a normal attack. As it was nearly finished channeling its spell, he hastily pulled back. After all, if he was too close, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Finally, the wandering mage shot a ball of lightning at Nie Yan, who promptly dodged to get out of the way, taking cover behind a pile of crates. An explosion echoed out as the spell smashed into the crates, sending them flying everywhere. In that instant, without missing a beat, he leapt out unscathed and resumed his assault. Even though this method was quite tedious, after 5 minutes, he was able to whittle his opponent's health away until it finally died. Seeing the wandering mage collapse on the floor, Nie Yan breathed out a sigh of relief. With his current stats, although he was able to kill monsters much higher level than him, the process of doing so was truly exhausting. Spending so much time to kill a single monster was simply too inefficient. Bending down to pick up the items that dropped, he was surprised to discover a recipe. Junior Magic Resonance Potion Recipe. Requirements, Junior Alchemist. Properties, Magic Power plus 20. Materials, Rosegum Grass, Powdered Cow Horn, Neutralizing Agent, Sulfur. His luck was surprisingly good. He actually found such a valuable drop. Even though Bird wasn't able to make use of it for now, he would be advancing to a Junior Alchemist pretty soon. The value of this recipe in the present-day market was extremely terrifying, at the very least, selling for 1 gold. Rosegum Grass was not at all expensive while the 3 other materials could be purchased from NPC shops. With regards to the current level of the player base, a potion that increased magic power by 20 was too frightening. Naturally, if the average player was over level 20, they wouldn't think much of these potions since they were drops from level 25 maps. Furthermore, level 0 to 30 Junior Alchemist concoctions had no level requirements. He stored the recipe away in his bag and proceeded on with his journey through the tomb. Since all of the monsters here greatly exceeded his level, he had a tough time dealing with even the most ordinary of mobs. Henceforth, he took even more care with every step he took forward, spending a significant amount of time. In the end, he spent nearly 2 days exploring the interior of the tomb before finally reaching its core. For the purpose of retrieving the Chapter of Freedom, let alone 2 days, he was willing to spend any amount of time on it as long he succeeded. Nie Yan sat on top of a tall pillar as he observed an enormous plaza below. Occasionally, he would spot squadrons of vampires making round patrols. The existence which they were guarding lay at the very center of this plaza, a huge crystal coffin, the final resting place of necromancer Abraham. Legends told that Abraham was sealed there eternally, never to awaken again. Guarding by his side were 2 of his descendants, both of which were level 25 Lord-class monsters. Not far from the coffin was a stone platform, and placed on top of it was the Chapter of Freedom. Currently, he was thinking of ways to evade the eyes and ears of the patrolling vampires. Where are you right now? Suddenly Nie Yan received a message from Sleepy Fox. I'm outside of the city, leveling. What's up? We finally beat Social Valley. Of course, we only did it on easy and normal. Are you interested in joining us? Sleepy Fox asked. He was hoping Nie Yan would guide them through Social Valley on Specialist. I'm busy right now, and besides, I don't really need anything there, Nie Yan responded. Although the drops from the dungeon were pretty good, in comparison to the Chapter of Freedom, they weren't even worth mentioning. With 2 chapters from the Book of Order, he would never have to worry about his gear not being good enough. Therefore, there was nothing inside Social Valley that was capable of attracting his interest. Sleepy Fox let out an awkward laugh. Just 1 sentence from Nie Yan had shattered his hopes. Did Nie Yan really have no interest in beating Social Valley on Specialist? Could he have already beaten the dungeon with another team? His background really was too mysterious. Nie Yan thought for a moment and said, I heard the game's official website should be announcing a new dungeon tomorrow. Go take a look, the drops there should be beneficial to your team. You guys should also prepare for the level 10 dungeons. Since the devs have finished working out most of the kinks in the game, they should be releasing a new dungeon every 2 or 3 days. That's why these low-level dungeons don't really interest me. Since he already had a set of good equipment, he didn't mind passing on the current dungeons. Only those who needed to improve their gear would be forced to run dungeons several times over in search of better equipment. Also, I heard a new potion shop opened in the eastern slums of Kalor. Apparently, they're selling black phenol. Do you know who the owner is? Sleepy Fox probed. He suspected Nie Yan was the owner of this shop. It was when he recalled Nie Yan selling him so many bottles of black phenol at once that he started to connect the dots. Even if this shop wasn't Nie Yan's, he was definitely connected to it in one way or another. That shop still hadn't sold out of black phenol, seemingly possessing an endless supply. If there wasn't a formidable power behind it, how was it possible to run such a large business operation? I do, it was opened by one of my friends. Unfortunately, he isn't fond of being in the spotlight, so that's all I can say, Nie Yan answered after thinking for a while. It was better to keep some matters hidden. Ah, so it was like this. Oh, I almost forgot, you're still busy leveling, right? I shouldn't disturb you any longer then. Let's talk some other time. Thanks, I'll see you later. Sleepy Fox call had suddenly reminded him of a certain matter. Since he was so busy dealing with monsters these past 2 days, which constantly left him on edge, he had completely forgotten to check up on his shop. Since he was mainly focused on retrieving the Chapter of Freedom, it would be a while before he would be able to return to the city. However, he recalled that there was a section in the chat that automatically posted news from it. He had never opened one in his previous life, so he hadn't developed the habit of monitoring its progress. He searched around a bit before finding the shop notice window. When he opened it, a large row of messages covered his vision and left him in a momentary daze. 02, 39 noticed Starry Night Potion Shop has sold black phenol recipe for 30 silver. 02, 40 noticed Starry Night Potion Shop has sold Black Phenol X12 for 7 silver, 20 copper. 02, 40 noticed Starry Night Potion Shop has sold Black Phenol Recipe X1 for 30 silver. 02, 41 noticed Starry Night Potion Shop has sold Black Phenol Recipe X1 for 30 silver. Nie Yan's eyes widened in shock as notices flooded his screen. He never expected the shop to sell so much in only 2 days. Over the last few days, the activity surrounding Social Valley, instead of lessening, had actually increased substantially. Even though the drops from the dungeon were good and the werewolves there gave decent experience, the main reasoning behind this event was due to rumors of a new dungeon opening soon. For the sake of being better prepared when it opens, various players and guilds were feverishly gathering better equipment to improve their strength. As a consequence, the demand for Black Phenol was greatly magnified. So, when the supply in the auction house eventually ran out, the major guilds began taking note of the Starry Night Potion Shop. Unfortunately, the Black Phenol and Black Phenol recipes there were excessively overpriced. It was as if they were being squeezed for everything they had. However, since the owner was nowhere to be found, there was no one to negotiate with. Thus, after struggling for a long period of time, they finally caved in and began buying the shop's goods one after another. Despite being fully aware that they were being cheated, there was nothing they could do because the only place left that had Black Phenol and Black Phenol recipes for sale was this single shop in the middle of the slums. Oftentimes, this was just the way the world worked. After summarizing 2 days' worth of sales, he had earned another 25 gold. In terms of earning money, who would be able to compete with him? With more money in his pockets, he planned to rapidly expand his capital. After all, if he left it sitting there, its purchasing power would only slowly depreciate, because as the players gradually advanced in level, the value of in-game currency would definitely fall. Furthermore, since he had reached level 10, it was finally possible for him to use the transfer point to teleport to other cities, allowing him to proceed to the next phase of his plan. His ambitions didn't stop only at Kalor as he planned to purchase land in other cities too, but he wouldn't get the chance if he was late. The competition over in-game real estate was extremely fierce. Who would wait for others when all of these properties were being quickly eaten up? Not to mention, his act of monopolizing the Black Phenol market also had an underlying effect. It would reduce the capital of the major guilds at least by some extent, slowing their rate of expansion while rapidly increasing his own. Having received some good news, Nie Yan's mood instantly took a turn for the better. He had already figured out, as well as memorized, the movements of these numerous patrolling vampires and, simultaneously, thought out a suitable plan. Although there was one small flaw in his plan, he still resolved to give it a try. Nie Yan stared at the darkness below and walked the route he would take in his head. Finally, he jumped off the pillar, activating stealth the moment he came in contact with the ground before disappearing into the background. If he wished to stay outside of the detection range of these vampires, he needed to stay at least 10 meters away from them, which was exceedingly hard as he was no longer able to overlook their position from atop the pillar. Thus, he could only madly rush forward while strictly following the route he memorized in his heart. He was completely relying on memory. Fortunately, he was confident enough that even if he was running around in the dark or his eyes were shut, he would still more or less be able to find his way. After traversing about 50 meters, he came to a halt and held his breath. Only 10 meters ahead of him was a group of vampires passing by before eventually moving into the distance. Afterwards, a group of vampires appeared from the rear and were walking in his general direction. Noticing this, Nie Yan rapidly sped up and hurried forward in order to avoid them. Like this, he was constantly running and stopping. After a mere 100 meters, he had already evaded over 30 groups of patrolling vampires. His memory, though not the best of the best, was undoubtedly excellent. After madly rushing another 30 meters, he came to a halt once more, having finally arrived within 30 meters of the Lord-class vampire earls. These earls wore brightly colored attires and possessed fair, beautiful complexions. Their azure eyes were keenly scanning the area around them. While maintaining his stealth, he looked past the vampire earls at the very top of the square stone platform where a delicate, black wooden box was placed. A mere glance instantly caused his heartbeat to race uncontrollably. The chapter of freedom was nearly within reach. As long as he was able to get a hold of it, it would belong to him. Then, he could safely teleport away with the unknown transfer scroll. Suddenly, 3 groups of patrolling vampires emerged from different directions. Nie Yan took a deep breath while trying to maintain a calm breathing pattern. The following step would be the most important. If he was able to avoid these 3 patrolling groups, he would have at least 30 seconds to get past the Lord-class vampire earls and seize the chapter of freedom. However, he wasn't fully confident whether he was in an absolutely safe spot. The reason he had taken his time staying up on that pillar for so long was because there were simply too many patrolling groups near the stone platform. 2 of the patrolling groups were now extremely close to the 10-meter range, forcing him to take even more care as one wrong step would lead to him being discovered. This was simply toying with death. As the 3 groups of vampires made their patrols, they were drawing closer and closer to Nie Yan. Very soon, they would cross the 10-meter range. Seeing this scene, a huge lump emerged in his throat. Calm down. He slowly calmed his mind as he stared at the patrolling vampires nearby. The size of each patrolling group was fairly large. Some had several dozen in their ranks while others had over 100. In any case, he was clearly able to see their sinister appearances. One group left the square followed by another. Apparently, Nie Yan's hopes were being fulfilled. However, at this moment, an intense shout penetrated the air, shattering the silence in the square. Nie Yan quickly locked onto the source of the sound. A vampire had discovered him. Subsequently, all of the vampires drew their attention to him, including the vampire earls up ahead. Upon noticing an intruder, all of them went into an uproar. Shit, they saw me. There was not an ounce of hesitation in Nie Yan's mind nor any to his movements. He whipped out a basic haste scroll and tore it immediately. Then, with as much strength as he could muster, he sprinted towards the chapter of freedom. This was his final chance. If he failed to retrieve the chapter, then he would be forced to escape with his unknown transfer scroll and wait until the next opportunity arose. It was quite possible that he would never get another chance prior to level 20. After all, without the unknown transfer scroll or something similar to save his life, he would never dare to come here to seize the chapter of freedom. When the vampire earls noticed his presence, they immediately dashed forward with an extremely fast speed, seemingly leaving after images. In the meantime, countless vampires began pursuing him from the rear, cutting off all paths of retreat. A vampire lunged forward, causing him to spin to the side to avoid it. Not daring to slow down, he made a mad dash. Damn it. If only flash powder, web scrolls, or sheep transformation scrolls were effective. If only I had Tempest Step, or Advancing Dash. If only. However, there was no time for ifs. The present Nie Yan was only level 10. He was no longer a level 180 great thief. He could only rely on his limited set of skills to display his limits. In the previous timeline, when he was level 10, he was an ordinary player who couldn't be any more mediocre. However, everything he did was completely unaverage and out of the ordinary, just like what he was doing now. He still hadn't reached his limit. He was like the wind as he rapidly drew close to the chapter of freedom. It was only about 7 meters away, so close. He already took out the unknown transfer scroll and tightly held it in his hand. As long as he retrieved the chapter of freedom, he would scram. The numerous hordes of vampires in the rear were quickly left behind in his dust. At that moment, Nie Yan suddenly noticed the two vampire earls just in front of him. They bore their fangs and claws as bloody streaks of light flashed toward him. In the instant that the earls clawed at him, he ducked his head and lunged forward, then with his right arm bracing the ground, he did a flip and dodged the earls' attacks. Hiss, hiss, they angrily screeched as their attacks struck empty air. Now only 3 meters from the stone platform, he stared at the black wooden box containing the chapter of freedom and activated the silk spinner ring's ability. Soon, a web line shot into the air and stuck to the wooden box. With a hard tug, it flew into the air toward him. Lunging forward once again, he extended his left arm and caught the box before transitioning into a roll. He had obtained the chapter of freedom. Though, the celebrations were cut short as he suddenly found himself unable to budge an inch. It was as if an invisible force had firmly bound him. In the rear, one of the earls swiped its sharp claws toward the back of his head. It seemed, in the next moment, his brains were going to be splattered all over the ground. However, an intense white light suddenly burst forth from Nie Yan's palm. As the earl's claws made contact with his head, unexpectedly, there was no blood or gore. The earl paused for a moment in a daze. Since it had low intelligence, it had no idea what was happening. Nie Yan's entire body had turned illusory. In the next instant, he disappeared without a trace. The earl's attack had missed. When Nie Yan opened his eyes, his heart was still rapidly beating. Just a moment ago, if he had been even a millisecond. He never expected the earls to possess Spirit Bind. Such a skill was simply too terrifying. Spirit Bind was a skill exclusive to monsters and could be used when they were within 3 meters of the enemy. Upon activation, both the user and the target would be unable to move for 5 minutes. As long as the earl that targeted him didn't die, he would have been stuck there for the whole duration. Unless he had teleportation, a nullifying skill, or something along those lines, there would be no chance of escape. Fortunately, he had activated the unknown transfer scroll just in the nick of time. Otherwise, his brains would have been splattered all over the floor of the tomb. He had re-emerged in the barren wasteland with no idea where he was. However, he could at least confirm that he was in Hem's wasteland. There was a group of skeleton fighters charging toward him, so he quickly sprinted away. As he ran, he was no longer able to hold back the emotions stirring in his heart and excitedly opened the box that contained the chapter of freedom. A chapter from the Book of Order appeared before his eyes. This was one of the chapters from the first volume, the chapter of freedom. Nie Yan quickly examined the chapter's properties. Chapter of freedom. Description: the 6th chapter from the first volume of the Book of Order, an incomplete piece of the legendary book. Properties: receive 2 dexterity and 1 skill point every 5 levels. Stealth plus 15, cloak plus 15, reflex plus 15, strength plus 30. Disappear, allows the player to stealth in the middle of combat. Has a certain probability of avoiding the enemy's attack. Passive, stealth plus 20. Sacrificial Gambit, sacrifice 30% of your current health for a 50% chance to deal 200% damage, 20% to deal 300% damage, or 10% chance to deal 500% damage. Cooldown, 2 days 1/2. Restrictions, can only be used by a member of the Righteous Guardian of Order. Note, item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's bag. With 2 chapters from the Book of Order in his bag, Nie Yan suddenly felt reinvigorated as a wave of joy and relief washed over him. Now that he had these 2 chapters by his side, there was simply no comparison between the current him and his former self. Disappear was an exceptional life-saving skill. In his previous timeline, it enabled quiet life to turn the tide of battle or escape the grasp of death unscathed on multiple occasions. As such, one could imagine just how vital this skill was to the success of both him and victorious return. As for Sacrificial Gambit, Nie Yan already possessed 360 health, 30% of that would be around 100. In other words, once the skill was activated, he had a 50% chance of dealing 200 damage, 20% chance of dealing 300 damage, or 10% chance of dealing 500 damage. Although there was a 20% chance of missing, in terms of potential single target damage output, it was still an extremely terrifying skill. In that respect, Sacrificial Gambit classified as an advanced thief skill. Although a 2-day cooldown might seem a little excessive, such a powerful skill naturally demanded some restrictions in place, much like Elemental Palace magic and Templar magic which had similar drawbacks. Not to mention, there was also Adjudicator of God, the skill from the Chapter of Courage, which required 10 full days before it could be used again. To this date, the skill had still yet to come off cooldown. Even if used efficiently, he would only be able to cast such a skill 36 times a year at most. With Adjudicator of God, Disappear, and Sacrificial Gambit, Nie Yan reckoned he was pretty close to tackling another chapter from the Book of Order, but now wasn't the right time. Checking his stats, he confirmed that his strength had risen to 83. If he learned the 5 passive skill books he had requested from Sleepy Fox, then figured out a way to raise his strength by a few more points, he would finally be able to equip Sulgate's boots. How's things on your side? Nie Yan sent a message to Tang Yao. Not bad, I'm still grinding on the skeletons. My arcane fairy is only at 67% though. Hell, why is it so hard to rank it up? I've been at it for 2 days already. I swear I'm about to die from boredom. If I took the experience for myself instead, I would have already been level 10. Tang Yao said in a gloomy and dissatisfied tone. Well, I don't really know what to say. Arcane fairies are just difficult to raise. Hold out for another day or 2, alright. Nie Yan chuckled. In truth, this sort of monotonous grinding was like a form of torture for someone as restless as Tang Yao. Then again, his brother's temperament could use a bit of grinding and tempering. Sigh. I understand, Tang Yao replied dejectedly. Rather than 1 or 2 days, he would be here for at least 3 more. After all, if he stayed here to train for another 2 days after raising his fairy's rank, he would easily be able to reach level 10 or higher. Naturally, he didn't want to let such an opportunity slip by, since if he wanted to come back here, he would need to fork over another 20 silver for the transfer fee. Not to mention, without the skeleton Kodo's protection, he would have no way of reaching these sandy dunes. Well, you should keep leveling. I'll be returning to the city first, but before that, did you bring a return scroll with you? I can give you one if you didn't. No worries, I brought one. I'll be fine on my own. Ah, alright, I'll be leaving then. Catch you later. Nie Yan found a spacious and empty area before he began channeling a return scroll. After a brilliant flash of light, he was teleported back to Kalor. Have you found the skill books for backstab and eviscerate yet? Nie Yan sent Sleepy Fox a message as he leisurely strolled toward the auction house. We found them. Where are you right now? I'll have someone deliver them to you. Kalor. I'll be beside the auction house entrance. Gotcha, someone will be there in 5 minutes tops. Nie Yan patiently waited at the auction house entrance. Soon, a player from Holy Empire found him and initiated a trade, placing 7 skill books in the trade window. Here are the items our guild leader asked me to give you. Here's the 30 silver as payment. He placed the money in the trade window. Alright, thanks. After receiving the payment, the Holy Empire player said goodbye before departing. Nie Yan scanned over these skill books. Backstab and eviscerate were both active skills that dealt decent damage. This left him quite satisfied since he was currently lacking such skills, hence why he had asked Sleepy Fox to search for a few. Afterwards, he glanced over at the 5 remaining skill books. Power of the Barbarian, Primal Strength, Strength Amplification, Strength of the Restless, and Power of the Warlock increased strength by 6, 5, 5, 5, and 6 respectively. Despite being uncommon, skill books such as these were fairly inexpensive. Although their efficiency was limited, and thieves didn't place much importance on strength, once they entered Nie Yan's hands, it became an entirely different matter. After learning the 5 passive skills, his strength rose to 110. Now, he was only 20 points away from his target of 130. This gap could be easily remedied. He proceeded into the auction house and sat down in a corner. After purchasing all equipment and consumables that protected against petrification, he opened up the gems section in the auction house's catalog, whereupon a dazzling display of glittering jewels was presented before his eyes. After searching for strength gems, immediately hundreds of results were projected on the display. The strength gems were all of the lowest quality, strength plus 3. If he wished to socket them, then he would need to bring them over to a jewelsmith and pay a fee of 3 silver. In ordinary circumstances, most players would never part with this such a sum after all. Equipment was swapped out too often at this stage of the game. If socketed on a good piece of equipment, there was the fear that the piece of equipment would be wasted. If socketed on a mediocre piece of equipment, then it was a waste of money. Therefore, player demand for strength gems greatly declined, which was why their price was somewhat on the low side, costing only 3 silver. Nie Yan spent 24 silver to purchase 8 strength gems. Afterwards, he headed over to a jewelsmith and socketed 2 gems each into his gloves, shoulder guards, leg guards, and leather chest armor. After spending close to 50 silver, his strength had finally reached 130. Having finished this long and arduous journey, he attained a level of strength that was hard if not impossible to reach for an average thief of his level. And so, Nie Yan was able to equip Sulgate's boots without any problems. Thanks to this amazing piece of equipment, his stats were greatly increased once more. Not to mention, with the shadow dance skill, his ability to survive was enormously improved. He happily admired the boots on his feet. With their sleek design and the elegant yet unassuming runes etched into them, they emitted a beautiful glow that didn't appear too ostentatious, further adding to the mysteriousness of this fragmented legendary great item. Afterwards, he turned off the visual effects and began strutting around as he broke them in, feeling extremely satisfied while doing so. A level 10 thief wearing such good equipment. From an ordinary player's perspective, this was an unimaginable occurrence. Sigh, how long will it be till I can wear a complete legendary great item? Now that would be really awesome, Nie Yan muttered under his breath. However, legendary great items were simply too rare and unimaginably difficult to obtain. In his past life around when he was level 120, Conviction's game developers had released some statistics. In all of Atlanta, there was a total of over 50,000 pieces of legendary grade equipment scattered across the continent. In the Viridian Empire, there existed roughly 10,000. Yet the number that fell into players' hands didn't exceed 20. Many players owned fragments, but very few were able to collect all of the pieces to make a whole. As for the so-called godly equipment that players like to brag about, they were no more than sub-legendary or fragments of a larger whole. Nie Yan walked toward the eastern district to check up on his potion shop since he was unaware of how the situation had developed over the past several days. A few minutes later, he arrived at the shop where he occasionally saw 1 or 2 players walk in and out. All of them wore relatively good equipment. Presumably, they were errand runners belonging to the major guilds. Welcome back, my lord. Insei Rais hastily greeted after noticing his arrival. Nie Yan slightly nodded in reply before reviewing the shop's earnings, 28 gold. Following the opening of the new dungeon, the major guilds would shift their attentions away from Social Valley, meaning the demand for black phenol would gradually diminish. At that point, he would sell for whatever he could get. Thus, it was imperative that he emptied his stock as quickly as possible. My lord, yesterday and the day before, Mr. Quiet Nanan, Mr. Still Grieving, and many others who saw your hiring sign came inquiring about your presence, but I was unable to reach you. Insei Rais handed over a large list of names containing in the excess of 60 to 70 individuals. They were all alchemists that had come to apply for the advertised position. Even though the Starry Night potion shop only sold one type of product and had just opened, the black phenol stir had left many players shaken and wondering about the connections and financial resources of the shop owner. So when this mysterious figure began hiring, many alchemists flocked over in the hopes of gaining benefits. I didn't think there would be so many people. Nie Yan couldn't help but feel a little shaken as he skimmed through the list of names. Name, Still Grieving. Occupation, Junior Alchemist. Name, Quiet Nanan. Occupation, Junior Alchemist. After going through all of them, he counted 67 individuals. Surprisingly, there were 12 who were already junior alchemists. Among them, he found several familiar names that were fairly famous in his past life. 8 years from now, if they continued along their paths unaltered, both Quiet Nanan and Still Grieving's net worths would be over 100 million. Although he wasn't as famous as say someone like Bird Leaves No Eggs, he was still a top figure in the alchemist circle. The game had only recently opened, so they likely still hadn't found masters yet. As for the others on the list, they were also notable alchemists that had no lack of fame. If he personally interviewed these alchemists, then naturally his connection to the Starry Night potion shop would be exposed. Among the potential hires, there were certainly a few who came harboring hidden motives. However, if he insisted on hiding his identity, he wouldn't be able to get any business done. After pondering for a moment, he called Bird over to the shop. Out of the people by his side, Bird could at least be considered trustworthy, so having him manage the shop shouldn't pose any problems. By placing him in the foreground, he would still be able to act from behind the scenes as the mysterious shop owner. Nie Yan rejected the applicants who didn't have a good reputation in his previous lifetime before sending a message to the rest, telling them to come over to the Starry Night potion shop for an interview. Altogether, 10 junior alchemists and 26 apprentice alchemists received a request to be interviewed. Even if he were restricted to only employing half of them, that would still be good enough. As for Quiet Nanan and Still Grieving, who were famous alchemists in his past life, he would spare no expense in hiring them. Nie Yan went into deep thought. If he were to spend 5 gold, he would be able to upgrade the shop from Tier 1 to Tier 2. The benefits received from this included increased floor space and a second-story expansion, which he had already set out plans for. On that floor, the hired alchemists would each receive their own personal workshop. Furthermore, they would be barred from carrying any of the shop's medicinal ingredients outside, making for easy supervision while preventing people from stuffing their own pockets. In this fashion, even if he invited a few unscrupulous individuals, he would have nothing to fear. He eventually came to a decision. If he seized the moment by developing the shop right now, it would eventually become a golden goose that would provide him with a steady source of income. Besides, from his perspective, 5 gold was an investment he was willing to undertake. System, are you certain you wish to upgrade Starry Night Potion Shop to a Tier 2 shop? The upgrade will cost 5 gold. Yes. The Starry Night Potion Shop transformed into a structure of even greater splendor, appearing all the more conspicuous in this slum of short, run-down buildings. Presently, in the entirety of Kalor, no other such shop existed. Now a 2-story building that towered over its surroundings, the Starry Night Potion Shop gained an exterior constructed entirely out of white stone. Radiating a dazzling brilliance, the shop was breathtaking to behold. With intricate, beautiful designs carved into each pillar and crossbeam, they left any who gazed upon them in a state of reverie. Even the interior of the shop received a makeover, as the furnishings and containers appeared ever tidy and pleasant to the eye. Shortly after being summoned, Bird entered the shop through the doorway. Boss, I'm here. Bird called out as he staggered into the shop and glanced around, seemingly lost in admiration. It really is a Tier 2 shop. I wonder who the owner is, he couldn't help but inwardly exclaim. Good, I have a little task for you, Nie Yan acknowledged, then continued, starting from today, I'll be leaving you in charge of this potion shop, at least for now. And I'll assign you with a few tasks. As for benefits, if the shop does well, you'll receive a bonus at the end of each month. Naturally, I won't overload you with work. After all, your main goal should still be improving as an alchemist since according to basic convention, you'll only start getting a salary when you become a junior alchemist. Wait, you're the one who opened this shop. Bird emotionally exclaimed. He knew Nie Yan was wealthy, but he never expected him to be this wealthy. He heard from others that buying up a plot of land took at least 1 gold, opening a shop required 2 gold, and upgrading one cost upwards of 5. Such exorbitant prices would leave the vast majority of players overwhelmed, wallowing in despair at their own inability. As for him, the prospect of opening up a shop was similar to staring at the clouds on the horizon, beautiful but perhaps eternally out of reach. However, even though he was only acting as the shop manager, being entrusted with such a responsibility left him feeling touched and filled him with great satisfaction. Of course I'm the one who opened it. Why else would I ask you to be the manager? Anyway, let's get down to business. In a little while, a batch of potential hires will be arriving through these doors for an interview. For now, I don't want to reveal myself, so I want you to hire them in my place. As for the relevant arrangements and information, I'll send them over to you in a bit. I understand. Bird simply nodded his head. In that respect, Bird could be considered quick-witted, almost immediately understanding the underlying meaning of these words. For some reason or another, Nie Yan didn't wish for his identity as the shop owner to be known to the public. As for the exact reason why, he didn't dare to ask. Good, since you seem to understand, let's move on to explaining your job. The NPC over there is Insei Rais. He's the sales clerk of this shop on the first floor, while the second floor is a workshop for the alchemists. For you to be able to do your job, I'll allow you the privilege of withdrawing a portion of the shop's money from him. Use it to buy alchemy ingredients so the workshop upstairs is always fully stocked. At the end of each day, bring everything that was produced over to him, because he'll be in charge of selling them. As for setting the prices, you can ask me. Finally, there's one more slightly inconvenient task I need to ask of you. Give me a report of the shop's income and expenses at the end of each week. Since the system automatically calculates that for you, it shouldn't eat up too much of your time, Nie Yan instructed. Whenever something came to mind, he would supplement with further detail on the spot. As Nie Yan spoke, Bird quickly noted his words down lest he forget, though it seemed his daily workload wasn't going to be all that much. As long as he properly managed the shop, everything would be fine. Nie Yan thought, if it's like this, then even if I don't personally manage the shop, it should still be able to operate smoothly under the procedures of set. Plus, there shouldn't be any flaws in these policies either. Suddenly, he spotted a hesitant look in Bird's eyes, as if he wished to say something yet didn't dare to. What? If you have something to say, just say it, Nie Yan said as he glanced at Bird. Boss, it's like this. With so many people applying, many of them already being junior alchemists, why did you pick me? Bird hesitated for a moment before finally asking the question that was brewing in his heart. If he hadn't, it would have kept gnawing away at the back of his mind. Nie Yan chuckled in response, then said, it's simply because I felt you were more deserving of trust than others, that's all. Trust, huh? Bird took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he last heard anyone say that to him. When he was at his lowest, even the dogs would avoid him. When he chose the name Bird leaves no eggs, he did so as a subtle jab at himself. However, since then, he had staggered along and crawled to his current position. If he were to turn timid or afraid now, then he would be no more than a useless scoundrel. Especially in a time where no one believed him, having even a single individual put faith in him meant that much more. Thank you, Bird said from the bottom of his heart. Nie Yan simply smiled. After explaining the matters regarding managing the shop, he continued, there are 2 alchemists you should be especially mindful of. The first is Quiet Nanan while the other is Still Grieving. Listen carefully to their conditions for employment, then inform me of them. With those 2, as long as they didn't go overboard with conditions, he would happily employ them. Alright, I understand. Bird nodded his head, though he felt a bit of unease creep into his heart. After all, these 2 were junior alchemists while he was but a mere apprentice alchemist with a below-average concocting success rate. It was no wonder he was feeling slightly pressured. Bird had yet to fully embark on the path that would lead to him becoming the alchemy king. So at present, he was no different from an ordinary apprentice alchemist. How long will it take you to become a junior alchemist? Nie Yan asked. I think, another 3 or 4 days at least. Nie Yan nodded, then said, hurry up and practice. Here, this is a junior magic resonance potion recipe. When Quiet Nanan and Still Grieving join, give it to one of them and have them start production immediately. These potions should fetch a decent price in the current market. Right, I'll pick the one with the higher production rate, Bird responded, although he couldn't help but feel dejected. If he were already a junior alchemist, then Nie Yan wouldn't feel the need to hand over such a valuable recipe to others. However, he wasn't a narrow-minded person. He understood that he had to rely on his own ability if he wished to accomplish anything. If he wasn't up to the task, then it was only natural for Nie Yan to pass it on to someone who was. The relationship between a contracted alchemist and the employer was roughly the same as a mutual collaboration. By providing them with alchemy ingredients and recipes, as well as being in charge of selling their concoctions, the employer would receive a majority of the profits while the alchemist would receive a base wage and a smaller share. If the alchemist received a lucrative recipe from the employer, meaning the concoctions they created sold well, then they too would be able to bask in the profits. However, if the employer provided a recipe that wasn't profitable, then both parties wouldn't earn much. Don't worry, there'll be better recipes in the future. I have a few anti-petrify potion recipes with me. Hand one to each of the junior alchemists and tell them to focus their production on these. I've also stocked the workshop upstairs with various kinds of alchemy ingredients, 7,000 portions to be precise. 2,000 of them are for anti-petrify potions, Nie Yan said. After so many visits to the auction house, he had already amassed a large quantity of potions, recipes, and the various ingredients required to create it. He also acquired over 80 pieces of equipment with resist petrify plus 7 or higher. He purchased most of them for under 30 copper while buying the ones with better properties for 50 copper at most. Unlike anti-petrify potions, the demand for black phenol would slowly dwindle over time because, aside from the werewolves in Social Valley, there weren't many other places that had monsters with fear toxin. As for anti-petrify potions, they would be useful for quite a long time even after the hype around Medusa's lair died down. Therefore, their price would always remain stable. Although Nie Yan had purchased a large quantity of anti-petrify potions, the amount being poured into the marketplace was simply too much. Even though he would still have an influence on the market, causing the price of anti-petrify potions to rise, he wouldn't be able to hold a monopoly over the market like he did with black phenol. Nonetheless, the price of anti-petrify potions would still rise by at least 5 times. A 400% return on investment was enough to make most people go wild with joy. Medusa's lair was known as one of the harder and more profitable dungeons. Hence, the teams that were able to run it were also ones that could afford the related expenses. The most valuable was still the equipment with resist petrify. Although the Gorgons didn't particularly have high attack, their petrify ability was extremely difficult to deal with. If the player continuously used anti-petrify potions to remove the status effect, then the number of potions consumed in a day would be staggering. However, if the player's resist petrify stat was 14 or higher, then there was basically no need to fear being petrified. If 3 or more frontliners were outfitted with resist petrify gear, a team would be able to save at least 20 silver after running Medusa's lair for a day. However, frontliners couldn't wear too many pieces of equipment with low defensive stats. Optimally, they would only have 1 or 2. Otherwise, if it were 3 or more, the decline in survivability would completely tank and the team could easily be wiped. As a result of this, the value of equipment with resist petrify plus 7 or higher became that much more apparent. A single piece of such equipment, no matter how lacking it was in other categories, would sell for at least 10 silver. And just like that, he would be able to make a profit of at least 8 gold or more. After settling the matters regarding the potion shop, Nie Yan was preparing to leave, when suddenly, a 26-year-old man in an ash-gray robe walked into the building. He glanced at both Nie Yan and Bird before his gaze finally rested on Nie Yan's body. Excuse me, do you two know if the shop owner is here? The player asked. From his perspective, between Bird, an apprentice alchemist, and Nie Yan, the latter looked more likely to be the owner. As Bird's gaze fell on the player's neck, he noticed the collar of his robe was embroidered with a flower design using silver silk. A hint of envy flashed through his eyes. It was exactly this silver flower design that represented a dream that he had yet to achieve. It signified the honor of a junior alchemist. Nie Yan shot a glance at Bird from the corner of his eye. Finally, Bird walked up to greet the player. I'm the owner of this shop. Do you have any business here? Bird answered. He didn't seem the least bit hesitant or lacking in confidence. In fact, he actually somewhat possessed the airs of an owner. Ah, I see. My name is Quiet Nanan. I heard you were hiring alchemists, the player responded. When he heard Bird announce himself as the shop owner, he was truly quite taken aback. However, on second thought, it did make some sense. The genuinely wealthy players often wore plain and simple clothing. With so many major guilds recruiting, you shouldn't have any trouble finding work as a junior alchemist. So why did you come here and apply to my establishment instead of working for those major guilds? Bird answered back with a question as he stared fixedly at Quiet Nanan. Ho, Nie Yan lightly nodded his head in approval. Earlier, he had informed Bird that he didn't want players with hidden motives joining his shop. It seemed Bird was quite prudent and knew exactly what sort of questions to ask. Yikes, I barely stepped foot through the door, yet you're already throwing me curveballs. Let's see. Of course there's no point in joining a weak guild. That's why I've been searching for a strong backer this whole time. When I found out about this shop, I was almost certain that it had a strong backer acting from behind the scenes, but I didn't know exactly who. Perhaps a financial group or a major guild. I'm not sure which, but I'm certain it's an entity with a terrifying amount of resources. It hasn't been long since the servers opened, but you've already got a shop open when even the major guilds don't. That's why I'm applying here, to see if my intuition was correct. Quiet Nanan responded in a frank and very direct manner. He felt using flowery words to praise and flatter would have sounded insincere, so he chose to go with a more direct approach. How many days had passed since the game's release? Probably half a month at most. Yet a tier 2 shop had already sprung up in this region of the city. Even if it was located in the slums, how could such an event go unnoticed? Bird nodded his head in approval, then said, we offer a 10% cut to contracted alchemists at your rank. Are you still willing to join? So low. The other guilds offered at least 20% plus a base salary. Quiet Nanan furrowed his brows. This offer was simply too stingy. He'd be much better off joining a small guild. Even Nie Yan couldn't help but be taken by surprise when he heard Bird's offer. He had given Bird full authority in hiring alchemists. As long as the cut was 30% or lower, Bird had full power in making the decision. Plus, for players like Quiet Nanan and still grieving, he was even allowed to offer a few additional benefits as incentives to getting them to join. Never did he expect that Bird would open with such a low offer. Just what would he do to convince these alchemists to stay? Nonetheless, Nie Yan held the firm belief of not suspecting those he employed and not employing those he felt were suspect. As such, he planned to stick through and observe how this scene would unfold. Bird replied to Quiet Nanan in a calm and collected manner. We don't offer a base salary here because such a thing is negligible. What we do offer though, is an inexhaustible supply of alchemy ingredients and a lucrative platform to sell your concoctions on. If you want to earn big, the floor above has just what you need, ingredients, enough to keep you busy from morning to sundown. Moreover, we have enough personal workshops to provide one to each new hire. To add to that, we're also planning on expanding rapidly, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. Nothing is out of our reach. Alchemists will be flocking to our doorsteps every single day. We'll become the largest potion shop in all of Kalor. Hence, only after you've proven yourself, by making this establishment a decent profit, will we even consider raising your share up from 10%. Listening to Bird boast so wildly, Nie Yan was left speechless as he broke into a wry smile. Still, this method was indeed suitable. Since human nature was so fickle, if an offer was too generous, then the other party might not show a sense of appreciation, as they might feel such treatment was naturally deserved. With Bird's method, however, not only was it persuasive, but he would also be able to secure their loyalty if he provided them with sufficient benefits in the future. Seeing this performance, any prior misgivings that Nie Yan held were completely swept away. Bird had shown that he was fully up to the task. Even if he didn't find success as an alchemist, perhaps he would do quite well in management. Perseverance, patience, and a focus on excellent character was the prerequisite for success. If someone possessed all of these traits, as long as they were provided with a good environment to grow, they would definitely flourish. As for those who had these traits yet didn't succeed, it wasn't because they lacked the ability but because they lacked a good platform to support their growth instead. So, as long as Nie Yan set up a decent stage, it was still possible for him to unearth many outstanding talents. Therefore, if he wished to seek out good seedlings, he couldn't only base his judgment off of those who had succeeded in his past life. Of course, those famous existences were much easier to find. Looking at it from this point of view, if they were readily available, then what reason did he have to ignore them? Quiet Nanan contemplated for a brief moment before replying, "Can I take a look at the second floor?" Bird covertly shot a glance at Nie Yan from the corner of his eye. Seeing the slight nod of approval, he said, "No problem, follow me." As the two began walking upstairs, Nie Yan sent Bird a whisper. "I'll be taking my leave. The shop is in your hands. Just like you said earlier, we'll be constantly expanding and recruiting more and more alchemists. Several dozen is too few, and several hundreds won't be enough either." "I understand, boss. Rest assured, you're leaving the shop's matters in good hands." Nie Yan possessed sufficient capital to invest. As for the question of whether a concoction would sell well in the future or if it would spike in value, he would always be able to put out an accurate judgment. Under his guidance, there would be absolutely no problems in the future business of the Starry Night Potion Shop. Not only that, but he wished for the Starry Night Potion Shop to transform into a behemoth that all future alchemists would aspire to work at. Aside from purchasing from the auction house, he still required another stable source of alchemy ingredients and recipes. Otherwise, the shop would be completely subject to the fluctuation of the market. If an entity capable of rivaling the shop were to arise in the future, then the Starry Night Potion Shop's inability to adapt would really start to show. While pondering over this problem, Sleepy Fox popped into his mind. If he had Holy Empire as a supplier, then he would no longer need to worry about finding a steady source of alchemy ingredients and recipes. What's more, he would also be able to secure a collaboration pact and gradually make their interests coincide. At that time, it was only because Cao Shu held control over Victorious Return and 4 other guilds that he was able to secure his powerful position. If Nie Yan wished to gain a foothold, then he couldn't rely solely on himself. However, at the same time, he couldn't be entirely reliant on others. Since he had returned to the past, every step that he took forward was incredibly firm. His strength, both personal and financial, was constantly growing. Even so, he was still well aware that his time was limited. When the game began merging with the real-world economy, he would have no choice but to face up against numerous enemies. The path he would walk in the future was going to be incredibly rocky. He had always felt a sense of urgency at the back of his mind, and it would only be pacified if he put in his greatest effort. After withdrawing 25 gold from the shop, Nie Yan walked out and headed for the auction house to acquire more anti-petrify related items. While here, he also purchased a large quantity of recipes, ingredients, and other items that might rise in value in the future. He sent all the alchemy-related items to the potion shop and deposited the equipment. As soon as he finished his business in the auction house, Nie Yan checked his personal storage. Inside, items of all shapes and sizes were tightly packed together. In total, the value of everything inside his storage was roughly 9 gold, and it was expected to rise by a significant margin in the future. Even with everything settled, he still had 16 gold remaining in his pockets. He headed over to the transfer point area to proceed with the next phase of his plan. "System, are you certain you wish to teleport to City of Jadeite, Hilderlock? The cost of teleporting to another city is 1 gold. The transfer fee was this high because there was a considerable travel distance between the two cities. This was also why there tended to be less travel to other cities." "Yes." A few seconds later, a fascinating city, one that seemed to come out of a dream, emerged before Nie Yan's eyes. As a matter of fact, this city was erected right in the center of a forest. Numerous tall trees towered high into the sky, covering the entire city in their shade. The forest's emerald green washed over the city's pure white buildings, creating a breathtaking and harmonious spectacle. This, when combined with the mottled sunlight that shone down from the canopy above, made for a matchless scene of beauty. Although there was a constant flow of players walking down the street, the bustle and liveliness here was much less than in Kalor. Hilderlock was one of 6 major cities in the Viridian Empire. The real estate here had the highest potential to rise in value because there were more high-level maps around the city. As such, the popularity of this place would progressively rise in the future. At the same time, Hilderlock had the fewest properties for sale. In total, there were only about a dozen or so plots listed. At present, there wasn't much attention on the city, but in the future, the land would become extremely expensive. The prosperous commerce in this city simply couldn't be compared with Kalor, but the prices were excessive beyond reason, at least several dozen times more expensive. Nie Yan was currently eyeing the potential of the real estate market here, which was his reason for coming. He definitely had to buy the most valuable property with the highest potential to appreciate. Only then would he get the most value out of his investment. He headed for the administrator's office located at the heart of the city. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the sight of a magnificent crystal palace flanked by courtyards on both sides. Each courtyard contained a fountain and a lush garden where various kinds of exceptionally beautiful flowers grew, all seemingly struggling over each other to stand out more. "Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Administrator Callan." He was Hilderlock's administrator, a slightly obese, middle-aged man with a robust stature and an amicable expression. "Greetings, adventurer from Kalor. You've come a long way. How I can help you?" "I'd like to purchase some property in Hilderlock." "I see. Then please follow me." Administrator Callan led Nie Yan inside. After entering the office, he was presented with a holographic model of the city which listed all available properties. "We have a total of 12 properties listed for sale distributed here, and furthermore here. We offer excellent quality service to those who would like to do business in Hilderlock. Not to mention, we also have laws to protect your interests. However, since you're not from this city, we have a regulation that you must follow. If a resident from another city wishes to purchase a piece property here, they will need to pay an additional 60% in fees. When reselling a property, there is also an additional exorbitant transfer fee, Administrat Callan explained. Nie Yan examined the 12 properties. The cheapest was 2 gold, but since he wasn't a resident of this city, it would cost 60% more. It would be best if he found a resident of the city to help him purchase property in his place, but unfortunately, he didn't have a trustworthy contact here. He glanced over the model of the city and quickly found the property he wished to purchase. It was located in an intersection by the southern gate of the city. The price was about 8 gold, and it was a considerably large property, perfect for a large auction house. Even if he had to pay 60% more, it would still be worth the purchase. In the future, the southern part of Hilderlock would become its most bustling area. This was because players would have to pass through this city to reach many of the soon-to-be major dungeons such as City of Gold. Not only that, but the southern gate was also to become a hot spot for players forming teams to run nearby dungeons. One could well imagine the potential for development in the future. I want to purchase this property, Nie Yan said as he pointed at the property near the southern gate. The price of this property is 8 gold. Since you're not a resident of the city, the total will come to 12 gold and 80 silver. After paying the money, he received the title deed for the property from Administrator Callan without any problems. With this piece of paper in his hand, he suddenly felt much more confident. As someone who experienced firsthand what it was like to be miserable and destitute, he understood that owning a piece of property was the best form of reassurance. The true worth of the property would only manifest itself in the future. So long as it was left there, its value would rise astronomically with each passing day. Going off whatever funds were remaining, the number of things Nie Yan could purchase became severely restricted. Now, even buying 1 or 2 plots would place him in dire straits. As such, his goal now was not to buy up whatever he could but rather to attempt to gather as much money as possible. After all, a single person was limited in what they were capable of. He could accomplish only so much by relying solely on himself. Hilderlock is a beautiful city, and its residents are kind and friendly. On behalf of the city, I'd like to extend my warmest greetings. Feel free to come here if you wish to purchase more properties, and I sincerely hope you have a pleasant time during your stay, Administrator Callan said. He smiled in a heartfelt manner and appeared rather affable. Nie Yan's eyebrows raised as Callan's words suddenly reminded him of a certain piece of information. According to rumors, the administrator of Hilderlock was the most good-natured out of all the administrators in the empire. What he loved the most was to hear players praise his city. I love Hilderlock. It truly is the most beautiful city I've been to. I would even go as far as to say that it's the most brilliant jewel of the empire. Nie Yan was by no means stingy with his praise as he glorified the city to no end, so much so that he was inwardly cringing at the words coming out of his mouth. Nonetheless, Administrator Callan seemed very enthused. As his eyes curved into crescents, his gaze became all the more friendly. System, you have received a favorable impression from Administrator Callan. Your influence in Hilderlock has increased by 7. Nie Yan never expected a few lines of flattery to produce such a result. He had actually obtained 7 points of influence. Hilderlock is indeed a beautiful place. This fact is undisputed. Let me tell you the story of how it came to be known as the City of Jadeite. Administrator Callan grabbed a hold of Nie Yan's hand and took advantage of the opportunity to tell him a few entertaining anecdotes. In the beginning, Nie Yan was only playing along, but then, as he listened more and more to the content of these stories, he became increasingly shocked. Callan told him about a golden city located south of Hilderlock. Although its fame spread far and wide across the continent, what very few people knew was that in the sea to the east of Hilderlock, there was a golden island. This zone was restricted to players above level 60, and it produced all sorts of precious gems in abundance. Reportedly, it was also the last known location of where the legendary grade weapon, Staff of the Adjudicator, was spotted. Callan also spoke of a mysterious master blacksmith named Crush, who took up residence in the northern district of the city. On Mondays and Wednesdays, he would put a selection of magical equipment up for sale. With Administrator Callan's introduction, he would be able to go over and take a look. Naturally, Callan also informed him of the coordinates to this place. If he was lucky, then he might even be able to snag 1 or 2 pieces of top-quality equipment. Apart from this, Callan also informed him of several locations he could visit to purchase uncommon low and intermediate level items. Nie Yan felt he had scored big time as he soaked in all of this valuable information. Suddenly, in the middle of their conversation, he picked up the sound of someone entering the building. He raised his head and saw a berserker heading toward them. He was wearing a full set of dark golden plate armor etched with pitch black grooves and studded with metal sawtooth spikes. With a massive two-handed sword strapped to his back, he made his way across the crystal floor. Every step he took made his armor shake with a rhythmic beat. For all intents and purposes, this man was armed to the teeth, and with his tall stature and heavy armor, he radiated a powerful and domineering aura. The berserker revealed a hint of shock when he spotted Nie Yan. After pausing momentarily, he walked straight over to them. The Metal Storm set, presently the best set for berserkers. Nie Yan's eyes narrowed as he activated Transcendent Insight to examine the other party. Kill Love, level 11. Profession, berserker. With such good equipment, there was no way he would believe the other party was some sort of no-name, run-of-the-mill player, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect it to actually be him. Kill Love was the leader of Hilderlock's number 1 guild, Battle-Crazed Alliance. During the peak of their power, they reportedly occupied 5 of the 6 strongholds in Hilderlock. He was fully deserving of his title as one of Hilderlock's overlords, because in the entire Viridian Empire, his strength was ranked in the top 5. It was only after a certain incident occurred that he withdrew himself from the power struggle. Apart from his resounding title in the game, as the owner of the Battle-Crazed gaming organization, he was a famous figure in reality as well. At present, he was ranked 5th on the leaderboards for berserkers, and it seemed he was only going to keep rising. In the previous timeline, Kill Love was an influential figure that Nie Yan had no hopes of interacting with. If he were to sign up for the leaderboards, he would probably be ranked in the top 200 at best. He had only been a step away from advancing to a shadow dancer, but who knows how many valiant adventurers before him had failed while taking that final step. In contrast, Kill Love was ranked as one of the top 3 berserkers. Never once had he fallen lower, and in his prime, he had held the number 1 position for over an entire year. It was his influence that had helped Hilderlock become so incomparably splendid. The gaming organization known as Battle-Crazed was always very powerful with 6 players in the top 30 of their respective class. With unshakable dominance and a reputation for battle, they used their guild to sweep across all of Hilderlock. Later on, they were even able to secure 2 strongholds in Moonlight City. When Victorious Return began their quest to take over the continent, Battle-Crazed Alliance had single-handedly resisted a combined assault from Victorious Return and Bloodlust Blades, causing them to suffer disastrous losses. With less than 100,000 members, they had beaten back the combined forces of Victorious Return and Bloodlust Blades, which totaled 600,000 players. For a short time, they were completely unrivaled, but under the influence of Sao Shu's meddling, they slowly began collapsing from within. Very quickly, close to 20 key figures left the gaming organization, leaving Kill Love and his battle-crazed alliance to face their eventual defeat. After that, many players began leaving the guild until only a little over half of the members remained. However, Kill Love and these 60,000 remaining members firmly held onto their last stronghold in Hilderlock. Even while being besieged by over 300,000 enemies, they remained unyielding and endured the assault, beating back the forces of Victorious Return and Bloodlust Blades countless times over. In the end, after being unable to make any progress, the two guilds ceased their assault and withdrew. With his unshakable willpower and determination, he succeeded in creating a legend out of his name. Although battle-crazed alliance only had 60,000 players remaining, those members were unified and held a deep, unwavering loyalty toward the guild akin to a kind of firm and deep-rooted belief. As for those deserters, whenever the guild was mentioned, they would all feel deeply ashamed. When they should have been fighting with their comrades on the stronghold walls, they had instead abandoned them and ran away. Compared to those members who had stuck with the guild to the very end, they were seen as nothing more than despicable traitors and cowardly trash. Fighting together against a powerful enemy, living and dying together, this was true camaraderie. Nie Yan deeply admired this type of sentiment, so toward Kill Love, he felt nothing but respect. Nice to meet you. I'm Kill Love, the man smiled and said in a forthright manner, pulling Nie Yan out of his reminiscing. His bearing and manner of speech made it very difficult for others to associate him with the violence-loving guild leader of battle-crazed alliance. Hi, I'm Nirvana Flame. Nie Yan nodded his head in acknowledgement. An enemy of his enemy was a friend. In his past life, Kill Love definitely wouldn't have had a battle to the death with Victorious Return and Bloodlust Blades for no reason. There was probably some previous conflict that carried over from another game. We haven't met before, have we? Kill Love asked. He would recognize any player in Hyderlock so long as they held even a little fame. Even if he hadn't met them yet, he would have at least heard of their name. Hence, Nie Yan's unfamiliar appearance and name filled him with curiosity. That's correct. I came here all the way from Kalor, Nie Yan responded. He didn't feel the need to conceal this information. Besides, with a little digging, Kill Love would have eventually found out anyway. Oh, Kalor. Quite a few big guilds are based there, right? Kill Love said. Although Hilderlock was one of the 6 major cities, compared to Kalor, it could only be considered a small city or big town. You don't seem to be part of any guild. I'm a solo player. So, no, I'm not part of a guild. You bought that plot of land over there? Kill Love asked in a surprised tone. He pointed at the southern part of the model. While walking over, he had happened to spot the model of the city through the office door. Yes. I've actually had my eye on that property for quite some time now. It was really hard for me to scrape together all the funds to afford it. Who knew that by the time I arrived, it would have already been bought by someone else? You have pretty good foresight, Kill Love said with a wry smile. One must know, he had spent 3 entire days scrounging for enough money to buy that property. Ah, what are the chances? Haha, it's nothing. I'll just buy a different plot of land, Kill Love said while waving his hand, choosing to drop the matter entirely. In that respect, he could be considered quite magnanimous. Excuse me, may I ask which property you would like to purchase? Administrator Callan smiled at Kill Love and asked. This one should be fine. Kill Love walked up to the model and pointed at a plot of land after which he and Administrator Callan completed the transaction. Even though the property he selected was a bit lacking compared to Nie Yan's, it was still in a prime location that would tremendously appreciate in value over time. Evidently, Kill Love had a very good eye for real estate. His high rank signified that he was quite proficient in the game. His strategic foresight probably didn't lose out to Nie Yan's by much. Encountering Kill Love this time around gave Nie Yan a wake-up call of sorts. Amazing players were everywhere in the game. If he had been a little bit later, the property he was eyeing would have been bought up by Kill Love instead. Moreover, since Kill Love was making a move, this meant the other guild leaders were probably beginning to purchase land as well. As these notable figures made their moves, the properties would be eaten up at a frightening pace. If he didn't hurry and secure a few more properties for himself, then he would very likely lose the chance in the near future. How about we add each other as friends? Another ally means another path. Also, are you interested in joining my guild? Considering your financial resources, it would be very beneficial if the both of us were to join forces. At least in Hilderlock, there won't be any guild that will be able to oppose us, Kill Love said. This was his true objective. Although Nie Yan's background was a mystery, he was a lone player who was able to afford a sum unimaginable to the vast majority of the player base. This in itself was worthy of paying attention to. Adding each other as friends is fine, but I'm a player who enjoys freedom. I'm not used to being tied down by a guild. Nie Yan tactfully declined his invitation. No problem, I understand, Kill Love replied. He didn't have high hopes in the first place. However, making a new contact wasn't too bad either. Since Nie Yan purchased a property in Hilderlock, they were almost certain to interact quite frequently with each other in the future. Whether they ended up as friends or enemies, it was better to know a little more about the other party first. After all, know thyself, know thy enemy. That was the only way to emerge victorious in any battle. System, Kill Love has sent you a friend request. Do you wish to accept? Yes. System, you have added Kill Love as a friend. Nie Yan only had one thought in his mind when he added Kill Love. Although the two parties weren't in conflict with each other for the time being, if there ever came a day when battle-crazed alliance decided to take up arms against Victorious Return, then Kill Love would become a potential ally Nie Yan would try to win over. Hey, I don't know when you plan to start developing your property in Hilderlock, but I'm hoping when that time comes, we can meet as friends rather than enemies. Kill Love noted down the name Nirvana Flame in his mind. He planned to do a little investigating on this new friend of his from Kalor and find out what powers he was affiliated with. If Nie Yan was an enemy, then he would abandon all pretense at politeness and do everything in his power to prevent him from establishing a presence here. For instance, if Nie Yan only planned to resell the property once it appreciated in value, then he would have nothing to say nor would he interfere. However, if Nie Yan wished to open up a business, he would guarantee that establishment would receive no customers. A strong dragon would not be able to suppress a snake in its burrow. Even if Nie Yan was a powerful and ferocious dragon, Kill Love had nothing to fear because Hilderlock was his home turf. Nie Yan understood that every city had its big shots, and without the appropriate strength or backing, it would be nearly impossible for him to gain any influence. He would find it very difficult to do business here if Kill Love were to become his enemy. However, since it was only a single plot of land, even if he didn't start a business, he would at least be able to make a fruitful return on his investment when the property's value appreciated in the future. I also hope we don't become enemies. Nie Yan faintly smiled. Although he and Kill Love had no reason to come into conflict nor were they likely to become enemies, no one knew for certain what fate would have in store for them. I still need to bring my team for a dungeon run, so let's chat again some other time. Hopefully our next conversation can be as friendly as this one. Kill Love wasn't willing to forge any sort of deep friendship. After all, if they were to get along now but became enemies in the future, it would complicate matters more than necessary. Alright, I'll see you later. A thought popped into Nie Yan's mind as he gazed at Kill Love's departing figure. Perhaps I should stroll around Hilderlock first, maybe visit that master blacksmith crush and see if there's any good gear I can buy. Then, I should probably go off and level again. He had spent more than 2 days exploring Hems. Given the leveling speed in Social Valley, those elites probably rose quite a bit in level as well. There's already a player with the Metal Storm set. It seems my actions so far still aren't enough. I'm still too slow. The Metal Storm set wasn't actually just one set but rather a line of warrior equipment sets that shared the same label. They were the Iron Storm set, Black Iron Storm set, Gold Storm set, Black Gold Storm set, Lumidium Storm set, and Black Lumidium Storm set. Each of these sets had strength prerequisites, and the lowest ranked, the Iron Storm set Kill Love War, already required the player to have 120 strength. Nie Yan had only been able to reach 130 strength because of the chapter of freedom, 5 passive skills, and strength gems. Yet Kill Love, on the other hand, was able to attain 120 strength without the added benefit from socketing his equipment. Moreover, when he equipped the Iron Storm set, his strength was increased by another 30%. That was a little too terrifying. Kill Love had the best gear out of all the players he had encountered so far. He was a player capable of being placed at the very top of the leaderboards, and Nie Yan couldn't help but wonder how many others out there were just as monstrous as him. It seems I'll have to speed up the pace on both leveling and gathering better equipment. Nie Yan no longer dallied as he bid farewell to Administrator Callan before heading off toward the northern region of Hilderlock. Returning to Kalor would cost him another gold. Besides, since he was already here, he might as well give Master Blacksmith Krusk's place a visit. There was no harm in doing so, and today just happened to be Wednesday. The buildings in Hilderlock were magnificent as ever as he walked along the emerald green streets paved with jadeite. While observing the sights, he distinctly noticed that the city seemed to be identical to the one in his memories. As he looked up toward the sky, he saw a bright halo formed by magical energy revolving over the city. Its presence added to the enchanting nature of this place that seemed to come out of a storybook. After walking around for 10 or so minutes, Nie Yan eventually came across a forked road. He glanced at the directions Administrator Callan gave him before taking the road on the left. He made twists and turns, and as he got farther, the streets became progressively more narrow. If not for having the exact coordinates, he would have believed himself to be lost. Yet truthfully, he really had no idea where he was. All he knew was that he had arrived at the outer reaches of the northern district, and that without Administrator Callan's aid, it would have been impossible for him to come here. As he proceeded forward, he strolled past several mage towers into a narrow alleyway that was only wide enough to fit a single person. 3 minutes later, he walked out from the other side and entered a wide clearing. There, he was greeted by an exquisite garden filled with various kinds of wildflowers in full bloom, many of which he didn't even know the names of. Even when being surrounded by numerous buildings, rays of sunlight still managed to reach them. The garden's location did not detract from its beauty, and on the contrary, it actually further added to the mystery of this place. At last, the long, narrow, and winding path led him here. Just past the garden, he saw an odd little cabin with a distinctive appearance. This should be the place. It really is hidden quite well, Nie Yan thought before walking over to the cabin. As he drew close, the door gently opened and a silhouette emerged from the cabin, following which an intoxicating fragrance invaded his nose. Nie Yan paused to stare at the figure. It was a female NPC. She wore a splendid dress with her hair coiled up into a tall fanciful bun. Her footsteps were graceful and elegant, and she radiated the airs of a person belonging to the higher class. This NPC should be a noble. This is Master Blacksmith Krush. She doesn't really fit the appearance though. Then again, Administrator Callan had never actually informed him of Master Blacksmith Krusk's gender. With transcendent insight, Nie Yan inspected the NPC's information. Delina, Countess of Hilderlock. The Countess of Hilderlock. Nie Yan immediately stood off to the side to let her pass. Nobles enjoyed a high degree of privileges in their respective city. If a player were to offend them, then they would have no hopes of living comfortably in that city. A player would only be able to enter the ranks of nobility, and thereby enjoy its associated privileges, by accumulating a great deal of honor and influence in a city. Even then, there was a strict system of hierarchy from lords, barons, marquises, and so on. For those who weren't, provoking a noble was basically a death wish since the city guards would not hesitate to do their dirty work. In passing, the Countess gave him a sideways glance. A brief moment later, 2 more nobles exited the cabin in succession, brushing past Nie Yan as they walked by. This place is more lively than I thought, Nie Yan thought as he set foot inside. In the very center of the room, he saw a round table with several dozen of the same pieces of equipment on display. There were also a dozen NPC nobles, both young and old, inside the cabin, all of whom wore extravagant clothing. One of them in particular stood out. It was an old man in an ash-gray robe standing beside the round table. With a tall and thin stature and a long flowing white beard, he very much resembled a wise old mage. If not for his careless slips, revealing his true wretched nature, then a person might not have noticed he was only keeping up a facade. This guy, he can't be a swindler, can he? Nie Yan raised his guard. Swindlers didn't only exist among players but NPCs as well. There wasn't always a reward for a quest. In some of them, if a player was careless and failed to see the main objective, they would end up falling into a false ending set up by the system. When that happened, the player would have no choice but to resign themselves to their bad luck. Putting aside that they accomplished nothing, they had also carelessly walked into a trap. Ladies and gentlemen, today's sale will be the same as the last. The first batch consists of 20 items, all with the exact same appearance. None of them have been appraised. Each one will cost 60 silver, but only one is real. The rest are counterfeits I created. If the genuine item is bought, then we'll move on to the next batch. There are only 3 batches remaining. Customers are limited to 3 purchases each. The best pieces of equipment are on the verge of being born. Among them, there's no lack of legendary grade equipment fragments. Are we all ready to begin? After the old man named Krush finished speaking, his eyes narrowed and he began tapping on the table with his fingers. The crowd of nobles stirred with excitement as each and every one of them was eager to give their luck a try. Krush shot a glance at 3 middle-aged nobles in the crowd, then continued, all right, let's begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder, who among you will obtain the favor of Lady Luck? Nie Yan sneered. Such a low-level trick, yet so many people are falling for it. He swept his gaze over these pampered and gullible nobles. This event was probably a trigger for a hidden quest where a player's critical thinking was tested. If a player were actually stupid enough to spend 60 silver to play an obviously rigged game, the quest would not trigger and the player would be guaranteed to lose their money. One noble took out a grey pouch from his pockets that was filled with silver coins. After giving the money to Krush, he said, I want this, and that. His expression seemed delirious as sweat dripped down his forehead. The crowd of nobles followed in succession, taking out their pouches of silver coins to buy the pieces of equipment. Afterwards, the crowd began appraising the items they selected. Nie Yan fixed his gaze on the three middle-aged nobles in the crowd. Under the cover of the first two, the third middle-aged noble threw a piece of equipment into his bag before taking out another piece of equipment that looked identical to the first. Then, he became shifty-eyed as he ran his gaze over the crowd to assure that the other nobles hadn't noticed. Nie Yan coldly smiled. So, these three are his accomplices. Damn, mine's fake. Mine's also fake. Many sighs of disappointment could be heard from the crowd of nobles. After a moment, the middle-aged noble that had exchanged his piece of equipment with another yelled in a pleasantly surprised tone, "Oh my god. Lady Luck is on my side. I actually got the real one, Car's golden necklace. Bless the heavens." The nobles all glowed with admiration and rubbed their palms together, anticipating and preparing for the next round of purchases. Alright ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with the remaining two batches. The next item is very precious, the radiant gem of Akas. Is everyone ready? Now knowing it was all a scam, Nie Yan considered his next step of action. Should he leave discreetly, or rip apart their lies? If he chose the latter option and exposed the truth now, he would be offending all of the nobles who were present by revealing their foolishness. That was tantamount to trying to be clever only to end up with egg on one's face. Whether or not he should go up and expose this swindler was a dilemma worth contemplating over. Nie Yan couldn't resolve it simply by relying on emotion and impulse, but rather he needed to analyze it with logic and reason. Just what were the intentions of this quest's designer? While pondering, he happened to glance over his own character information and noticed a new status effect, Administrator Callan's referral. Administrator Callan's referral increases influence in Hilderlock by 30 points. Duration, 30 minutes. He immediately came to a decision upon seeing this. During the 30 minutes Administrator Callan's referral was active, his influence in Hilderlock would reach a staggering 37 points, more than enough to deal with these common nobles. If I successfully trigger and complete this hidden quest, I might be able to obtain a decent reward. On the other hand, if I fail, then I should still be able to get out without any problems as long as I leave the city walls within 30 minutes. After determining his plan, he began walking over to Crush. He would be a rash fool if he simply announced to all the nobles in the room that Crush was swindling them. Instead of believing him, these arrogant nobles would probably mob him to death. He was a genuine human being, not some NPC with pre-programmed behavioral patterns. It would be disgraceful for him to fail at such an important juncture. Greetings Master Blacksmith Crush, I was referred here by Administrator Callan. He sends you his regards. Nie Yan said as he approached Crush. Whispers could be heard among the crowd after hearing Administrator Callan's name. None of the nobles dared to be presumptuous in front of someone who had such a backing. Administrators were important dignitaries of the government in charge of a city's finance and taxes, government and army, law and order, and so forth. They held absolute authority in their respective city. At the very least, they would be a duke in the ranks of nobility. Yet of the nobles currently present, the highest were no more than earls. Seeing Nie Yan stepping forward, all of the nobles silently took a step back. Krusk's narrow eyes lit up, revealing a proud expression as they swept over the crowd. Please send my regards to Administrator Callan and thank him for his care and kindness. Sir, would you also like to give your luck a try? There are 20 identical items here, but only one of them is the genuine radiant gem of Akas. If you pick out the real one, then this legendary item will be yours to own, Crush said with a smile. Nie Yan glanced at the gems on the table. They looked identical to each other as if they had come from the same mold. They were truly dazzling and beautiful to behold. A master's workmanship is really a cut above the rest, Nie Yan praised. Crush faintly smiled before revealing a haughty expression. He seemed quite pleased at the quality of his counterfeits. These fakes really do resemble the real thing, but I can still tell that they have some flaws. Just like when a piece of ice is placed next to a gemstone, although both are similarly dazzling to the eye, the ice cube will melt under the sunlight while the gemstone will remain as dazzling as before, Nie Yan said in a thoughtful manner. He was planning to slowly draw Crush into his trap. NPCs were merely AI created by the game developers, hence they had set behaviors, manners of speech, and so on. As long as the player took things slowly, it would be fairly easy to discover their flaws. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke out these words of provocation, Krusk's expression gradually turned cold. Nirvana Flame, sir, your claims are quite bold. If that's the case, then please guide us in pointing out which one is real, Crush said in an indignant tone. He knew for certain that Nie Yan would be unable to find the real one. Master Blacksmith Crush, how about we make a little bet? What kind of bet? Crush coldly asked. It's fairly simple. From these 20 gems, I'll single out the real radiant gem of Akas. If I fail, then the title deed to the property in my hands will be yours. However, I can only be certain if you allow me to carefully inspect each and every gem, Nie Yan explained. His motive was simple, to expose this swindler. Naturally, since the opponent was a swindler, he never believed they would honor the bet in the first place. Fine, I agree to the bet. If I lose, I'll give you an amount of gold equal to the value of that deed in your hands. How does that sound? Crush exposed a greedy expression after peeking at the details of the deed. Nie Yan had formulated a plan and created a trap for Crush after more or less figuring out how the events of this quest should progress, and almost immediately, Crush had foolishly stepped into that trap. Master Blacksmith Crush, allow me to inspect these gems. I trust with your reputation, you'll do nothing to interfere, right? Crush coldly snorted before taking a step back. The nobles crowded around the table, leaving about a 2-meter gap, and inquisitively stared at Nie Yan. They wondered just how this youngster would be able to determine which gem was the real one. Noticing their reactions, Nie Yan confirmed that he had indeed taken the correct course of action to progress this quest. He then picked up one of the gems and began examining it in a very thoughtful and earnest manner. Clumsy craftsmanship, the radiant gem of Akas possesses a pure and bright radiance, yet this one is muddled and dull. This definitely isn't the real radiant gem of Akas. Am I right, Master Blacksmith Crush? Nie Yan asked as he turned to Crush who was standing among the crowd. Truthfully, he had no way of distinguishing real from fake, but he still spoke in a smooth and unhurried fashion. Crush snorted again and turned his head away. Master Blacksmith Crush, I've already learned an appraisal skill. Will you allow me to appraise this gem to confirm my judgment? Nie Yan inquired with a smile. Almost as if guided by a script, the crowd began clamoring and shouting, imploring Crush that he should allow Nie Yan to appraise the gem. Unable to refuse, Crush could only remain silent. Nie Yan appraised the gem with transcendent insight. Almost instantly, with a brilliant flash of light, the item's properties were revealed. Counterfeit gem fake. Properties, none. Afterward, he handed the gem over to one of the nobles within the crowd who, after observing it, gave it to the noble next to him. He was right. This really is a fake. Too amazing. It looks just like the real thing. How was he able to figure it out? Alright, let's move on to the next one. Nie Yan faintly smiled as he picked up another gem from the table. He then put on an act of thoroughly examining it before shaking his head in a disappointed manner. This one's no good either. There are minute blemishes on the edges of the gem. The radiant gem of Akas has no such flaws. This gem taints the name of the legendary gem by simply existing. This one is a counterfeit as well, right? Crush remained silent, making the crowd around him sound all the clearer as they implored Nie Yan to appraise it already. Hearing their shouts, another brilliant flash of light appeared as Nie Yan appraised the item. As expected, it was yet another fake. Counterfeit gem fake. Properties, none. The crowd stirred into a hushed discussion while the gem was being passed around between them. Appraising one gem after the other, Nie Yan became even more certain of his suspicions that none of the gems on this table were real. Since it was like this, so long as he gave a believable explanation, he would be able to claim that any gem in his hand was fake. The number of gems on the table quickly decreased until only 3 were left. Another gem was appraised, after which Nie Yan shook his head. All of the previous gems were fake. However, there were still 2 gems remaining. The crowd of nobles was watching the conclusion of this event with tense nerves, wide eyes, and expressions of shock. Nie Yan exposed a smug smile as he picked up one of them. After putting on an act for so long, he was mentally exhausted as his complexion had long since become ashen. There are a few impurities in the center of this gem, and the quality of this material isn't even on the same level as the radiant gem of Akas. Therefore, this one is also a fake. Nie Yan confidently declared as he stared at Crush. He then began the process of appraising once again. The crowd focused their attention on the gem in Nie Yan's hands. This was already the 19th gem. If it also turned out to be a fake, then the remaining one had to be real, right? The brilliant light of the appraisal skill enshrouded the gem before it began emitting a rainbow-colored radiance. However, despite the pretty light show, the outcome of this appraisal was already predetermined. This gem was yet another fake. The numerous nobles all let out muffled gasps of surprise and expressed their deep admiration for this young man's ability. Nie Yan stared at Master Blacksmith Crush before picking up the final gem. In that moment, Crush's expression became a little panicky and he began slinking towards the door. Master Blacksmith Crush, you aren't thinking of reneging on our bet, are you? Or could it be that you're simply trying to run? Nie Yan asked with a cold smile. He finally had him cornered. Crush awkwardly smiled and let out a dry laugh. All of the nobles in the room now had their attention fixed on him. He wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Master Blacksmith Crush, or should I just say Mr. Crush? This final gem in my hand should be real, right? However, why is the workmanship on it so poor? In fact, with a single glance, I can already determine that this one is also a fake. Nie Yan coldly smiled as he stared at Crush before appraising the final gem in his hand. After a flash of brilliant radiance, its properties were revealed, and just like before, this one was also a fake. He sneered at Crush and said, therefore, Mr. Crush, you are nothing more than a dirty swindler. System, after appraising 20 counterfeit gems, you have received Eye of Truth. Nie Yan was stunned as he stared blankly at the system announcement. He couldn't help but become excited. It's actually the Eye of Truth skill. In the meantime, the crowd of nobles stared blankly for quite a while, seemingly unable to accept the truth. At that moment, Crush and his 3 accomplices bolted for the door. Stop them. They all colluded together to swindle you. Nie Yan pointed at Crush and the 3 middle-aged men. Awakened from their stupor, the crowd quickly reacted and rushed after the 4 criminals. Very soon, they were caught, bound, and then thrown to the floor. We have to take these swindlers to Administrator Callan and make them face trial. Right, we need to punish these bastards and take back our money. The crowd of nobles loudly shouted and cursed as they brought the 4 over to the administrator's office. Nie Yan thought for a moment before deciding he would follow behind. Since he had progressed this far into the quest and managed to expose Crush, then he would definitely be able to obtain some sort of reward. Administrator Callan had only mentioned Crush offhandedly. Never did he expect that it would lead to a quest to uncovering Crush's scam. An outraged crowd of nobles entered the administrator's office with Nie Yan casually following from the rear. That was the best spot for him to try out his new skill. He examined Eye of Truth's information. He took it out to examine. Eye of Truth instant cast. After activating this ability, there's a certain probability of seeing through disguises and stealth. The success of this skill depends on the level difference between the player and their target. Cooldown, 120 seconds. If Nie Yan activated the skill against an equal level thief, he would have a 60% chance of seeing through their stealth. Not to mention some players and monsters also had the ability to disguise their appearance or create illusions such as clones. Although these were formidable deceptive abilities, he had a certain chance of seeing through them as well. This skill was extremely useful and ranked near the top out of the numerous support-type skills. It held an enormous restraining effect on professions similar to the thief, and it was very useful while doing quests as well. Nie Yan followed the crowd of nobles as they marched into the administrator's office. Here, they found Administrator Callan, to whom they began to express their dissatisfaction and outrage, turning the formerly quiet hall into a place of clamor. Administrator Callan, we've caught swindlers. Crush was scamming us this whole time. An outraged noble emotionally walked up to the tied-up Crush, grabbed a hold of his long flowing beard, and tugged at it to vent some of his anger. Surprisingly, the beard along with a mask came off, revealing a shifty-eyed, fair-faced young man in his 20s. This Crush was never an old man to begin with. Wait, he's not Master Blacksmith Crush. I've seen his face somewhere before. He's that thief. The noble exclaimed in shock as he came to a sudden realization. He isn't Crush. This guy is just pretending to be him. So, it all makes sense then. Master Blacksmith Crush has always been a kind and respectable fellow after all. Everything he creates is of high quality and sells for a premium in auction houses across the empire. Among his creations, there's no lack of legendary grade equipment. I should have known there was no way he would run such a shameless scam. So he was actually an imposter, the nobles finally understood. You wretched bastard. The crowd began beating up the fake Crush, who started to wail and beg for forgiveness. Administrator Callan was incensed as well. He pointed at the young man writhing on the floor and shouted, you wretched cur. Because of you, not only has Hilderlock received a vile mark on its reputation, but you've also sullied Master Blacksmith Crush's good name. Your actions are absolutely unforgivable. Guards, send them to jail. Afterward, 2 fully armed guards came forward, apprehended the young man and his 3 accomplices, and then escorted them away. Administrator Callan, it was this young gentleman who uncovered that swindler's dastardly plot. An old noble said as he pointed to Nie Yan. Following which the crowd began expressing their admiration and praise. Administrator Callan's expression revealed a hint of surprise as he walked over to Nie Yan and said, "Youngster, thank you for exposing that imposter and retrieving Hilderlock's reputation. I will make sure those four are punished to the full extent of my authority. And to you, on behalf of all the residents of this city, I would like to express my deepest gratitude. Your foresight and judgment are very admirable. Please take this as a token of our appreciation. You have successfully completed the quest, exposing the imposter master blacksmith Crush. You have received 38,297 experience points. Your influence in Hilderlock has increased by 13 points. Your intelligence has increased by 20 points. You have received Solitary Wanderer's leather armor. Alternatively, click to show, old format. These quest rewards are pretty good." Nie Yan glanced at his experience bar and noticed it had already risen to 23%. Moreover, since his influence had now reached 20 points, he would be able to receive preferential treatment in this city. How could he not feel happy over such a development? As for the 20-point increase in intelligence, although it didn't have much of an effect for thieves, it still had some influence on the success rate of the lockpicking skill. Not to mention it would also be useful when he wanted to use special scrolls that had intelligence requirements. Afterward, he took the leather armor in his hands and examined its properties. Solitary Wanderer's leather armor gold. Requirements, level 10. Properties, defense 51 to 57, resilience +9, awareness +15, dexterity +13. Weight, 5 pounds. Restrictions, thief can be equipped by all factions. In the current progression of the game, rewards like this piece of gold grade equipment were already quite generous. Even in the hardest dungeon available right now, Social Valley, unless a team was running it on specialist, it was fairly rare for gold grade equipment to drop. The many rewards as well as the Eye of Truth skill left him feeling very satisfied. After putting the armor on, Nia began admiring its light blue color and sleek design, which made him feel as if he were nimbler by simply wearing it. He then walked around in all directions in order to get used to the sensation of wearing it. Not bad. Thank you for your generosity, Administrator Callan. Nie Yan smiled as he expressed his gratitude. Since he had no more business here, he expressed his thanks once more before leaving Administrator Callan's office. While walking out of the building, he felt his mood was much improved from when he had first arrived. Despite having a sudden quest being thrown at him, he had managed to adapt fairly well. Moreover, a hint of his old questing rhythm and game sense seemed to have returned. In his past life, he had relied on this combination of know-how to gradually catch up from being a minor character to becoming an elite player himself. However, the 1 gold transfer fee for his return trip still made his heart ache a bit. I really shouldn't travel to other cities too much this early on. Still, this trip to Hilderlock was quite fruitful. Nie Yan faintly smiled while muttering to himself. Having stepped out of the transfer point in Kalor, his thoughts drifted to Gato the Lion King and the Ogre Devourer, which both should have respawned by now. However, at his present level, it wasn't really worthwhile to go farming them anymore. The little experience he'd received wouldn't make up for the time spent killing them, and the equipment they dropped no longer caught his eye. As he pondered on his next move, the steel skill that he obtained from Sulgate's boots came to mind. There was a suitable quest at this early stage of the game which made the skill's usage almost a necessity. After such a long time, he no longer remembered the exact details of the quest. However, he knew that aside from the steel skill he would also require Tang Yao's cooperation. Unfortunately, Tang Yao was still training in Hems, so he would have no choice but to put it off for now. In the end, Nie Yan decided he would go off and train in a level 10 zone. As for the zones that were suitable for his level, there was no place better than Black Gold Mines. The level 10 leader class zombies there gave relatively high experience and dropped good items, including several pieces of level 10 thief equipment. On top of that, there were also numerous gems and ores for the pickings that he could sell for a favorable price. The current level of his gear was simply too low, and it would be hard for him to find level 10 equipment in the marketplace at present. The high-level players able to find level 10 equipment generally wouldn't sell them as they would rather exchange with other players because they themselves lacked level 10 equipment as well. Thus, it wasn't a bad idea for him to go over there and check it out. After all, he knew the general locations of every leader, sub-elite, and even elite monster that spawned there. While preparing to set out for this trip, he realized he should also use this opportunity to restock on flash powder and other items. Hence, he headed over to Trembling Milos where he bought flash powder, web scrolls, and sheep transformation scrolls which were all very effective against monsters of level 10 and lower. Once he completed his preparations, he exited the city gates and activated a haste scroll and shadow dance before dashing off toward Black Gold Mines. The 30-point increase in movement speed from shadow dance combined with the haste scroll made him seem like the wind as he rapidly flitted across the path within the forest. 10 or so minutes later, he exited the forest and was greeted by the sight of Black Mountain stretching out as far as the eye could see. This was Black Gold Mine. In about half a month's time, various guilds would send their mining teams, consisting of both escorts and miners, here. This was effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone, since the escorts would be able to train here by clearing out the surrounding monsters, while the miners would be free to mine for gems and ores. Despite the surrounding zombies, mining in this location was quite profitable. In a single day, a junior miner would be able to earn approximately 2 silver. However, at present, there was not a single trace of player activity. Nie Yan ran across the rocky surface and leapt onto a large boulder where he perched and muttered to himself. If I remember correctly, it should be somewhere in the east, but damn it, I forgot the exact location. Nonetheless, he had trained here for quite a while in his past life, so he still had some vague impressions of this place. After a short while and coming across several familiar landmarks, he spotted a group of roaming zombie miners. Zombie miner, level 10. Health, 560/560ths. Unwilling to waste his time on these ordinary zombie miners, he quickly moved on. After searching for 5 or 6 minutes, he finally spotted another group of zombies. This group was nearly identical in appearance to the first save for a lone zombie a good distance away that appeared much bulkier and larger than the others. It had a large black metal plate on its back, and the common zombies nearby seemed much sharper. Nie Yan inspected this zombie with transcendent insight. Zombie foreman, leader, level 10. Health, 1600/1600. This was his target. Nie Yan entered stealth and began slowly making his way toward the zombie foreman's back, who was completely unaware of his approach. With the bonuses from the chapter of freedom, Sulgate's boots, and his other gear, his present stealth ability, having reached a terrifying level, was most likely unrivaled. Even if the zombie foreman were 5 levels higher, it would still be unable to sense his approach. After getting into attack range, Nie Yan exploded forth as blood pack's blade coldly streaked toward the back of the zombie foreman's head. Smothering strike. He then took advantage of its dazed state and struck it with assassinate followed by vital strike. -93, -110, -107. Impressive damage values rose up above the zombie foreman's head. After suffering his surprise attack, the zombie foreman spun around and furiously clawed at him with its razor-sharp nails. Having been in Abraham's tomb before where he faced similar attacks, Nie Yan was well aware of how terrifying these claw strikes could be, especially when it was from a level 25 vampire baron. If he were even struck once, he would probably lose the greater half of his health. Comparatively, this level 10 zombie foreman was no more threatening than an equal level warrior with decent gear. Nie Yan sidestepped the attack as a bloody claw streaked past his previous position before countering with concussive blow, dazing the zombie foreman once more. After which he took advantage of the time to circle around and lash out with backstab and eviscerate, chunking the zombie foreman for another 200 health. After losing more than half of its health in a short period of time, the zombie foreman's skin began transforming into an odd shade of red before exuding a faint bloody mist. This was the zombie foreman's ability, Plague. If a player foolishly came into contact with this mist, they would lose at least 20 health every second. Unless a priest who could cast lesser heal and dispel was on hand, that player would gradually lose more and more health until they died. This was also the reason why it required the cooperation of multiple players when taking on an equal level leader class monster. Those few who were able to overcome such obstacles and solo these monsters were existences that were already overpowered to a perverse degree. Nie Yan activated swift retreat and disengaged from the melee. He then pulled out a web scroll from his bag and activated it upon which a giant net of webbing entrapped the zombie foreman, leaving it unable to budge an inch. After which he pulled out his crossbow and fired off a volley of bolts. Put. -21, -23, -21. A string of damage values rose up above the zombie foreman's head. The zombie foreman incessantly struggled before finally breaking free and charging toward Nie Yan. Just as it was about to reach him, he retrieved a pouch of flash powder from his bag and lobbed it at the zombie foreman's eyes. Poof! The bag exploded into a cloud of blinding glitter. Taken aback by the sudden loss of vision, the zombie foreman let out a blood-curdling roar and clawed wildly at its surroundings, leaving visible marks on the nearby walls and boulders. Nie Yan took advantage of the opportunity to retreat 10 meters where he unceasingly fired out volley after volley of crossbow bolts. As the zombie foreman's health approached zero, with a wobbly stagger and mournful moan, it finally collapsed, falling face first on the ground. It's done. Nie Yan faintly smiled. Although the zombie foreman had over 1500 health, he was able to make short work of it without even breaking a sweat. He walked over to the zombie foreman and bent down to pick up the item that dropped. It was a piece of silver equipment, a pity that it wasn't for a thief. He got back up and then headed off to his next target. When Nie Yan leveled in black gold mines in his past life, he had required the cooperation of at least 3 other level 10 or higher players, including both a tank and healer, to be able to bring down a single zombie foreman. This time around, he hadn't only come here to level, but also to try his luck at finding some decent silver grade equipment. Generally, level 10 silver grade equipment would be slightly worse off in terms of stats to level 5 gold grade equipment. If he were able to snag a piece of level 10 gold grade equipment, then it would be even better. In addition, if equipment for other classes dropped, he would be able to sell each piece in the auction house for a sizable profit. After 3 hours or so exploring the wide open rocky terrain of the mines, he managed to kill 16 zombie foremen. From them, he was able to obtain a few decent items, several gems that he could sell for a good price and the fairly uncommon berserk pill recipe. While moving around this area, he had also encountered 2 groups of players training in the area, both of which he took a long detour around since he couldn't be bothered to deal with the hassle if a conflict were to arise. As he sat down to recover his stamina, he opened up the notification window for his shop. After a quick glance, he could tell the shop was gradually going on the right track while under Bird's supervision. Over the past few hours, he managed to hire over 30 alchemists, who one after the other began producing goods. In this fashion, the variety of goods for sale in the shop gradually grew, so much so that even the junior magic resonance potion was already available for purchase. While managing a potion shop, simply lowering the price of goods didn't necessarily mean customers would flock over. Common consumables, for instance, anti-paralysis potions, antidotes, and so on, wouldn't earn the shop much money. Since these items were readily available everywhere, it was hard to sell them for a good profit, and a business couldn't simply raise their prices and expect players to still purchase from them. As for the comparatively uncommon items such as magic resonance potions, berserk pills, etc. Since their recipes were fairly hard to find, as long as the shop produced high-quality products while other shops couldn't keep up in quantity, they would be able to see money flow in. Even if the prices of these items were set a little high, as long as they could afford it, players would nevertheless come to the shop to buy them. The tactic of lowering your own prices to undercut the competition so you can attract customers was a foolish business practice. You would be purposefully lowering your own profits. In conviction, the only way for a business to stand out was to procure and sell goods that weren't available in other shops. In that way, as long as these items were readily available, even if you didn't want your shop's popularity to explode, it would do so anyways. Nie Yan examined a breakdown of the shop's sales. For now, black phenol and black phenol recipes were still the best-selling items. In the last few hours that he hadn't checked up on it, the shop even managed to earn yet another 25 gold. Unfortunately, this sort of momentum would soon come to an abrupt halt because of his quickly dwindling stock. However, with the new potions and pills as a base, attracting a great amount of player attention, there was nevertheless still quite a bit of money to be made in the days to come. Since the shop seemed to be doing fine on its own, Nie Yan stood up and continued seeking out zombie foremen. During the time spent exploring the area, what seemed to puzzle him most was that he had yet to encounter a sub-elite zombie. Although there was no guarantee, there was at least a good chance of him bringing one down. And so, he spent the whole day training in the mines. By the time he went offline, he had filled up his experience bar by 57%, and his bag was filled with all sorts of items. Back in the real world, Nie Yan spent the whole day at home studying and tempering his body. He was able to bring out his potential as a shut into its absolute peak. However, this was all for the sake of breaking out into prominence in the future while the foundations he laid in the game slowly grew. While looking at the calendar, he recalled that this should be around the time when his parents would return. Just the thought of being able to see their faces once more made him feel quite sentimental. As all the tragedies of the past involuntarily flooded his mind, he was overtaken by a mini panic attack. These memories were simply too much, and it took him a long while before he was finally able to calm down. Focus on the more important matters at hand, then deal with the rest later. He calmly reminded himself. Time seemed to quickly fly by as he spent 2 days hunting zombie foremen in black gold mines. On the 3rd day, he finally hit level 11. It's about time I head back, Nie Yan muttered as he looked in his bag. It was now filled to the brim with pieces of equipment. Almost all of them were silver grade save for one, a piece of gold grade warrior equipment. He also saw the large quantity of ores, gems, and other miscellaneous items. At present, these ores and gems would fetch a good price on the marketplace, but if he waited for the player base to rise in level, then they would gradually diminish in value. Last but not least, he also found 3 recipes, 2 berserk pill recipes and an intermediate health potion recipe. Intermediate health potions were still quite rare as they had yet to appear on the marketplace. If he were to offer them up for sale in his shop, he imagined the players would probably go frantic over them. 2 days ago, Medusa's lair finally opened, and the demand for anti-petrify potions rose accordingly, causing their price to skyrocket before finally stabilizing at 5-fold. Under Nie Yan's guidance, Bird placed all of their anti-petrify potions up for sale. Even though the demand wasn't as explosive as the black phenol had been at its peak, they would still be able to make a considerable profit. According to Bird, business was booming. Every day, an endless stream of players would flood into the shop to purchase potions, pills, and other goods. The shop was doing very well, so much so that its employees couldn't keep up with all the customers, leading Bird to hire an additional 2 clerks to help with the influx, with Nie Yan's permission of course. Since business was so fiery, the alchemists on the 2nd floor were invigorated and exerted their uttermost effort in producing concoctions. For every concoction they produced and sold, they would be able to receive their share of the profits immediately. This form of encouragement proved to be extremely effective. They were practically producing concoctions non-stop as a steady flow of goods went down to the 1st floor. Since most of the items the shop sold were high-end potions, pills, and such, the earnings were equally astonishing. They were even making more than those alchemists from the major guilds who received a 20% share. Furthermore, following Nie Yan's instructions, Bird spent an entire 2 gold to purchase several recipes for high-level concoctions along with the ingredients required to produce them. Thanks to this, the several junior alchemists under him were rapidly improving their alchemy skill. Both Quiet Nanan and Still Grieving were close to promoting to intermediate alchemists while Bird had at long last achieved his dream of becoming a junior alchemist. With such promising talents under him, his future prospects were limitless, not to mention the many more alchemists that would be joining in the near future. If he managed to get a hold of Galore Market, Nie Yan planned to expand and open potion shops in other cities in the future as well. However, in order to do so, he would need to gain the support of at least one of the major figures in those cities. Otherwise, if someone pulled an underhanded trick, it would negatively influence his business. If not that, he would need to gain at least 30 points of influence in the city he wished to expand to, because then, very few entities would be able to take action against him. Your friend's business is doing pretty well. Nie Yan suddenly received a message from Sleepy Fox. Yeah, the Starry Night potion shop took a step on the right track, Nie Yan replied. Sleepy Fox finally took the initiative to contact him after all this time. With the shop's popularity being as explosive as it was, it would be a real wonder if he managed to restrain himself any longer. He felt certain Sleepy Fox was seeking him out to find out some behind-the-scenes information about the shop. This was the perfect timing to raise the matter of collaboration. I've heard they hired many junior alchemists. I was wondering if they could secure me a batch of Flamescorch potions. Can you help me ask? Sleepy Fox asked. Flamescorch potions. Don't you have alchemists over on your side? Nie Yan asked, sounding a bit puzzled. This was a little unexpected. Sleepy Fox was actually contacting him to purchase potions. Sigh. Don't bring that up. My guild only has 20 alchemists, and only 2 of them have promoted to junior alchemists. Earlier, I was in contact with several junior alchemists and invited them to work for my guild, but they kept playing wait and see. Just when we were negotiating salary, their cut of the profits, and so on, the Starry Night potion shop started hiring, and they all ran off there instead. The few potions and pills my alchemists make definitely aren't enough to keep up with the demand, Sleepy Fox bitterly explained. Nie Yan never expected for such a situation to occur, though a moment later, he broke into a faint smile. This was also a good illustration of the Starry Night potion shop's allure. While the benefits of joining a guild were obvious, it came at the cost of the alchemist's freedom. From then on, they would have to satisfy the requests of their guild members before they could freely concoct on their own. If a guild member wanted a certain potion or pill, then they would be forced to create it. Even after promoting to the more prestigious rank of junior alchemist, they would still be made to produce simple low-level concoctions. Hence, the free time of a guild alchemist was extremely limited. Then came in the Starry Night potion shop, a revolutionary business that turned convention over its head and catered primarily to high-end players. It was a place where they would be able to rapidly improve their alchemy skill, and although they wouldn't receive as high of a cut, the quantity of goods they would produce and sell more than made up for this discrepancy, earning them much more than they would in a guild. Not to mention as an owner that would spend 2 gold to purchase high-quality ingredients for their subordinates to quickly improve, something which was rarely if ever seen, Nie Yan had effectively captured the hearts of all of Galore alchemists in one fell swoop. My friend was wondering if you'd like to collaborate with him. What kind of collaboration? Sleepy Fox asked in surprise. The Starry Night potion shop will purchase alchemy ingredients from you at market rate. In exchange, you can't sell them to others. However, you'll have priority over others when buying goods from them, and depending on how much you purchase, you'll receive upwards of a 10% discount. So it was like this, Sleepy Fox suddenly understood. The Starry Night potion shop was looking for a supplier to provide them with raw materials and ingredients. This was to ensure stability so that they wouldn't be dictated by the fluctuations of the auction house. As for what this deal entailed for him, there were really no downsides. Hence, he nodded and said, sounds good, I'm willing to collaborate. Head over to the Starry Night potion shop and look for a player named Bird Leaves No Eggs. He'll handle everything and explain the details of the collaboration with you. As for the Flamescorch potions, just hand the ingredients for it over to Bird, and he'll handle the rest, Nie Yan replied. All right. Nie Yan hung up the call. Having settled this matter, his mind was free of one more worry. How are things on your side? Nie Yan sent a message to Tang Yao. My arcane fairy reached rank 3 2 days ago. I think I'm going to stay here for another hour before heading back, Tang Yao replied. Then he continued in an excited tone, leveling here really is amazing. All I have to do is cast magic non-stop, and I'll see my experience bar fill up like crazy. I really want to stay here until I'm level 11 or 12. Hurry back when you hit level 10. We still have some important things to do. Nie Yan felt a sense of indescribable excitement in his heart. If they were able to complete the next quest together, then both of their levels and the quality of their gear would improve by a large margin again. What are we going to do? Tang Yao asked in surprise. A quest. Sure, taking on a quest together with Nie Yan, that was what he had been looking forward to the most. After returning to the city, Nie Yan planned to head to the auction house and get rid of all the equipment in his bag. His bag only had 7 spaces left and would be completely full if he randomly chucked in a few more items. He stood up and was prepared to begin channeling a return scroll. However, a deep muffled roar cut through the air as it reverberated from the distance. He halted for a moment before putting away the scroll in his hand. This roar, it's from a sub-elite zombie or possibly An elite zombie king. Reigning over a certain region of space, these monsters would occasionally roar to announce their presence to potential intruders. As for weak players, this was a sign that they should depart the area immediately. After killing countless leader-class monsters over the course of 2 days, he was finally going to meet a truly strong opponent. He headed toward the source of the sound. After passing through a mound of rubble, he entered a wide open area and was greeted by the sight of an enormous zombie. Towering over its surroundings, it was 3 meters tall and entirely pitch black in color, while a fishy-smelling pus oozed out of its body. Its nails were extremely long and sharp, resembling steel swords. Even more odd was the dark scarlet aura that faintly enshrouded it. He activated Transcendent Insight. Zombie King Elite Level 10. Health, 3,200. It's an elite. Nie Yan muttered as he surveyed the terrain for features he could take advantage of, causing his eyes to fall on the scattered mounds of rocks. Sigh. Killing this guy shouldn't be a problem, but I'll have to use my flash powder, web scrolls, and cheek transformation scrolls. His heart ached at the thought of how expensive each one was. But the items it drops should cover the costs. He faintly smiled before leaping onto a large boulder where he retrieved his crossbow and took aim. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts flew in a straight line towards the zombie king. Put. All of the bolts struck the zombie king in the back. -13, -12, -15. The zombie king angrily roared as it turned around and searched for its aggressor among the mounds of rocks. Nie Yan turned tail and fled toward the cover of the scattered mounds while firing bolts non-stop from his crossbow of blood. I'll wear it down with ranged attacks first. The zombie king furiously clawed at its surroundings while seeking out Nie Yan, sending rubble flying everywhere as it quickly closed in on him. Poof! Just as the zombie king was about to reach him, he lobbed a pouch of flash powder which promptly exploded upon impact with its eyes. The cloud of dazzling powder temporarily blinded the zombie king as it let out a roar of anguish from the intense burning sensation in its eyes. Seeing the zombie king helplessly flailing around, Nie Yan faintly smiled before circling behind and attacking it with Eviscerate followed by Lacerate. The 2 skills dealt 120 damage, and afterward, it was struck by the bleed status effect which caused it to lose 10 health every second. The blinding effect from flash powder would only last for so long. In fact, against an elite monster, he would be lucky if it lasted more than a few seconds. Hence, after finishing his combo, he activated Swift Retreat and quickly withdrew from melee range. Having created some distance, he glanced at the zombie king's health bar. The bleed damage from Eviscerate and Lacerate was quite potent and would gradually accumulate with each passing second. He took a stance and resumed firing crossbow bolts. Against an equal level opponent, he received no negative modifiers, thus the damage he dealt was fairly significant. Soon after regaining its vision, the zombie king charged after him again. However, just as it was about to reach him, he crushed the web scroll he had prepared beforehand, whereupon a giant spider web emerged out of thin air and firmly bound it in place. He then dashed toward the zombie king and leapt into the air before stabbing it in the neck with Vital Strike. After gracefully landing on the ground, he circled behind it and used backstab to plunge his dagger deep into its spine. After 2 more attacks, he didn't dare to stick around any longer and quickly created some distance again. Just like before, he retrieved his crossbow and began peppering it with bolts. With his pitiful health and weak leather armor, he wouldn't be able to endure even a single strike from such a monster. Normally, an elite monster like the zombie king required a team of 5 or more players to effectively bring it down. Of the members in the team, a strong healer and a powerful tank were an absolute necessity, as well as having all members carry several antidotes. Otherwise, if they were struck by the acute poison in the zombie king's claws, they would lose 30 health every second until either the player died or the poison was cured. As such, Nie Yan had to take extreme caution in avoiding the zombie king's attacks. The battle between them persisted as the zombie king's health was gradually being chipped away. Even now, it was still unable to land even a single hit. He had effectively sealed off all methods for it to attack. No matter how angry it got, its struggling was futile in the end. I think the sound came from there. Let's go over and take a look. A party of 3 arrived near the mounds of rocks where Nie Yan and the zombie king were battling. They were all members of Victorious Return, and as players who could level in black gold mines at this stage of the game, they definitely weren't simple. In fact, among their guild's ranks, they were considered the creme de la creme. The party consisted of a battle thief, berserker, and female arcane mage. They were farming mobs relatively close by when they heard roars, so they rushed over to check out what was going on. Night Shadow, hurry up. Go take a look at what's happening, the berserker called out to the battle thief. Fine, I'm going. Sigh, why do I always have to do the tedious work? Night Shadow replied in a begrudging manner. Of course, if he didn't want to scout, who told him to pick a thief? As one of the nimbler classes, they were 20% faster than warriors on average, and this was without taking skills into account. Hence, there was no one more suited than him for scouting up ahead. Haste. Night Shadow suddenly became much faster, leaving after images behind him as he dashed toward the source of the sounds. I think there's an elite up ahead. Tangerine, if it really is one, Night Shadow and I will draw its aggro, then the rest will be up to you, the berserker instructed. As a berserker, tanking an elite class zombie would be rather difficult. Fortunately, he had learned a new skill that had a 20-minute duration with a 2-day cooldown, which would significantly improve his survivability. With it, it was possible for him to endure an elite class zombie's hits. Should we ask the guild leader to send a priest over? An elite zombie seems like a very hard monster to deal with, Tangerine asked while knitting her elegant brows. She had an average appearance that couldn't be regarded as first rate. However, her status in the guild was nevertheless very high. Nah, I think we'll be fine. Besides, who knows how long it'll take for a priest to get here. Can you still cast Arcane Reset? I can, but it has a 2-day cooldown. And I still need to run dungeons with the team tomorrow. Forget it then, I guess. Let's see how it plays out. Nie Yan was still whittling away at the zombie king's health, which by now had already fallen to 20%. Even though everything seemed to progress smoothly, he felt a slight tingling sensation in the back of his mind, warning him of danger. At his present level, his awareness had already reached a terrifyingly high degree. So, if anything were to occur within his vicinity, he would be able to sense it fairly quickly. Immediately, he pulled out another web scroll and activated it, causing a giant spider web to emerge out of thin air and fall over the zombie king, leaving it temporarily immobilized. Earlier, Night Shadow had arrived in the area and was observing the scene from a distance with an expression of indescribable shock. He, Tangerine, and Hidden Blade were regarded as prominent figures in Victorious Return. Even if they weren't in the top 10, they were at least among the 20 best players in the guild. However, as elites belonging to the prestigious Victorious Return, they were repeatedly hesitating over facing off against an elite monster. Yet this thief before his eyes had single-handedly taken out more than 80% of an elite monster's health, and it looked like he was going to kill it soon and without even breaking so much as a sweat. This really was too unfathomable. After inspecting him, Night Shadow discovered this player was called Nirvana Flame. It's him. Night Shadow recalled a certain incident. About a week ago, when their guild was sieging the Fishmen village, one of their elementalists, Violet Flame, had been killed by a thief named Nirvana Flame. Not only that, but he had also managed to easily escape despite being completely surrounded by their members. Afterwards, this event became a huge topic of discussion among their guild members. Even if he wished to forget such a ferocious figure, he still wouldn't be able to. He never imagined that he would encounter this person here. As members of Victorious Return, they would always act unbridled without the slightest restraint. If anyone were to even slightly inconvenience them, the entire guild would have them pay back 100-fold, to say nothing of a player who had safely escaped after killing one of their members and left them with no face. Night Shadow faintly smiled. If he killed Nie Yan, aside from snatching all the experience and items from the Zombie King for his party, he would also be able to collect on the bounty from his guild. Just what kind of player wouldn't take advantage of such an opportunity? Besides, the Zombie King was fully aggroed onto Nie Yan. Hurry over, I found a big fish. Night Shadow excitedly sent out a message to Tangerine and Hidden Blade in the party chat. Night Shadow found something. Let's meet up with him, Hidden Blade said after looking at the chat. After exchanging glances, they both rushed over. It would be too much of a waste if he were to allow Nie Yan to finish off the Zombie King. So, while Hidden Blade and Tangerine had yet to arrive, Night Shadow entered stealth and gradually approached Nie Yan from the rear. Even as he closed in, his target's back remained completely exposed. Seeing this lack of response from his target, he reaffirmed the quality of his own stealthing ability. Never did he expect, in the instant he was about to attack, Nie Yan would suddenly turn around. Eye of Truth. Nie Yan's eyes became bloodshot as they turned a deep scarlet red and blossomed with a frightening radiance. With Eye of Truth's assistance, he spotted a faint silhouette from the corner of his eye. As it gradually approached, the corner of his mouth curved into a disdainful sneer. You want to sneak attack me? It's not going to be that easy. He spun around and chucked a pouch of flash powder directly at the thief's face. Poof! The glittering powder released a dazzling light and completely enshrouded the surrounding area in a bright radiance. As Night Shadow approached, he suddenly found his target facing him with bloodshot eyes and shining with an unnerving light. It was as if this light could reveal everything, leaving him bare naked and exposed. He was inwardly alarmed. See, could he have noticed me? He then saw a strange pouch appear in Nie Yan's hand, and before he was even able to react, a brilliant radiance blinded him as if 1,000 needles were stabbing into his eyes. Shit, not good. Night Shadow felt an intense and imminent sense of danger. He quickly pulled back by activating swift retreat. However, since the terrain here was rocky and uneven and he had been completely blinded, he lost his footing after tripping over a rock. Nonetheless, he was a top expert within his guild for a reason. He quickly realized that his sudden loss of vision was caused by the opponent's item. He regained balance of his body mid-fall, and with his right hand as a support, he did a backflip and landed firmly on his feet. Though, in the same instant, he found himself directly staring at the cold edge of a blade. His opponent's movements were as fast as lightning. So fast. As if he had fallen into a pit of despair, Night Shadow gave up all hope of surviving. When faced with such a sharp and decisive attack, it was impossible for him to dodge. Only now did he understand why Nie Yan was able to kill Violet Flame and escape their encirclement unharmed. Calling Nie Yan fast was an understatement. In one fluid movement, he had thrown the flash powder and made his way behind Night Shadow. Nie Yan knew, from his experience playing as a thief for so many years, exactly which factors would allow him to deal a fatal blow. The first was crowd control, incapacitating the enemy by either stunning, blinding, or doing anything to render them incapable of retaliating in general. The other was speed so astonishingly fast the enemy would be unable to dodge. After getting behind Night Shadow, Nie Yan stunned him by striking him on the back of the head with concussive blow. Only then did he notice that this thief actually belonged to Victorious Return. Che, it's them again. Judging from the style of the dark leather armor he wore, Nie Yan recognized it as the Blackwing set, the best battle thief set currently in the game. He's probably ranked pretty highly in their guild. However, no matter how big their influence, how skilled they were in battle, or how experienced they were in other VRMMOs, they still wouldn't be able to compete with him. As for those who might try to mount a sneak attack against him, Nie Yan absolutely wouldn't hold back. Though, before he could finish off Night Shadow, a black ball of fire suddenly emerged out of thin air and flew directly towards Nie Yan. It's an arcane flame burst. Shit, he has backup. Nie Yan's mind rang out in alarm. If he continued attacking Night Shadow, then he would have to take a scorching explosion to the back. Since his opponent had teammates interfering, even if he hoped to kill Night Shadow right now, such a thing was now nothing more than wishful thinking. He rolled out of the way to avoid the arcane flame burst. Then, in that same moment, he looked toward the source of the spell and saw a female arcane mage at the end of her casting animation. Suddenly, while still in mid-roll, he was hit by demoralizing shout. After regaining his footing, he glanced at his status bar and noticed a new debuff, attack minus 30%, 20-second duration. With his attack having been reduced to such an extent, he could no longer output enough burst damage to kill Night Shadow even if he wanted to. This is bad. Right now, his attack being crippled was the least of his worries. The Zombie King had broken free from its restraints and was charging him from the rear. Meanwhile, a berserker wearing the rock-solid defense set was rushing at him from another direction. The Zombie King let out an angry roar as it closed in and slashed at Nie Yan with its bloody claws. Let's see how you'll get out of this. Hidden Blade hollered. From his point of view, Nie Yan was already a dead man. This situation, a 3 versus 1, was quite troublesome for Nie Yan. Plus, from what he saw of their coordination earlier, they wouldn't be easy opponents to deal with. Adding to that, the Zombie King was fully aggroed onto him. As long as they didn't accidentally attack it, its aggro would never shift. He had effectively been cornered. To make matters worse, the nearby Night Shadow had finally awoken from his dazed state. Don't let him escape. He's that Nirvana Flame the guild leader told us to hunt down. Night Shadow exclaimed, still feeling traces of fear. If Tangerine and Hidden Blade hadn't arrived in a timely manner, then he would have been a goner for sure. In his last encounter with Victorious Return, Nie Yan had killed Violet Flame who held a high status in the guild as a member of the main dungeon running team. Since every member was quintessential, Violet Flame dropping a level had set back the entire team's dungeon progression by a day. Not only had he been easily dealt with by a no-name player, but the culprit had also managed to escape. This was no different from the entire guild receiving a ruthless slap to the face. As such, Victorious Return's guild leader, Heaven Breaker, became extremely aggravated and put a bounty on the culprit's head. This was Heaven Breaker's nature. He would follow his ruthless desires without any fear of repercussion and would allow no one to stand in the way of his plans. Gotcha. Don't worry, there's no way he can escape. Hidden Blade charged forward with Vanguard Rush and swung his claymore at Nie Yan. After suffering the enemy's ambush, even though he didn't want the Zombie King to be snatched away by them, he had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Preserving his life always came first. As long as he had his life, he could figure out what to do next later. He activated Shadow Dance and disappeared from their view. Thanks to the speed increase from Shadow Dance, he was able to safely retreat far away. Hidden Blade never expected Nie Yan would suddenly disappear. By the time he swung his claymore, Nie Yan was already far gone, and so his attack hit nothing but air. Be careful, he entered stealth. He's too fast. I wasn't able to stop him. Night Shadow felt extremely nervous. Facing off against an expert like Nie Yan was exciting but dangerous at the same time. After losing sight of its original target, the Zombie King's aggro shifted and it charged at the nearest target with the lowest defense, which happened to be Night Shadow. Taunt. After pulling the Zombie King's aggro, Hidden Blade activated life actuation. Immediately, his health increased by 300, his defense by 36, and his poison resistance by 13, making him durable enough to firmly hold off the Zombie King. Be careful. Don't let yourself be ambushed, Night Shadow warned. Relax, that thief might have run off, but this Zombie King will definitely be ours. Hidden Blade said in a tone full of confidence. In his current state, what sort of tricks could Nie Yan possibly pull? Generally, a thief would have no choice but to retreat whenever they came into conflict with a warrior outside of the city. After all, there was nothing they could do. Warriors had much higher health and defense, so the damage a thief could deal to them was limited. On the other hand, a warrior's attacks could easily pierce through a thief's weak leather armor. This was also why thieves usually targeted mages, who only had cloth garments to protect themselves with. After activating life actuation, Hidden Blade's health, defense, etc., had risen to an all-new level. If a thief attempted to ambush him while he was in this state, they would basically be courting death. This was the privilege of the strong looking down on the weak. Even if he allowed the puny thief to freely attack for the next 15 seconds, he still wouldn't be able to leave even a scratch. In combat, many things could happen within the span of 15 seconds. A single tendon break, for example, would lead to Nie Yan being completely crippled. After witnessing Hidden Blade redirecting the aggro onto himself, Night Shadow jumped into the fray as well and aided him in taking down the Zombie King. However, he didn't dare to be as unbridled as Hidden Blade, since even though Nie Yan disappeared without a trace, he might still be lingering around. Meanwhile, Tangerine was in the rear bombarding the Zombie King with magic. Every spell she cast caused over 100 damage, sending its health in a downward spiral. Nie Yan knitted his brows. This arcane mage's damage was quite terrifying. Drink an antidote. Give it your all. It's almost dead. Hidden Blade shouted out in excitement. They were quite lucky this time around since they would be able to reap the rewards of killing an elite without having to put in much effort. They were completely unscrupulous, planning to snatch away the Zombie King for themselves. Nie Yan was infuriated as he watched this. The Zombie King he worked so painstakingly hard to wear down was about to be taken by someone else. He originally wanted to save some of his skills for a particularly hard quest, but now it couldn't be helped since he had encountered something which absolutely couldn't be tolerated. After glancing at his skill bar, he gradually approached the arcane mage. He planned to take her out before doing anything else since her damage was simply too ferocious. Once she was out of the picture, dealing with Night Shadow and Hidden Blade would be much easier. Tangerine, stay alert, Night Shadow reminded her. He didn't feel safe knowing that Nie Yan could be lingering around somewhere nearby. He was too strong, even more so when compared to the several thieves in their team. No need to panic, it's just a thief. This little lady might not have killed several hundreds of them, but she certainly killed several dozens. Tangerine replied in a boastful manner. Hearing her response, Night Shadow felt his worries subside as he realized they might have been unfounded. After all, Tangerine's skill placed her in the top 3 of their entire guild. She also had a flawless game sense and the best arcane mage equipment currently in the game, which meant that there were very few players capable of rivaling her. Still, it's best if we remain on guard. He has some really strange skills, so watch out. We can't let a moment of carelessness lead to our downfall. I get it already, stop worrying. Tangerine activated keen perception and then glanced over her shoulder. In that same moment, Nie Yan crushed a web scroll he had been holding in his hand, whereupon a giant net of webbing emerged out of thin air, entrapping her. Mages had high resistance against transformation magic such as sheep transformation, making it very likely for her to ignore the spell altogether, which was why he chose to use the web scroll instead. Seeing the web had successfully entangled her, Nie Yan rushed up to her with his dagger raised. He still had to keep in mind that although web rooted a player in place, it wouldn't prevent them from casting spells. Nie Yan closed in, intending to use concussive blow which would render her incapable of escaping. If he were to succeed, then she would undoubtedly die. Before he could close in, however, she waved her staff and cast repel. Following which Nie Yan suddenly found himself being pushed back by a powerful force as a protective screen was formed between them, preventing him from reaching her. After another wave of her staff, dazzling arcane energy began rapidly converging on her location. She was using arcane flame burst. The ball of black fire headed straight for Nie Yan, streaking through the air. This woman actually had repel. It was an uncommon skill that was huge headache for many thieves. It could prevent an opponent from approaching within 10 meters of the caster for 5 seconds. A thief that was unable to get close wouldn't be able to unleash their crucial attacking skills. Hence, they would become nothing more than target practice for the mage. Nie Yan rolled to the side and dodged her incoming arcane flame burst. Tangerine, focus over here. Kill the Zombie King first, then we'll deal with that guy together. Hidden Blade called out in a tense manner. Since the Zombie King was nearing the end of its life, it entered an enraged state causing its attacks to become even more powerful. If they were able to kill the Zombie King, then Nie Yan would have no hope of turning the situation around. After all, Tangerine had plenty of methods to deal with thieves, so toying with Nie Yan until he died would be a rather simple affair. Humph. Tangerine shot a disdainful glare at Nie Yan who had been pushed back 10 meters, then returned to shooting spells at the Zombie King. For the time being, she completely disregarded his existence, showing nothing but blatant contempt. If he wanted to close in on her, then he would have to wait several more seconds. This posed quite a problem since by that time, she would have plenty of crowd control spells ready to deal with him. Nie Yan originally wanted to get rid of Tangerine first before proceeding to take care of Night Shadow and Hidden Blade, but now it seemed like there wouldn't be enough time for that. Most of Victorious Return's resources were funneled into their elite team, of which included Tangerine, Night Shadow, and Hidden Blade. Their equipment and skills were clear evidence of Victorious Return's powerful and deep foundation. Although the equipment Nie Yan wore was decent, the superiority of the Chapter of Courage and Chapter of Freedom would only begin to manifest itself in the later stages of the game. As for Sulgate's boots, even though they weren't bad, they were still only a single piece of equipment. Therefore, if he were to compare his gear to theirs, stat for stat, he would find himself somewhat lacking. Worst of all, it was a 3 versus 1. With a skilled arcane mage glaring at his back like a tiger, it would be incredibly difficult for him to act freely. If they were to truly go at it, then Nie Yan wasn't afraid of Tangerine. The real problem was that he wouldn't be able to deal with her in a short period of time. Moreover, at this moment, the Zombie King was already very close to dying. From his perspective, if the Zombie King was stolen and the equipment went to them, then it would be tantamount to slapping him across the face. This was a matter of pride. Such an outcome was absolutely intolerable. Having been left with no other choice, Nie Yan crushed a haste scroll before dashing toward Hidden Blade. Closing the distance almost immediately, his dagger flashed with a cold ray of light. Damn it, I don't care if you're a berserker. Just because you have some armor, you think I can't deal with you. Even now, Nie Yan still didn't wish to use Sacrificial Gambit. Its 2-day cooldown wasn't trivial since he wanted to have this skill in his arsenal for the quest he planned to embark on after returning to the city. However, since he had been forced into a corner, he was left with no other choice. He firmly believed that a person should live their life with a steadfast resolve. As such, if he were to back down now, without even putting up a fight and allow the Zombie King to be taken away by someone else, he would be nothing more than a spineless coward. Seeing Nie Yan dash over, Night Shadow withdrew from the battle with the Zombie King and raised his daggers to intercept him. Battle Stance. When a Battle Thief activated Battle Stance, they would receive a 30% increase in attack speed and a 20% increase in attack, allowing their damage output to even surpass some berserkers. Its only flaw was that, even though their offensive abilities saw a sharp rise, they were still protected by merely leather armor. Clang, 2 pairs of daggers clashed together. Amidst their deadlock, Nie Yan suddenly switched over from a reverse grip to a forward grip as his dagger slipped through Night Shadow's guard. Like a snake before a fatal strike, everything was over in an instant, and before Night Shadow even knew what was going on, he found himself in a dazed state. Nie Yan's mysterious action was actually a technique from his past life which shadow dancers often displayed in featured videos on Conviction's official website. During the animation for switching grips, there was a very precise timing window where a thief would be able to slip through an opponent's guard and stun them with the pommel. Back then, for the sake of mastering this technique, he had practiced these movements over several 100,000 times. Perhaps this little trick wouldn't be effective against the experienced shadow dancers of his original timeline, but it was more than enough to deal with players in the present day. But, before he could proceed any further, a streak of arcane magic came flying his way. Tangerine's spell was perfectly timed. If he rolled out of the way now, the outcome would be the same as last time. Night Shadow would be allowed a moment to catch his breath. However, the circumstances this time were substantially different from the previous encounter. For one, he was no longer the target of the Zombie King's aggro, which was why he previously hadn't dared to be rash and chose to avoid the oncoming spell. Yet now, the Zombie King was entirely aggroed onto Hidden Blade. If Tangerine believed she could shoo him away with just a single spell, then she was living in a dream. Nie Yan mentally braced himself to endure the impact. Bang! He felt the arcane fireball explode on his back as it depleted 120 of his health. What ferocious damage! His gear was considered good, but he had still lost so much health. Afterward, Nie Yan struck Night Shadow with Assassinate followed by Lacerate and chunked him for 180 health. Aside from this initial damage, Night Shadow was also inflicted with the bleed status effect which caused him to lose 10 health every second. Even though this number was frighteningly high, it didn't kill him since Battle Thieves were generally more durable than Tempest Thieves. Night Shadow, for instance, had as much as 520 health. However, when matched against Nie Yan's damage, it still wasn't nearly enough to save him. Nie Yan followed up by circling behind Night Shadow and hitting him in the back of the head with Smothering Strike. Afterward, he brought out a Sheep transformation scroll and began channeling it. His target for the spell, surprisingly, wasn't Night Shadow but Hidden Blade instead. Just as Hidden Blade was about to strike the Zombie King with Flame Slash, a bright radiance enshrouded him and his skill was interrupted as he transformed into a small sheep. Currently, the Zombie King had only 8% health remaining. After falling below 20%, it would enter an enraged state and gain a life drain modifier on all of its attacks, making it noticeably more difficult to kill if a party was fighting against it the standard way. Therefore, when both Night Shadow and Hidden Blade stopped dealing damage, its health would soon begin to recover. For the sake of rescuing Night Shadow, Tangerine changed the focus of her firepower onto Nie Yan while Hidden Blade was still hopping around as a sheep. As a result, the Zombie King's health stagnated after falling down to 3% before recovering back up to 5% upon successfully swiping the sheep in front of it several times. Consequently, Hidden Blade's transformation was forcefully cancelled by these attacks. Nie Yan chugged down a health potion and then applied a combat bandage. Bang! Tangerine's spell struck Nie Yan again, chunking him for 130 health. However, Nie Yan endured the pain and struck Night Shadow with Backstab and Eviscerate, causing 253 health to disappear at once. Night Shadow was awoken from his dazed state by Backstab, but he wasn't given the time to drink a health potion. Die! Nie Yan activated Vital Strike, his dagger flashing brilliantly before streaking across Night Shadow's neck. The last of Night Shadow's health was instantly taken away, and with a plop, he collapsed onto the ground. Tangerine stared blankly at the scene. She never expected that Nie Yan's damage would be so terrifying. It hadn't even been several exchanges yet Night Shadow was already down for the count. She hadn't even finished casting her third spell yet. Hidden Blade, whose transformation was broken, was left in shock when he saw the party notification of Night Shadow's death. However, he didn't have much time to process this information when the Zombie King struck out with yet another swipe of its claws. He did his best to resist, but his health had already fallen by over 200 points while enduring its assault. Flame Slash. Hidden Blade finally got his skill off, and as his claymore ignited with flames, he slashed down on the Zombie King who in turn let out a mournful cry. As its lumbering body collapsed to the ground, a wisp of light floated up from its corpse before dissipating in the sky. Shortly after Nie Yan finished off Night Shadow, he turned around to find that Hidden Blade had already slain the Zombie King. He was still a step too late. In the end, it was snatched away. Nie Yan was absolutely indignant, seeing the experience from the Zombie King, that he had worked so hard on to wear down, go to someone else. Hidden Blade was also briefly taken aback by the death of his teammate. However, he soon recovered and dashed toward Nie Yan with Vanguard Rush. If Hidden Blade was allowed to get in range to use Tendon Break, then Nie Yan would be done for. Meanwhile, Tangerine's arcane fireball was also flying over. Suffering an attack from both sides, Nie Yan would undoubtedly die. It's either you or me. He had to instantly finish Hidden Blade off. Otherwise, he had no hope of surviving this predicament. Sacrificial Gambit. Nie Yan's health bar plummeted as he sacrificed 30% of his current health. The missing health transformed into energy which converged at the tip of his dagger where it began radiating a murderous aura. As streaks of sparks danced in the air, the dagger was instantly propelled forward and plunged into Hidden Blade's chest, causing the volatile energy to wreak havoc inside his body. -193. As the damage value rose up above Hidden Blade's head, an inconceivably shocked expression was plastered all over his face. He believed that his 193 remaining health was more than enough to deal with Nie Yan. In fact, none of the thieves he had encountered so far were capable of dealing more than 30 damage to him in a single hit. Protected by his heavy plate armor that was capable of brushing off any attack from a dagger, he was confident that as long as he could cripple Nie Yan with tendon break then follow up with violent slash, Nie Yan would undoubtedly die. His overconfidence in his defensive abilities and gear was the main factor leading to his untimely death. At the same time, Nie Yan's sacrificial gambit was truly an anomaly. Never could he have predicted, not even in his wildest dreams, that Nie Yan would be able to deal such explosive burst damage. Both Night Shadow and Hidden Blade were killed within seconds of each other. Now, the only remaining member of the party was Tangerine. Even though she had experienced countless battles in her life, she could never have foreseen this one coming to a conclusion such as this. Even in life and death battles on the front lines of large-scale guild wars, she would be able to maintain a calm and collected heart. Yet at present, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her back. After killing Hidden Blade, Nie Yan rolled out of the way and dodged another one of Tangerine's arcane flame bursts. Bang! Upon impact with the ground, the spell exploded into a shower of black flames. After regaining his footing, he fished up the equipment that Night Shadow, Hidden Blade, and the Zombie King dropped upon their deaths. A moment later, he shifted his attention to Tangerine, whom he stared at with an icy expression. In that moment, Tangerine finally revealed a trace of panic. Dropping a level was a small matter, but if she died, she would also drop a piece of equipment and lose the set bonus from her gear. Out of the 3 members in the party, only she was left. The mental blow from such a realization was intense. I thought you were so strong. What now? Are you finally getting scared? Earlier, Tangerine had completely disregarded his existence. He still hadn't forgotten her arrogant expression that was full of contempt. Step by step, he began to walk toward her. It's not over yet. Don't be so eager to count your chickens before they hatch. Tangerine shouted in a flustered manner. She then brandished her staff to show that she had yet to give up. However, the high and aloof sense of superiority that she felt toward him had been completely shattered by the death of her 2 comrades. Spells like Repel, although effective against thieves, would only be able to keep them away for a short time and posed no real threat to their lives. Tangerine had overestimated her ability. In a true one-on-one battle, Nie Yan could effortlessly toy with her to death. If she believed Nie Yan was one of those thieves she could kill by simply relying on her high damage, then she was in for a surprise. Tangerine raised her staff and began chanting the incantation for her magic. As a halo of magical energy began converging at the tip of her staff, it started emitting an azure radiance that was magnificent to behold. This woman actually has arcane reset. Obscurus magic was similar to elemental temple magic and Templar magic in that they possessed formidable might. Arcane reset, for example, when cast successfully, would set the cooldowns of all the caster's other spells to 0 for 3 minutes. In other words, during that period of time, she would be able to fire off however many spells she had in her arsenal without worrying about their cooldowns. With its short cast time, this spell was absolutely terrifying in duels. Of course, there were still cast times. However, as long as they had enough mana, the caster would be able to cast several dozen spells in the span of 30 seconds. He couldn't allow her to finish casting that spell. Even a tanky fighter would not dare to rashly confront such a formidable magic. Nie Yan retrieved a pouch of flash powder and lobbed it at her. Poof! The pouch exploded into a shower of blinding rays that pierced into Tangerine's eyes like 1,000 needles, causing her to temporarily lose her vision. Drop dead. Tangerine's expression turned incomparably ugly to behold as she sent a wave of arcane fireballs flying over to him. Boom 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 boom. Like tongues of flame, countless fireballs streaked through the air and chaotically peppered the earth with craters. Stupid girl, where do you think you're aiming at? Nie Yan coldly smiled. The area where he stood was completely untouched, however, just a little to the left of him, the earth was no longer recognizable. A brief moment later, Tangerine finally regained her vision. Already out of mana, Nie Yan coldly chuckled. This arrogant woman had finally taken a bite from a bitter fruit. Although the utility of arcane reset allowed her to explode with all her damage in but a split second, it didn't provide her with an endless pool of mana. Tangerine was just like a rooster that had lost his fight. She bitterly glared at Nie Yan and shouted in a fierce tone, I'll get my revenge. I welcome it at any time. Here, let me make things easier for you. I'll send you back to the city for free. Just in case Tangerine still wanted to pull any dirty tricks, Nie Yan dashed forward and stunned her with concussive blow before finishing her off with lacerate followed by vital strike, sending her back to the graveyard in Kalor. As a mage, she was much frailer than other classes. After getting rid of Tangerine, Nie Yan bent down to pick up the item she dropped, a level 10 arcane mage staff. Nie Yan glanced at his status bar and was disappointed to find his name branded in red. Though, now that he thought back to earlier, he was indeed the one who had drawn first blood. However, the circumstances at that time were very tense. He had no time to thoroughly consider the consequences of his actions. After all, if Night Shadow got the first attack in while he still held the Zombie King's aggro, then he would be sandwiched between 2 enemies and it would without a doubt mark his death. Sadly, there was nothing he could do about this since the system rules for player interaction were as such. Truthfully, the act of peeking, or player killing, was a form of recreation unto itself. To effortlessly dispose of an opponent while staying within the boundaries set by the game, now that was the highest level of play very few could achieve. In his earlier predicament, it was impossible for him to yield the first attack to the enemy. As for cutting his losses and leaving, that was even more of an impossibility. However, he had to admit he did have such an urge at the back of his mind. However, in those circumstances, who would possibly submit to such humiliation? Though, after killing those 3 players, his name had been branded in a deep crimson red. Nonetheless, it wasn't anything so alarming that it would make him worry. In his past life, he had been branded red at least several dozen times over. In especially chaotic battles, being branded red 2 or 3 times in a single day was a fairly regular occurrence. Even though his name was branded red, based on his current gear, if other players wished to kill him, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. If he wanted to escape, there was no one who would be able to bar his way. This was why he wasn't feeling the least bit anxious. However, based on his current influence in Kalor, while his name was still branded red, he would immediately be attacked by the guards upon being spotted. Nie Yan suddenly recalled, if his name was red, he could simply hunt scaled frogs. They were especially great monsters for reducing the PKer status effect. Not to mention while under a red name, they gave increased experience and higher drop rates. Sometimes, if a player was lucky, they would drop a special present known as the killer's demonic medallion. Perhaps there's still some good that can come out of this. His battle with Tangerine, Night Shadow, and Hidden Blade was a wake-up call. The 2 chapters from the Book of Order and the fragment of Soulgate's Shadow were items that would benefit him greatly in the future. After all, he would receive 4 more stat points than the average player every 5 levels. However, since he had spent so much time gathering them, the rest of his gear became lacking as a result, a reminder that he needed to be faster with leveling and collecting better equipment, otherwise, he might not be so lucky in his next encounter. After reaffirming his resolve, he examined the level 10 Arcane Mage Staff in his hands. Blackwind Staff Gold. Requirements, level 10. Properties, Magic Power 62 to 68, plus 30 explosion damage, plus 30% damage against beast-type monsters. Weight, 2 pounds. Restrictions, Arcane Mage, can only be equipped by members of the Righteous Guardian of Order. It turns out that woman actually had this sort of weapon. No wonder she dealt so much damage. No matter how high my defense was, it would have still been useless. I should give this staff to Tang Yao, just in time too since he's about to hit level 10. Then, after switching his gear, we can just leave to do the quest. But without Sacrificial Gambit, I'm not sure we can still succeed. I ought to get Tang Yao some better spells to increase our chances. Nie Yan proceeded to examine the equipment the 2 other players dropped. Night Shadow dropped the Blackwing Cloak. Since it could only be equipped by battle thieves, Nie Yan was helpless in the matter. Meanwhile, Hidden Blade dropped a piece of warrior armor. Finally, he moved on to the item the Zombie King dropped, which gave him a pleasant surprise. Zombie King's leather leg guards gold. Requirements, level 10. Properties, defense, 29 to 35, resilience plus 12, movement speed plus 16. Weight, 2 pounds. Restrictions, thief, can be equipped by all factions. How are things on your side? Nie Yan popped Tang Yao a message. I just hit level 10, so I'm about to head back to Kalor. Are we going to do the quest next? Tang Yao asked. Now that he had a rank 3 arcane fairy by his side, he really wanted to test it out against some stronger mobs. We're having a slight change of plans. My name is Red, Nie Yan let out a forced smile as he helplessly replied. Tang Yao was momentarily left speechless. After pulling himself together, he exclaimed, our red name. Did you just PK someone? 3, actually. Members of Victorious Return, they tried kill stealing an elite from me. In the end, I finished them off. Holy crap, you're amazing. You were actually able to take on all 3 of them at once. What level were they? Tang Yao didn't seem disappointed at all by the fact that Nie Yan was branded with a red name and had to delay their plans. On the contrary, it was actually quite the opposite. He was elated, not because Nie Yan had to delay their plans or because he was branded as a PKer, but because he had single-handedly fought 3 opponents at once. And won. That was an incredible feat. They were all level 10. Dear Lord. Level 10. And here I thought they were all low-level trash. Tang Yao was given quite a shock. He knew exactly what a level 10 player in a major guild signified. It meant they were the elites of the guild, members of the main dungeon running team, and certainly not someone like him who had relied on grinding mobs endlessly in a single area to level up. Yet this brother of his had actually managed to deal with, not 1, but 3 such frightening existences. At a time where the vast majority of players were still leveling in low-level zones, this sort of achievement was simply inconceivable. A lone player had PK'd 3 members of Victorious Return's elite team. Such a fact was still hard for him to accept. After a moment of silence as he processed this information, he finally spoke. All right, I understand. Tell me where you are, and I'll meet you there. Don't get killed by other players in the meantime. If you do, you'll end up dropping all your gear. This sole matter was Tang Yao's only worry. Though, after giving it a second thought, he believed he might have been overthinking things. With Nie Yan's ability, the fact that he wasn't purposefully causing trouble for other players was already a godsend for the entire community. If other players wanted to kill his brother, then they better start reconsidering their own life choices. I'm at Black Gold Mines. I've thought of a good way to remove my PKer status, but I'll need you to help me prepare a few things first. Head back to Kalor and talk to Bird Leaves No Eggs at the Starry Night Potion Shop. He'll give you some money. After buying all the consumables I need in the city, I want you to teleport over to Tasoi Village in Plague Canyons and help me buy some smoke powder, Nie Yan instructed before he began explaining his relation with the Starry Night Potion Shop. By the end of it all, Tang Yao couldn't be more amazed if he wanted to. The business that made such a huge uproar all over Kalor was actually opened by Nie Yan. Though, after thinking over these matters some more, he became thoroughly convinced. Who knew just how many more secrets this brother of his was keeping? However, one thing was certain, he would do his utmost to keep the ones that Nie Yan shared with him. Smoke powder. What kind of item is that? Tang Yao asked in bewilderment. You'll find out when you get there. By the way, bring some extra money with you. They sell for 5 gold a batch over there, and there's 20 in a batch. I'll tell Bird to give you 6 gold. The hell, what kind of item is that expensive? And 5 gold can only buy 20 of them. That's way too expensive. Are they trying to rob people dry? Tang Yao sucked in a breath of cold air. Don't ask so many questions. I'll explain everything when you get back. Alright, I'll get it done as quickly as possible. Good, I'll be grinding some mobs. When you're almost done, just pop me a message, Nie Yan said. For the time being, he could only hunt some of the ordinary zombie miners in the area and do his best to reduce his PKer status, albeit if only slightly. And so, while following Nie Yan's instructions, Tang Yao urgently purchased all of the items he requested from the NPC shops, including the batch of smoke powder that could only be purchased exclusively in Tasoi Village. Just like that, 5 gold went down the drain. Tang Yao's heart ached sorely, as if it were being stabbed by 1,000 daggers, when he thought about the money that had been spent. 5 gold, if we're to exchange that amount for health potions, he would have enough to last him 3 entire months. If he were to exchange it for equipment, then he would be able to put on an entire set of gold-grade gear. Yet in Nie Yan's hands, it became 20 of strange pouches of powder that he still knew nothing about. Gah, what a waste. I'm there, tell me your coordinates, Tang Yao messaged. I'm at 23,838, 23,828. Nie Yan sent over his coordinates to Tang Yao. I'm near the area. I'll be there in a bit. After a while, a fatty could be seen approaching from the distance, panting for air as he ran. Sticking close by was a ball of blue light following from behind. Ha, ha, ha. I'm so tired, give me a second to catch my breath. A brief moment later, Tang Yao looked up and got a better inspection of Nie Yan's name. Ah, why is it so red? He gasped in shock. Go find 3 players to kill, and yours will be just as red too, Nie Yan bitterly replied. Well, aren't you fierce? Tang Yao chuckled. Alright, stop standing there and poking fun at another person's misfortune. Help me bring these things back to the city. I'll give you access to my personal storage, so deposit them in there, Nie Yan said. I have to run there and back again. Tang Yao exclaimed in a dejected tone. My bag is packed to the brim with items. Or are you telling me you'd rather have me throw them all away? I guess you won't be needing the gold grade staff that's inside there then. Gold grade staff, show me. Hearing the mention of a gold grade weapon, Tang Yao's eyes lit up with a hint of greed. Here, Nie Yan sent Tang Yao a trade request. Then, he opened up the trade window and placed the Blackwind staff inside. Awesome. If you had a gold grade staff for me, why didn't you just say so earlier? After examining the staff's properties, his face immediately lit up, and without raising any further complaints, he said, Good sir, I am wholeheartedly at your service. I promise I'll have these items inside your storage within 3 minutes and be back here in 20 minutes at most. Then, go already. Nie Yan jokingly scolded before giving him the rest of the items. Tang Yan teleported back to the city with a return scroll before hurrying back to Nie Yan's side after depositing the items. So, what are we doing next? We're going to hunt scaled frogs. I'll send you the party invite. Young Sparrow Hawk has joined your party. With their party formed, the pair set out to the area that spawned scaled frogs. After exiting black gold mines, they continued south until they arrived in a large region of forest lush with greenery. Occasionally, between the gaps in the trees, they would be able to spot a few cow-like monsters grazing on the grass while passing by. Whatever you do, stay hidden. If we encounter any monsters, just circle around them, and absolutely do not draw any of their aggros. Nie Yan gave Tang Yao a reminder. Where are we going? Why do I get the feeling that we're in a very dangerous area? Tang Yao whispered back. We're in a level 30 area, so we need to be a bit careful. Thankfully, the monsters here are pretty docile. As long as we don't get within 5 meters of them, they won't aggro onto us. Level 30 area. Tang Yao was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Coming to a level 30 zone at their level, weren't they just seeking death? Though, after considering things over, he voiced no further complaints. Several days ago, Nie Yan had brought him over to the level 25 zone, Hem's Wasteland. With that being the case, what difference was there in going a little higher? After traversing the dense thickets for some time, they would occasionally come across one or two cow-like monsters. They were big and robust, possessing long, sharp horns and thick hides covered in pure black coats. Their appearances were quite daunting. Tang Yao in particular was left especially panic-stricken by the presence of these monsters. Unlike thieves who had a good chance of escaping whatever dangers they encountered, he was a slow, cloth-armored mage. If he were to be targeted by any of the monsters in this area, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. After passing through the cow monster zone, Nie Yan and Tang Yao finally arrived at the scaled frog area. Covered in black scales and domineering, these huge scaled frogs appeared particularly terrifying as they lumbered across the forest floor. Tang Yao, upon spotting them, nearly received a heart attack from fright. Are you serious? Are these supposed to be the mobs we could handle? Your arcane fairies ignore level difference is at +7 now, right? Nie Yan asked. Ignore level difference was a fairly useful property, especially when engaging higher level mobs, while in PvP, its advantages were obvious. With it, Tang Yao would be able to inflict effective damage against opponents up to 12 levels higher than him. When facing opponents above that, there was a chance of ignoring the level difference. Yeah, Tang Yao nodded. Good, we can hunt these scaled frogs then. As long as 1 in 5 of your spells procs the ignore level difference property, you'll be able to whittle their health down. Also, with the arcane fairy around, you won't have to worry about conserving your mana because you'll never run out in the first place. Only after factoring in this minor detail did Nie Yan realize that it would be beneficial to bring Tang Yao along. After all, who knew what sort of goodies these mobs would drop while hunting them at their current level? Not only that, but they gave plenty of experience as well. Hence, this was the perfect opportunity for the pair of best friends to do some leveling together. Nie Yan glanced at the leaderboards. At present, the highest ranked player in the entire Viridian Empire was Victorious Returns guild leader, Heaven Breaker, who had already reached level 15. After the opening of Social Valley and Medusa's Lair, he had soared to the top of the leaderboards. As a testament to his guild's power, the 3rd and 6th positions belonged to Victorious Return as well. Second place was occupied by a level 14 member of Holy Judgment, while Sleepy Fox, who was already level 13, was ranked 4th. 5th place belonged to a member of Radiant Sacred Flame, and 7th place belonged to Battle Crazed Alliance's very own Kill Love. As for the top-ranked guild of the Righteous faction in his previous timeline, Angel Corp, their scope of influence was limited to the Satrine Empire, which had their own leaderboards separate from the Viridian Empires. 5 formidable powers had risen to prominence in the Viridian Empire: Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, Holy Judgment, Holy Empire, and Battle Crazed Alliance. The other guilds struggling for power were relegated to second-rate positions. Naturally, many more formidable powers would emerge in the future. However, in the initial stages of the game, there were only these 5. Their influences were still relatively minimal for the time being, not yet enough to shake the empire as a whole, but when they started partitioning the empire's strongholds and receiving its respective taxes, they would grow immensely in power to the extent of obtaining seats in the empire's parliament. From then on, they would truly be able to remold the policies of the empire. If forthcoming events proceeded as they had in the previous timeline, then Cao Shu would bring Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, and 3 other major guilds under his control, gaining a vast number of strongholds and ascending to the position of a powerful overlord. Afterward, he would secure 7 seats in the empire's parliament and become such a domineering existence that the other 3 powers, Holy Judgment, Battle Crazed Alliance, and Holy Empire, would go to great lengths to avoid the point of his spear. If such events were to recur, then Nie Yan would be unable to live his days in peace. If he wanted to avert this worst-case scenario, it wouldn't do to remain forever complacent in the shadows, unwilling to step into the spotlight. As a single person, no matter how many players he could take on by himself because of his growth in level or the gear he obtained, there was no way he could match the might of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of men. As he anticipated the possibilities of the future, Nie Yan sank into deep thought. Even though at this point in the game, he had collected several items that would greatly aid his growth in the future, these still weren't nearly enough to achieve his ambitions. He needed to quicken his pace. I might not run out of mana, but these things are level 30. They're way faster than I am. As soon as I aggro one of them, I'm dead, Tang Yao wryly pointed out. No worries, that's why we brought this powder along. Nie Yan retrieved a pouch of smoke powder from his bag. What's that supposed to do? Even though he had seen its description, he was never able to figure out how it could prove useful. Smoke powder covers everything in a 30-meter range in a dense cloud of smoke and reduces the sight of both enemies and allies by 15. Effective against all living beings level 50 and lower. Duration, 2 hours. You'll see in just a moment, Nie Yan replied in a mysterious manner. If this smoke powder only affects enemies and not allies, then I could see how it would be somewhat useful. But it doesn't, so it's pretty much useless, right? Are you sure you didn't misread the description? What about in PvP? It's useless as well. Losing 15 points of sight is nothing. Does this even work on monsters? Tang Yao rattled on in bewilderment. In a daylight setting, an average player at this stage of the game had 50 to 60 points of sight. In a dark setting like an underground dungeon or cave where vision was reduced by 90%, only then would something like smoke powder prove useful. However, who in their right mind would deliberately PvP in such areas? Why wouldn't it affect monsters? They have stats too, right? Everyone starts out with a base sight of 30. After raising awareness, it might rise to 60 or higher. As for me, I have 57 points of sight. Every monster has a weakness, and for these scaled frogs, it's their low sight. At 40 points, it means they won't be able to see you so long as you stay over 40 meters away from them, but I know your attacks don't reach that far. That's why I brought the smoke powder. It can reduce their range of vision to only 25 meters. As long as you keep your distance while firing spells, they'll never be able to catch you, Nie Yan explained. Is that really how it works? Tang Yao was dumbfounded. He didn't really feel that it would be so simple, yet Nie Yan's explanation seemed so clear and logical. Maybe, just maybe, this crazy idea of his might actually work. Alright, get ready. We're going to head deeper into the forest. Wait, what? We're still going in deeper. Why can't we just hunt them from here? Because we'd be wasting the smoke powder on ordinary scaled frogs. We're heading deeper to hunt elites and sub-elites to kill. In this vast zone that covered 2 entire mountains, Nie Yan knew of 3 locations, set up similarly to Gato the Lion Kings, where elites would respawn daily. As for sub-elites, they were even more plentiful. Tang Yao stared blankly for a moment before coming back to reality. He already felt killing ordinary level 30 mobs was going to be an impossible task. Yet, at this point, Nie Yan pointed out that his interests actually lied with the elites rather than the ordinary mobs. This was simply too ridiculous. Did Nie Yan suddenly go crazy? Most level 30 elites had frightening amounts of health. Would he really be able to even leave so much as a scratch? Stop daydreaming already and let's go, Nie Yan said. The pair penetrated deeper into the forest, avoiding any scaled frogs they encountered along the way. In a certain guild's headquarters in Kalor, the elite members of Victorious Return were all assembled in a meeting hall, an accommodation that the game provided to every guild upon their creation. Theirs in particular was quite large and spacious, capable of fitting over several hundred people. Their guild leader, Heaven Breaker, was a man in his 40s with a tall, robust build and suntanned skin. His appearance, as well as his vicious tendencies in the game, struck fear into the hearts of many players. He was Cao Shu's business partner in reality and a well-known figure in the criminal underworld. Were it not for the fact that he'd exhausted through all other available means, Cao Shu wouldn't have been able to accumulate such massive wealth. Conversely, without Cao Shu's support, his influence wouldn't have risen by such an astronomical rate and he wouldn't be in the position he was in now. He had over 50,000 subordinates under his control, including quite a few miscreants and criminals. Since he had heard some murmurings behind the scenes, he had entered conviction early in the hope of taking advantage of its economy to gradually wipe away the records of his criminal past. With the backing of his powerful network, Victorious Return would rapidly expand. At this moment, Heaven Breaker was akin to a raging lion. The other elite members stayed quiet out of fear. It had been quite a while since their guild leader was this mad. Thanks to you 3, our dungeon running schedule has been delayed yet again by at least another day. Tangerine, explain what the hell happened out there. How did the 3 of you end up being killed by a single thief? You useless idiots. Is it because things have become too relaxed these past few days? Is that why you decided to screw things up? Heaven Breaker furiously cursed. Tangerine and the other 2 didn't dare to utter even a single word. Eventually, they could only obediently explain what had happened during their encounter with Nie Yan. I'm also not sure what happened. I just remember us clashing daggers during the fight, and then, before I knew it, he suddenly stunned me with concussive blow, Night Shadow explained in a flustered and confused manner. Their exchange was simply too short, and Nie Yan was too quick. From start to finish, Night Shadow had been clueless. After hearing the 3 recount their details of the event, Heaven Breaker pressed no further and began contemplating with a dark expression. Alright, you 3 can leave now. Go run Medusa's lair a few times to replace the gear you lost. We're heading to Misty Forest tomorrow, Heaven Breaker calmly instructed, not allowing anyone to see what was going on in the back of his mind. As if they had just been pardoned of a terrible crime, Tangerine's, Night Shadow's, and Hidden Blade's expressions immediately brightened as they excused themselves before fleeing the hall. This was the second time such an event had occurred. The first could be chalked up to coincidence since Violet Flames might have died due to carelessness. However, this time, the same player had single-handedly taken down 3 of his elite members, including Tangerine, who ranked 3rd in the entire guild. In that case, this Nirvana Flame definitely wasn't simple. An expert thief with unbelievable skill. This did drum up some interest inside of him. While the pair of friends traversed deeper into the forest, Nie Yan suddenly received a voice call. He checked the caller ID. It was actually no other than Victorious Returns guild leader, Heaven Breaker. Heaven Breaker surely wasn't contacting him with kind intentions, but Nie Yan answered the call anyway. Although Victorious Return's association with Cao Shu was kept tightly under wraps, he understood that he would eventually have to confront his enemies, so it might as well be now. Nirvana Flame, I presume. Heaven Breaker's somewhat hoarse voice rang out from the other end. Right, that's me. You've killed 4 of my members so far, Violet Flames, Night Shadow, Tangerine, and Hidden Blade. I'm now giving you 2 options. 1, you can join my guild, and I'll be willing to forgive all of your past transgressions. As for number 2, I'm sure we're both very clear on what it is. Victorious Return will never let its enemies off. I'm quite a busy man, so I'll give you 3 minutes to consider things over. Heaven Breaker's tone carried over his arrogant and menacing nature. Well, since the first option seems impossible, I guess I have no choice but to pick option number 2. If you have what it takes, then bring it on. I'll welcome your wrath at any time, Nie Yan replied coarsely. Considering the interactions he'd had with them in the previous timeline, what could this little enmity between them now possibly count as? He wasn't the least bit afraid of Victorious Return, whether it be in this life or the previous. Then that makes things easier for the both of us, doesn't it? I do truly appreciate your candidness. Heaven Breaker grimly laughed before hanging up. Tang Yao noticed the change in Nie Yan's expression and asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? It's nothing, Nie Yan waved his hands before changing the subject. Hey, Tang Yao, have you ever thought about creating your own guild? Wait, what? Starting a guild? Tang Yao asked in shock. This sudden question caught him completely off guard. Yeah, a guild that's even more powerful than Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame combined. Tang Yao stared at Nie Yan with a strange expression of disbelief. A brief moment later, he burst into laughter and said, you're joking, right? Why would we ever start a guild? No, I'm dead serious. We'll be contesting for the top spot, Nie Yan replied in a matter-of-fact tone. That sounds like a pain in the ass. I mean, right now, we get to hunt mobs and chase after girls to our heart's content, isn't that enough already? Tang Yao perplexedly asked. Nie Yan sank into thought after hearing Tang Yao's words, then burst out into laughter as well. Apparently the grand ambitions of others actually meant nothing to this brother of his. After contemplating a while longer, he concluded that the timing did seem a little too early for establishing a guild. He still didn't have enough trustworthy people by his side, and there was no way he could handle the task of running an entire guild all by himself. Even though Nie Yan's father was presently smuggling goods at the borders of the country, the man had already long set out plans for his future company, from its name, how it would operate, to the types of machinery needed for manufacturing. In fact, he had already struck several undisclosed deals with neighboring countries on the western and northern border. As a result, the profits reaped would be immense, but the risk was all too high. If any of these deals ever fell through, then the company would be toast because the trade contracts he owned were extremely coveted after by others. Hence, in order to mitigate some of this risk in the previous timeline, Nie Yan's father had heavily invested into the game known as humanity's second world, Conviction. After recruiting experts for his newly established gaming organization, he had founded a guild that became immensely popular for a time called the War God Tribe. Thanks to the enormous financial backing from his father, the War God Tribe nearly rivaled Victorious Return in power and influence, and the elites under his control were numerous beyond compare. However, as a consequence of the guild becoming powerful enough to contest their position as overlord of the Viridian Empire, Victorious Return began an intense string of counterattacks. They besieged land under the War God Tribe's control, seizing 2 strongholds in quick succession, and ruined many of their businesses. Having set foot in the game so late, their foundation was severely lacking, which was shown by the fact they owned only one influential property, an auction house opened by one of Nie Yan's cousins. Thus, they eventually crumbled under the fierce attacks launched by their enemy. Truthfully, after the War God Tribe's initial strikes, Victorious Return had actually shown visible signs of decline. If they had pressed on a little further and organized several more powerful counterattacks, Victorious Return might have ended up on the losing side instead. In fact, were it not for several other guilds joining the fray, such as Radiant Sacred Flame, Bloodlust Blades, and so on, the War God Tribe wouldn't have fallen. Under their combined assault, his father's wealth became meaningless. Reality was harsh and cruel. If his father's guild hadn't lost their strongholds and defeated Victorious Return instead, they would have seized 13 strongholds, each of which would generate astronomical revenue, numerous shops, auction houses, and other properties, and the resulting wealth would have been enough to allow his family to prosper for many generations to come. In the end, the company his father had built from the ground up through painstaking efforts suffered a crushing defeat, an outcome that could only be attributed to fate not being on their side. In this lifetime, however, Nie Yan would make sure that the War God Tribe wasn't built atop a shallow foundation, which was the main factor for their defeat. The several properties he had purchased so far were enough to allow the guild to gain a firm foothold in Kalor. With this source of income, they would expand even more ferociously than before, letting the War God Tribe grow into an unshakable oak that would reach new heights. Nie Yan originally wanted to wait for his father to establish the War God Tribe before entering the spotlight and merging his assets with his father's because, after his father pulled in his old comrades, colleagues, trustworthy friends, and hired talented management staff, he would have no need to worry about running the guild. However, considering recent developments, if he waited any longer, wouldn't it already be too late? Even though he was given a second chance, he was still subject to the tides of fate. He could only slowly build his influence a step at a time because if he rushed things too quickly, he was prone to failure. After all, he was only one person and the power he possessed was limited. Nie Yan smiled at Tang Yao before shaking his head, and said, "You don't understand. Often when you're alone, you won't be able to protect yourself nor those close to you. An individual's strength, no matter how powerful, is meaningless in front of many. I don't understand. I've never gotten into a serious conflict with any guild. Why would they go after me? At times, even if you don't go looking for trouble, trouble will come looking for you." Nie Yan shook his head, a bitter smile on his face, and then continued, "Establishing a guild is tedious and difficult work. How about we put this discussion off for some other time? For now, we can still afford to hunt monsters at a leisurely pace." "Oh, alright. Let's keep leveling then," Tang Yao replied, sounding a bit distracted. Why did he suddenly bring up the topic of creating our own guild when we were happily going about our business? Nie Yan knew that Victorious Return now had their sights on his head. However, as long as he stayed careful, then they probably wouldn't be able to do any harm to him. After all, spotting and surrounding a lone player in the wilderness was an extremely difficult task, to say nothing of a thief as skilled as him who only hung around high-level zones. Although scaled frogs appeared clumsy because of their large size, once they spotted an enemy, they would act with incomparable speed. Of course, that was only if they had a target to go after. If they didn't, then even if they were attacked for half a day, they would be helpless to react. Scaled frog elite level. Nie Yan still wasn't able to fully inspect its level, but he knew from his previous life that this monster was level 30. "Are you ready?" Nie Yan inquired. "As ready as I'll ever be," Tang Yao gulped down a mouthful of saliva. "Don't worry. As long as you stay over 25 meters away from them, they'll be no different from motionless target dummies. Just focus on casting spells, and you'll be fine," Nie Yan assured with a smile as he patted Tang Yao on the shoulders. "Alright, if you say so. I'm ready." Tang Yao raised his Blackwind staff. This newly acquired staff improved his magic power significantly. However, against a level 30 elite, he didn't have the least bit faith in his damage. Afterward, Nie Yan retrieved a pouch of smoke powder from his bag before slinking toward the scaled frog while in stealth. When he approached within 10 meters of the scaled frog, it suddenly trembled, apparently sensing his presence. Poof! The bag of smoke powder burst in his palms, causing a dense cloud of smoke to proliferate outward, enshrouding everything within a 30-meter area for a predetermined period of time. Then, he hastily retreated from the area. At the same time, the scaled frog didn't seem to react as it was still leisurely roaming around. "You can start now. Be careful, don't get too close." After Nie Yan gave the go-ahead, Tang Yao gradually approached the scaled frog. After nearing within 30 meters of the scaled frog, it was finally within range of his spells. Arcane Flame burst. After Tang Yao recited the spell, a sphere of black fire emerged from thin air and then shot toward the scaled frog. Bang! The spell exploded on its body and shaved away 10 health. The scaled frog revealed an alert expression after being struck, its round eyes vigilantly searched for its aggressor. However, after being unable to find Tang Yao, it returned to its passive roaming state. Seeing the scaled frog turn vigilant as it made several steps in his direction, Tang Yao felt extremely nervous, but when he noticed it rather quickly settling back down, he felt his fears quickly disperse. Sending several more spells to test the waters, he found his presence was yet to be noticed. Everything was progressing smoothly. Of course, this was all thanks to Nie Yan racking his brains until he finally came up with this method. Normally, killing a level 30 elite scaled frog wasn't nearly as simple as shooting fish in a barrel. Tang Yao finally felt reassured. As long as he didn't approach within 25 meters of the scaled frog, he was completely safe. They really could rely on this method to take down an elite scaled frog. This was simply amazing. He couldn't help but get excited as he began wondering what sort of items such a high-level elite would drop. The arcane fairy never stopped replenishing Tang Yao's mana as he continued to fire spells while constantly repositioning himself to keep the scaled frog within the range of the cloud of smoke. Blub, blub, blub. The mana in the atmosphere converged toward him as the fairy blew an unending stream of bubbles by his side. Arcane fireball, arcane missile, arcane flame burst. Firing spell after spell, Tang Yao seemed to have limitless mana as their cost didn't even put a dent in his mana bar. My arcane flame burst advanced by a grade. Tang Yao exclaimed after a system notification appeared. He began to recall the elementalist from Radiant Sacred Flame, Dian Kang, who had been able to wipe out one of his party members with a single spell. At that time, he had been badly frightened by Dian Kang's damage. Yet now, he was also capable of killing an opponent with just a single spell. Watching Tang Yao firing off spells like a Gatling gun, Nie Yan began to recall that player who had a rank 5 arcane fairy. At the moment, Tang Yao really did seem to somewhat resemble him. -10, -11, -10, -132. A string of damage values rose up above the scaled frog's head, many of which were fairly low. However, on occasion, a spell would proc the ignore level difference effect and deal a terrifying amount of damage. In the meantime, Nie Yan didn't have anything left to do. He could simply sit back, relax, and enjoy the free experience and loot. Tang Yao decided to liven things up as he began chanting a long line of syllables. Meteor. Wave after wave of meteors rained down from the sky, all without exception bombarding the scaled frog. As the area was being carpet bombed, the ground was quickly reduced to scorched black craters. After casting the spell, Tang Yao's mana fell by 1/5, but it quickly recovered soon afterward. In the past, when Tang Yao used meteor, it would at least consume the greater half of his mana. However, thanks to his rank 3 arcane fairy increasing his mana by 300%, the mana cost of casting meteor could no longer be regarded as anything taxing. The damage Tang Yao dealt was just too monstrous, even Nie Yan was left speechless. The drop rate of an arcane soul crystal was extremely low, not to mention 90% of all arcane fairies would end up dying before reaching rank 3. That was why, even in a group of 10,000 arcane mages, it was hard to find one. Tang Yao really had struck gold, finding one so early on in the game. Did your arcane soul crystal drop when you were farming monsters with Yuland Blue Feather and the others? Yep, Tang Yao replied as he fired off another round of spells. None of the arcane mages in their team fought with you for it. Nie Yan asked in surprise. For others to not covet after such a priceless item was quite strange. None of them felt comfortable fighting with me over it, but I still thank them anyway for letting me have it by giving everyone in the team 2 silver. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so broke when you told me to come over to Hem's wasteland. After the seemingly unending volley of magic persisted for 30 minutes, the scaled frog could no longer support itself as its right side gave way and it ended up on the ground belly up. You have successfully slain a scaled frog elite. Plus 700% experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 98,290 experience points. Nie Yan watched as his experience sharply rose from level 11, 83% to 92%. As for the other member of his party, Tang Yao, he was enveloped in a bright radiance, and having just recently hit level 10, he stood foolishly, staring into empty space as he leveled up once again to level 11. Since Tang Yao had contributed the most to slaying the scaled frog, he received a much larger share of the experience. As such, the generous amount of experience granted by level 30 elite caused him to immediately level up. In an effort to encourage people to challenge themselves, players would receive more experience if they killed a monster above their level. Depending on how high the monster's level was, the experience they would receive could be as much as several times or higher. However, at the same time, the higher the monster's level, the more difficult it was to hunt due to the level penalties. Players like Nie Yan, who relied on special methods to hunt higher level monsters, were especially rare. So even if he didn't focus all his energy into training, he would still be able to gradually overtake the vast majority of players in level. Holy crap, amazing. I leveled up. Tang Yao exclaimed. He had never seen such a huge jump in experience before. Even though he had just recently reached level 10, with just one kill, his experience bar had gone from 1% all the way up to 100%, resulting in him leveling up to level 11 with 7% already filled. If he kept leveling at this speed, then even attaining the top position on the leaderboards wouldn't be a problem. Nie Yan leisurely walked up to the scaled frog's corpse. Let's see what it dropped. Saying that, he bent down and picked up the drops from the ground, 26 silver, a fortune gem, and thief leg guards. Shadow wind leg guards gold. Requirements, level 30. Properties, defense 133 to 135, balance plus 12, jump plus 15, resilience plus 23. Weight, 12 pounds. Restrictions, thief can be equipped by all factions. The Shadow Wind set, one of the better level 30 thief sets, consisted of 3 pieces of gear, leg guards, shoulder guards, and bracers. When a player equipped all 3 pieces, they would gain a set bonus of plus 30% movement speed and the annihilating edge skill. As he wasn't level 30, he still couldn't equip it yet. Although he might have already gone off and found something better by the time he did reach level 30, he planned to hold on to these leg guards nonetheless. Just in case he didn't find anything, the Shadow Wind set would serve as a decent stand-in. A piece of thief equipment dropped along with 26 silver and a fortune gem. Nie Yan looked back over his shoulder and informed Tang Yao. Huh, oh, well, let me know if any mage equipment drops. You can take everything else. Still in amazement, Tang Yao was a little slow to respond. Just as the pair was about to move on, an important announcement appeared in the chat. System notice, Victorious Return has placed a 50 silver bounty on the head of player Nirvana Flame. The amount will be paid out each time to whoever kills the designated player and forcing them to drop a level. To claim the reward, provide sufficient evidence at Victorious Return's guild headquarters. Tang Yao, stunned by the announcement, turned to Nie Yan and asked, why did Victorious Return put out a bounty on your head? Was it because of those 3 players you killed? Just who in the world did Nie Yan piss off for Victorious Return to go after him in such a way? Even Nie Yan himself didn't expect Victorious Return to place such a large bounty on his head. This meant he would need to be a bit more careful when setting foot outside of the city in the future. He smiled at Tang Yao and said, it doesn't matter. It's just a bounty. They'd have to kill me for it to mean anything. Besides, I'm a thief. What's so scary about having a bounty on my head? Nie Yan's carefree and relaxed appearance was a stark contrast to Tang Yao's anxious and brooding expression. The latter recalled the words of the former, about forming their own guild and how a single person's power was meaningless in the face of a larger enemy. Taking these things into consideration, it seemed obvious his brother's true feelings weren't as laid back as he made them out to be on the surface. A lone player going up against an entire guild, surely the pressure they'd be facing would be immense. If you're seriously planning to face them alone, I guarantee you'll be the one coming out of it on the losing end. Come on, let's establish a guild together and fight them head on. It's better than being chased around everywhere and hiding for your life, Tang Yao suddenly declared in a resolute tone. Ho, didn't you say earlier that you were only interested in leisurely training and chasing girls? Nie Yan chuckled in response. Don't worry, they won't be able to do anything to me, at least not for the time being. What kind of man would I be if I still had the leisure to train and chase girls after hearing my brother is being hunted down? Tang Yao spat on the ground. God damn it, what's so amazing about them? You only killed 3 of theirs, yet they're sending the entire gang after you. Let's form a guild and tear them a new one. When we get back, I'll immediately start recruiting. Are you certain about this? Nie Yan asked. What, would you be better off if I wasn't? Tang Yao replied. He never was someone who cared for something useless to him like power. Him establishing a guild was purely for the sake of helping Nie Yan out of this pickle. Nie Yan stayed silent for a brief while. Establishing a guild was going to be a little difficult, but what kind of task wasn't when starting completely from scratch? Even the tallest skyscrapers were built from the ground up. He was planning to establish a guild anyway, so now was as good a time as any. It was still too early for him to be stepping foot onto the stage, but thankfully Tang Yao was going to take his place. With him personally guiding things from behind the scenes, what heights wouldn't they be able to achieve? After some deep contemplation, he finally came to an answer, stored all the drops in his bag, and then said, let's go, we're heading to the next target. There's more elites in this zone. This zone is pretty large. It covers 2 entire mountains. Thanks to that, there are still 2 more areas where we can find elites. After we're done with them, we can go hunt the sub-elites. Awesome, let's go then. Tang Yao felt invigorated after seeing all the experience he gained from the elite-scaled frog. After hearing there were 2 more, he couldn't help but get a little excited. Meanwhile, Nie Yan continued to ponder some more. If he wished to rally the support of the player base and get others to join their guild, then fame would be extremely crucial. After all, who would join the guild of some nobody they've never even heard of? And what better way to gain fame than through the level leaderboards? Toppling Heaven Breaker from his number 1 position would deal a heavy blow to Victorious Return. Moreover, with enough fame and prestige, players would blindly flock over to their side. As long as there was an initial push, the number of people applying to their guild would snowball as they became progressively more popular. Regardless of what the future had in store for them, they would still need to take the first step to make anything happen. As the pair ventured forth, Nie Yan suddenly received a call from Sleepy Fox. How did you end up butting heads with Victorious Return? Sleepy Fox asked. He was flabbergasted when he read that Victorious Return had placed a bounty on Nie Yan's head. An entire guild going after a single person, this was definitely a first. I killed 4 of their players. Who were they? I think they were all members of their elite team. Sleepy Fox didn't respond immediately, instead he pondered in silence for quite a while before finally replying. You really are amazing, you know that. Being hunted down by an entire guild isn't something you can lightly brush off. Right now you're completely outnumbered, and if you get caught, you're done for. With how high of a bounty they put on your head, I bet many players will be seeking to claim the reward. If you ever encounter trouble, you can always come find me. Holy Empire might not be as big as Victorious Return, but we still have tens of thousands of members. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Nie Yan expressed his gratitude, but he had no intention of taking Sleepy Fox up on his offer. In the most crucial moment, he didn't believe for a second that Sleepy Fox would be willing to have a falling out with Victorious Return for his sake. After all, as the leader, he had an obligation to consider the well-being of his own guild over personal feelings. Nonetheless, Nie Yan still appreciated the sentiment. After he finished chatting with Sleepy Fox, he received a whole slew of messages from his other acquaintances, Shenfa Weiyangshi past destroying God 1, Resplendent Blade Light 2, Leader Young 7-3, and so on. Nie Yan, how did you get a bounty placed on your head? You'll have to be more careful when going out of the city, Yao Yao anxiously warned. Brother, there's a bounty on you. That means you've become famous now. Next time we meet, please give me an autograph, haha. I hate those rotten bastards from Victorious Return. If you ever plan to take them on again, please bring me along. Shenfa Wanshi informed. In both this life and the last, he had always despised the likes of Victorious Return. Hey, I was just reminded. Are you still planning on forming a team? If you are, then hurry up. The level 10 dungeons have already opened, Resplendent Blade Light said. It seemed he didn't care much for Victorious Return's influence. Be careful when you step outside of the city. If things get tough, you can always come to us, Leader Young 7 said. He didn't belong to any guild, but as a professional player, he still had his own circle of trusted contacts. Even though Victorious Return was powerful and overbearing, his group still didn't hold them in high regard. Nie Yan had met all these players by coincidence. Shenfa Wanshi, Resplendent Blade Light, Leader Young and his group in particular were all people that he thought could be potential teammates down the road, which was why he set his mind on recruiting them. Truthfully, when Victorious Return announced the bounty on his head, he expected them to avoid him so as to avoid getting dragged into this mess. After all, their friendship wasn't all that deep. A person's nature was as such. Whenever trouble came knocking at the door, only then would their true selves be revealed. It was an opportunity to judge whether they were people worth associating with. If they had chosen to shun him instead, then whatever mutual friendship they held prior would have all but vanished. In any case, he had no interest in fraternizing with people who would abandon him at the drop of a dime. However, this time around, their stances were clear proof that they still held a sense of camaraderie. Nie Yan replied to everyone and informed them that he was still alive. Soon, the pair arrived at their destination and began to hunt the second elite scaled frog. Once the smoke powder was laid down, the scaled frog became no different from a practice dummy for Tang Yao to bombard with wave after wave of magic. We should get you some better spells. Pretty much every elite mage from the major guilds have a high-level spell, Nie Yan said to Tang Yao who was still firing spells at the scaled frog. Right now, Tang Yao's most powerful spell was Meteor, and none of his other spells came even close to comparing with it in regards to area of effect damage. I heard some of the arcane mages there have Obscurus magic. I wonder where we can find that kind of magic since it seems pretty rare. Obscurus magic can be obtained after completing a quest from the arcane shrines. Naturally, the difficulty for such a quest is pretty high, but you should be able to do it now. Why don't you head over there when you have some free time? As for ordinary area of effect spells, we probably won't be able to find any in the marketplace. Even so, there are a few we can get by running dungeons, so we'll do that next time we get a chance, Nie Yan explained. All of the best items seem to be found inside of dungeons, so they would have to embark on a few expeditions if they wanted to obtain them. Once they finished all their business, he ought to set about gathering a team to run a dungeon. Conveniently, this would also give Tang Yao some time to establish a guild. Tang Yao unloaded an unending stream of magic at the scaled frog. As his spells exploded upon impact with its body, the scaled frog's health was gradually chipped away. 30 minutes later, it finally collapsed to the ground. Afterward, both Tang Yao and Nie Yan leveled up. You've reached level 12. Do you wish to enter the leaderboards? No. At present, Nie Yan didn't plan on joining the leaderboards. Tang Yao, on the other hand, was wild with joy as he chose to join, causing both his name and level to appear at the 10th position. Are we gonna continue leveling? Tang Yao asked. He was slightly worried that he was leveling a bit too quickly. If you want to establish a guild, then we keep leveling. Though if you had a change of heart, then we can just go back, Nie Yan replied. The faster Tang Yao leveled, the more famous he would become. In other words, when the time came for him to establish a guild, if he was a high level, then even more players would flock over to join. Of course I'm establishing the guild. Tang Yao firmly exclaimed. What's so good about victorious return anyways? I'm going to enjoy slaughtering all of them. Even if I'm killed in retaliation, I can easily gain my level back. With such amazing leveling speeds, what do I have to fear? I'm basically an undying cockroach. Having killed yet another elite scaled frog, Nie Yan walked up to its corpse and picked up the drops, a level 30 gold grade mage staff and an intermediate alchemy recipe. Elemental convergence potion recipe. Requirements, intermediate alchemist. Properties, elemental magic cast time minus 10%. Materials, wind spirit grass, congealing gel, diffusing agent, quicksilver. If still grieving, quiet Nanan, or bird, whoever reached intermediate rank first, learned this recipe, he would be able to put elemental convergence potions up for sale in his shop for 2 silver a bottle, a considerable price for today's player base. He had already given Bird permission to access his personal storage, so all of the recipes he picked up from the zombie foreman earlier should have already been withdrawn by now. Presumably, Bird had already put them to good use and was now well on his way to stocking the shop up with new goods. With this potion recipe dropping, his shop would gain another source of income. The potion would attract plenty of player interest, and at the same time, it would also bolster the sales of the other goods in the shop. Aside from the experience, another benefit of hunting high-level monsters was that he would be able to obtain the recipes for potions, pills, and other concoctions that had yet to appear on the marketplace. After storing the recipe into his bag, Nie Yan handed over the gold-grade mage staff to Tang Yao. As the pair ventured forth, Tang Yao suddenly began receiving calls. He furrowed his brows but would answer them anyway, and more often than not, an awfully grating high-pitched voice would come out from the other end. Young Sparrow Hawk, bring me leveling with you. Can't be bothered, I'm busy training in a level 50 zone right now. In an unprecedented event, Tang Yao flatly rejected the advances of a girl. Wow, training in a level 50 zone must be really fast. Come on, take me with you. No, I already told you, I'm busy. Tang Yao hung up the umpteenth call. Women really were a conundrum. When he boasted of leveling in a level 20 zone, none of them believed him. Yet now that he entered the leaderboards, they suddenly began begging to come along even after he told them a ridiculous lie. They really were too fickle. He still had his sense of reason when dealing with these type of women. When there were no important matters to attend to, he was fine with playing along with them. However, if they actually believed he would let them leech off of him, then they were wasting their breath. Tang Yao had always been this way. From when they were kids until they were full-grown adults, Nie Yan had always had a good understanding of Tang Yao's personality. Even though Tang Yao appeared fickle-natured on the surface, he was never someone to blindly fall for a woman's manipulation. In this life or the previous, he more or less remained the same. Tang Yao was happily whistling to himself. After raising his level, he felt quite at ease. When friends of his, like Yuland Bluefeather, inquired about his recent leveling speed, he simply told them that he was training together with Nie Yan, and then, they would no longer consider it to be out of the ordinary. After all, an existence such as Nie Yan couldn't be judged using the logic of an ordinary player. In the end, they could only feel envious of his position. As Tang Yao's level rose, the damage he dealt to the scaled frogs became much more noticeable. As flames danced in the air, the third elite scaled frog breathed its last. After glancing at his experience bar, Nie Yan noticed he still had a bit to go before hitting level 13. Since Tang Yao received most of the experience, he was gradually surpassing Nie Yan in level. With such an event occurring, Nie Yan couldn't help but sigh with regret. Mages were simply faster levelers than thieves, whether it be in solo grinding or dungeon runs. Even though scaled frogs gave additional experience to players branded with red names, he was still falling behind his brother. After killing all of the elite scaled frogs in the zone, they would have to wait for the daily reset for them to respawn. Thus, Nie Yan and Tang Yao went after the sub-elites, which didn't slow down their leveling speed in the slightest. The item I want still hasn't dropped. What are you looking for? An accessory called Killer's Demonic Medallion. It only has a chance of dropping when a player is branded as a PKer. So we can only find it while my name is still red. Killer's Demonic Medallion. What does it do? Killer's Demonic Medallion is one of the best accessories you can obtain in the early levels. It increases all of your stats by quite a bit, Nie Yan answered. If he had the Killer's Demonic Medallion, leveling in PvP in the future would become much easier. His current gear wasn't good enough, and he didn't have enough skills. The main cause for this was that he wasn't running dungeons often. Hence, he needed a rare item like the Killer's Demonic Medallion to improve his overall stats. Tang Yao's leveling speed was quite ferocious, and many players began to take notice. Not long after reaching 10th place on the leaderboards, he had suddenly leveled up again, and then, a little later, he leveled up yet again. By the time the servers were about to shut down, he was already level 14 and only a small step away from toppling Heaven Breaker from his number 1 position. Nie Yan had also managed to keep up, but he declined to reveal his level on the leaderboards. In the Viridian Empire, Tang Yao was currently the talk of the town. This young Sparrow Hawk guy. Is he on drugs? How is he leveling so fast? It looks like he's going to snatch away first place from Victorious Returns guild leader, Heaven Breaker. Go young Sparrow Hawk. Knock him out of first place. At a time when most players were slowly leveling step by step, Tang Yao's progress was absolutely terrifying. Although Victorious Return was a rich and powerful guild with many connections, they had disgruntled many players by cornering off entire zones for their private use. This arrogant behavior of theirs was also why so many players were supporting Tang Yao. Things over at Victorious Return's side were also quite hectic. Under Heaven Breaker's orders, they began investigating the background of the player known as Young Sparrow Hawk. However, the only information they managed to dig up was that before this event, this player was completely unknown. Thus, they came to the conclusion that his fast leveling speed was only due to a stroke of good luck such as finding a very suitable leveling spot. As such, Heaven Breaker didn't consider this newcomer a serious threat. Without true power, that young Sparrow Hawk's leveling speed would gradually start to decline. There was nothing to worry about. At the moment, no one was able to shake Victorious Return's dominance nor would they be able to shake his. After all, being number 1 in level didn't necessarily equate to being number 1 in power. From his perspective, his rivals were Sleepy Fox, Kill Love, and a few others but definitely not this nobody named Young Sparrow Hawk. After slaying their last sub-elite scaled frog, Nie Yan and Tang Yao both decided to call it a day when they were just a hair away from hitting level 15. Right now, there was still half an hour before the servers would shut down. I'm gonna head back to Kalor. It's too dangerous for you to be here by yourself, so you should go offline. Then, we'll meet here again when the servers come back up. Alright. Oh, do you have any plans for today? Tang Yao asked. Not really. Why, what's up? A few of our friends from middle school told me they want to meet up. They also play Conviction. If we're going to establish a guild, we might as well get them to join too, Tang Yao explained. Those several friends were upperclassmen. They, Tang Yao, and Nie Yan used to all fool around together, so they were pretty close to each other. Even after entering university, they always made sure to contact each other every so often. Nie Yan thought for a moment and then replied, I have no problem with meeting up. When I think back to those days, they sure were carefree and relaxing. It makes me feel all nostalgic. I'll give you a phone call later. Anyway, I'll be heading off first, see ya. Later. As Tang Yao went offline, his silhouette gradually faded away before disappearing entirely. Afterward, Nie Yan retrieved a return scroll from his bag and began channeling it. As a brilliant radiance enveloped him, he was teleported back to Kalor. His bag was now filled to the brim with equipment, but almost all of them were for level 30s. Thus, at least at present, no players would buy them. He planned to use all this equipment to pad their guild warehouse. After all, if a player saw that their guild's warehouse was full of high-level silver and gold-grade equipment, they surely wouldn't doubt their guild's strength. Depositing the gems and other miscellaneous items from his bag, he did a little organizing in his personal storage. Afterward, he headed toward the Starry Night Potion shop. It had been a long time since he had last checked up on the shop, so he had a lot of catching up to do. His first impression after entering the shop was that it was incredibly crowded. There was a constant stream of people coming and going. Especially now that the servers were about to shut down, everyone was doing their last-minute shopping. His eyes scanned over the shelves of the shop. It seemed Bird had done a pretty good job while he was away. They were stocked with potions, elixirs, pills, and all sorts of concoctions. The vast majority of them were commonly seen goods, but when his eyes passed over the front counter, he also noticed quite a few that were fairly rare. After coming down from the second floor, Bird noticed Nie Yan among the crowd. He quickly whispered, Boss, you've come. How are things going? From the looks of it, business seems to be booming, Nie Yan replied. After looking at the shop's revenue, he was given quite a shock. It had already earned 56 gold in his absence. These profits were considerably good. It could be best described as an endless stream of money. No matter how much he spent in a day, more would flow in. Nonetheless, the sudden influx of customers had much to do with the opening of Medusa's lair, since the majority of the shop's sales came from selling anti-petrify potions. Work is fairly normal. In the last few days, we've recruited many alchemists. Now we have 27 junior alchemists and over 130 apprentice alchemists. We're already running out of space on the second floor, not to mention the first floor is too small. Sometimes it's so crowded that new customers can't even squeeze in. Bird explained in a troubled tone. Nie Yan began contemplating. If I want to upgrade the shop to tier 3, it'll cost me at least 20 gold. That should still leave enough money for me to buy 1 or 2 prime real estate properties in other cities. Many of Kalor properties had already been bought up. Although there were still a few left, they weren't likely to appreciate in value very much in the future, so investing in them wouldn't be all that worthwhile. Good steel needed to be used on a proper blade, his money would be better spent in other cities. I've heard that Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, and Holy Judgment have also opened potion shops, but theirs are still only tier 1. Also, it seems like they're getting as many customers as they have alchemists, Bird proudly informed. They were such large guilds, but they had only recently opened a potion shop. Meanwhile, their Starry Night Potion shop was already far ahead of the pack. Be cautious of the alchemists under you. You have to look out for the ones that have malicious motives, Nie Yan cautioned. It would be a huge blow if the alchemists he painstakingly nurtured were poached by someone else. Understood, I'll keep that in mind. I've made all the alchemists on the second floor sign contracts. If they want to leave to work somewhere else, they'll have to pay back at least 5 times what was invested into them. We've already given them so much, they won't even dare to think of job hopping. Bird really did seem to have the mind of a businessman. I'll upgrade the shop, Nie Yan said. Since Bird seemed to be doing well in managing the shop, he had nothing to be anxious about. Are you certain you wish to upgrade Starry Night Potion shop to a tier 3 shop? The upgrade will cost 20 gold. Yes. The shop has been upgraded. Shortly after the system notification appeared, the Starry Night Potion shop began rapidly expanding, becoming more than twice as large as before. It was now a 3-story building with the second floor dedicated as an alchemist workshop and the third floor as a warehouse. The first floor suddenly grew much more spacious, and the overall appearance of the shop was even more grandiose. The Starry Night Potion shop grew at a rapid pace. It was well on its way to dominating Kalor alchemy market and becoming the kingpin of the industry. In the present day, several gold was an immense sum for a team or guild, to say nothing of a lone individual. After all, even when an elite team was clearing dungeons, they would earn no more than several dozen silver a run. When that money was divided among numerous team members, there wouldn't be much left for the team itself. Not to mention most players weren't all that wealthy in the first place, they would need to spend their money on equipment, skill books, potions, and other consumables. More often than not, these players were strapped for cash themselves, so what money would they have left to be donating to their guilds? Every guild-related affair came with considerable expenses, especially so in building the warehouse. So even after being squeezed out of all their wealth, these guilds would still have to occasionally visit black market websites to exchange real-world money for in-game currency to supplement their funds lest they fall to ruin from the burden of their daily expenses. Establishing a guild so early in the game was an incredibly costly affair in both the real and virtual world. Black market dealers were constantly running low on supply due to the high demand, resulting in a premium on in-game currency. Even then, although guilds were willing to buy, these dealers would often have nothing to sell. The average player didn't even have enough money for themselves, so how could they possibly be willing to sell their in-game currency for some pocket change in real life? A guild was basically a giant sinkhole that swallowed funds and caused endless headaches for the guild leader. If the flow of money ever stopped, the whole guild would quickly collapse. However, in spite of all this, as long as these guilds persevered, their prospects would be exceedingly optimistic. Further down the road, when the path to power patch was implemented, strongholds in every city would be open for guilds to contest over. If a guild successfully besieged a stronghold and occupied it for a period of time, then that stronghold would belong to them, meaning they would receive the taxes from every property, shop, and any sale that was conducted within the stronghold. When that time came, the wealth these guilds would amass would be quite astonishing. It was precisely because of these prospects that so many guild leaders were willing to pour such a great deal of resources and energy into the game, but at the same time under this immense burden, they didn't have much money left over for purchasing properties let alone opening up a shop. If it weren't for the pressure they felt from the flourishing business of the Starry Night Potion Shop, they would have never rushed to open a potion shop themselves. However, due to insufficient funds, they could only afford properties in remote locations, and the shops they opened were merely tier 1. Moreover, most of the concoctions created in-house would be used for themselves, and only the surplus would be given to stock the shops. As a result, their businesses were doing very poorly. Alchemy wasn't the only lucrative crafting profession. There was also tailoring, tinkering, and blacksmithing, but for the time being, they weren't very popular. In the early ranks, the items they created were garbage that no one had any interest in. Take for example a blacksmith. At apprentice rank, the weapons they created were all around novice grade. After advancing to junior blacksmiths, their creations would still only be bronze grade at best. Even if they sold them in the marketplace, they wouldn't earn much money. This was why alchemy was currently the most popular crafting profession in the game. After all, even low-level concoctions would have some effect when used at higher levels. Tailoring, tinkering, and blacksmithing. Nie Yan certainly had ambitions of stepping into these markets, but for the time being, he didn't possess the resources. Right now, most of his money was being invested into buying land. After settling his current affairs, real estate in other cities and the Starry Night Potion Shop, he would then be ready to expand to other markets. He figured that at that point many blacksmiths, tinkerers, and tailors would still be uncontracted. And if he truly couldn't find anyone suitable in the future, he could simply headhunt them from other guilds or shops by offering a much higher salary. After all, this was how Cao Shu frequently handled affairs in the previous timeline. After upgrading the Starry Night Potion Shop to Tier 3, Nie Yan withdrew the remaining money, which amounted to 36 gold, and teleported to the second largest city in the Viridian Empire, Nisode. Kalor, Nisode, and Hasten, City of Radiance were where Cao Shu had held the most influence. Back then, Cao Shu had owned over 50% of all properties in these three cities. So in order to prevent him from achieving such dominance again, Nie Yan was purchasing land in these cities for the express purpose of ruining Cao Shu's foundation for growth. Upon arriving in Nisode, he discovered that nearly all of the smaller plots of land had already been purchased. However, the larger plots, which costed upwards of 10 gold or more, remained untouched. He was eyeing a specific property located at the heart of the city that costed 28 gold. With such an expensive price tag, no matter how big the guild was, they still wouldn't be able to gobble it up for the time being. The population of Nisode was much lower than Kalor, so although commerce here was still flourishing, the number of players who were wealthy was comparatively lower. It would be an understatement to say that the property at the city center was the best in Nisode. If he built an auction house in this location, then in the future it would become the landmark building of the city. Purchasing this plot of land was equal to purchasing half of Nisode. Nie Yan bought this property without the slightest hesitation. However, simply buying an expensive property wouldn't guarantee success. When it appreciated in value in the future, the monthly property tax would become a considerable expense. The system AI was clever. Although the original price of a property wasn't high, its property tax would rise correspondingly as it rose in value. There was a set amount of tax that would need to be paid every month, acting as a constant stream of money flowing outward. So, if the player was bad at managing their business and couldn't pay their property taxes, then they would be forced to sell their land, thereby preventing regional development from stagnating by transferring the property to a hopefully more competent owner. Aside from this, Nie Yan also bought a few relatively cheap plots of land. With only 1 gold remaining in his pockets, he teleported back to Kalor. Nie Yan checked his own status bar. The level 30 elite scaled frogs proved extremely effective at reducing his PKer status. Now, his name was no longer branded red but rather yellow instead. While his name was yellow, NPCs would be wary of the player and treat them rudely. But aside from negatively influencing a player when they were receiving quests, it had no significant impact on anything else. A killer's demonic medallion had a chance of dropping from scaled frogs when the player was branded with the PKer status effect. Sadly, Nie Yan's luck wasn't great this time around and it didn't drop. Although it was quite a pity, he had no other choice but to suck it up and try again tomorrow. If it still didn't drop, then there was nothing he could do. It could also be due to his PKer score not being high enough. Conjecture aside, it wasn't unusual for an accessory with excellent properties such as the killer's demonic medallion to have an abysmal drop rate. He then checked his skill bar. The Adjudicator of God skill that he received from the Chapter of Courage finally shifted from being grayed out to brightly lit, signifying that it was now active and available to use. This skill on a 10-day cooldown timer had made him wait for quite some time. Nie Yan felt incredibly excited. If he used Adjudicator of God in conjunction with Sacrificial Gambit, then his damage would be astonishing, especially if his luck was good. These two skills along with Steel should even allow him to meet the requirements to clear the next quest. A strike from Sacrificial Gambit when Adjudicator of God was activated would be quite frightening. Adjudicator of God would increase Nie Yan's health by 500 points, allowing him to reach nearly 900 health. 30% of that would be 270, so that meant as long as Sacrificial Gambit didn't miss, it would be able to instantly kill most players. After 10 years of playing this game and countless days of theory crafting, this was the completely brand new style of thief that he had aspired toward. In this life, he wouldn't leave behind any regrets. He wouldn't merely stop after Shadow Dancer, he would advance even higher and become a godly existence. Looking at the time, Nie Yan hastily finished his business and gave Bird a short briefing before logging out of the game. Removing the game helmet, he got out of bed and headed to the washroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Afterward, he ran to the kitchen and drank a tube of nutrition tonic from the fridge before setting out on his daily routine. Some time later, while he was in the middle of tidying up his room, the phone suddenly rang. Nie Yan, I'm in front of your house. Come open the door. The voice belonged to Tang Yao. Hold on, I'll be there in a second. Nie Yan put on his clothes and headed downstairs to meet Tang Yao. After opening the door, he spotted a black sports car parked on the street right next to his gate, with a fairly large body and a streamlined design that made it resemble a metal feline on wheels. It was one of the hottest models of hover sport cars right now in China, the Taiga Black. Domestically, it represented the highest level of achievement in modern engineering. With a price tag that exceeded many foreign cars, it was powered by a miniature nuclear reactor and could go as fast as 1,800 kilometers per hour, making it faster than most commercial airliners from the past. It was completely made out of bulletproof material that was able to withstand almost any impact and possessed durability equivalent to that of a half-meter thick steel wall. Right after stepping out of the car, Tang Yao patted the hood and said, "What do you think? Amazing, huh?" Giving it a look over, Nie Yan nodded his head and replied, "Not bad. This car isn't really yours, is it?" He recalled that his father had also ordered a Taiga Black before in his past life. It was truly quite a flashy car. Tisk. Aren't you even the tiniest bit surprised? Ah, how disappointing. But you're right. This fella doesn't belong to me. It's my old man's. Rich people really are different. He even made me pay $20,000 just to take it out for the day. Tang said as he rubbed the hood. When he reached the age of 16, any money that he spent would have to be earned by himself. His father didn't even give him a single cent allowance. So him speaking about his father in that kind of tone really wasn't anything. But you know, being able to drive such a flashy car around really is awesome. Even if I hit a tree or a cement wall, I'd still drive on through. Nie Yan chuckled and said, "If your dad knew that this was what you were doing to his precious car, you'd be dead." Tang Yao shrugged his shoulders and said in an indifferent tone, "Can't be helped, not my fault I can't find parking. Besides, what use is an expensive car if no one's driving it? Alright, enough gawking. Let's go, everyone's waiting." In the past 2 weeks, Tang Yao had gradually noticed a shift in their roles. He had always been the one in the dominant position, acting as an older brother of sorts, but recently, it seemed things had subtly changed. However, he strangely didn't find their current relationship uncomfortable. The perception he had of Nie Yan in his mind was slowly transforming. After Nie Yan got into the car, Tang Yao turned on the ignition as it started up without making a sound. It gently floated up, and then they instantly sped away. Their meeting place was outside of town at a restaurant in the provincial capital. After the car switched over to self-driving mode, it would take them half an hour to get there at most. The Jade River Dining Hall was known as the crown of the provincial capital. In fact, it was a high-class club. Covering an area of over 20,000 square meters, it contained all sorts of entertainment facilities which were readily available. It was the ideal location for parties and get-togethers. The Taiga Black stopped at the dining hall's parking plaza which was lined with cars stretching out as far as the eye could see. Although the Taiga Black was a very good car, it wasn't the best. In this entire plaza that contained over several thousand cars, there were at least several dozen that were even more valiant than it. Sure are a lot of rich people, huh? Tang Yao turned to Nie Yan and said, "Come on, let's go. I definitely can't afford to visit a place like this. You'll have to cover for me, okay?" Nie Yan said. "Stop acting like you're poor. If you sold off your in-game gold through a black market site, who knows how much money you'd earn. Yet you still have the nerve to freeload off me. I definitely won't sell my gold. Inside the game, I can use it to make even more money. Every single coin can be turned into even more coins." Nie Yan shook his head and replied. Tang Yao stared at him pensively before nodding his head. "I understand. It's the same as the money I have invested into the stock market. Even if I do spend it, I won't take out more than $30,000 a month. When I'm working for my dad, I won't even touch it all. Alright, since I freeloaded some gear off you inside the game, everything today is my treat." The pair walked into the Jade River Dining Hall and were greeted by a fairly spacious and luxurious lounge. The ceiling, constructed out of a special glass, refracted the incoming sunlight in a peculiar way, causing the various plant life surrounding the rock garden fountain to flourish with vibrant colors. After passing through the lounge, they walked across a winding hallway before arriving at the meeting place. It was an outdoor tea garden specially designed to host gatherings of this sort. Right now, a large group of people were lounging in the area drinking tea and chatting among themselves. They all appeared to be 18 or 19 years old, youthful and full of energy. Nie Yan's eyes scanned over the crowd and recognized a few familiar faces, Hao Cheng, Zhao Li, and Guo Wai. Even when he had hit rock bottom in his past life, these three were among the few who didn't abandon him, which was why he never forgot them. Along with Tang Yao, they were inseparable during their time in middle school. "Tang Yao, Nie Yan. You two finally arrived." Hao Cheng was the first to spot them and immediately walked over to greet them. As his eyes fell on Nie Yan, a trace of surprise flashed across his face as he bumped his fist into Nie Yan's chest. "Wow, kiddo. You've grown sturdier, taller as well. I remember you were such a shrimp back in middle school. Have you been working out recently?" The Nie Yan in front of him really was nothing alike from how he remembered. Be it his height, figure, or temperament, everything seemed to have undergone a drastic change. He couldn't help but feel somewhat startled. Nie Yan smiled and said, "And you haven't changed at all. You're still built like an ox." Hao Cheng was very tall and quite robust as well. Back when the both of them were in middle school, he had earned a reputation for himself as a fighter by putting quite a few arrogant fellows in their places and served as the captain of the school's mixed martial arts team. Glancing back at Tang Yao, Hao Cheng broke into a smile and said, "Tang boy. You've gotten even fatter. Ha ha. Damn, can't you be a little more tactful?" Tang Yao jokingly cursed. A short while later, Zhao Li and Guo Wai walked up as well. Zhao Li was a little shorter than Hao Cheng. He had a slightly darker complexion and a square chin but was still passable in terms of appearance, making him quite popular among the ladies to the point where he had no lack of admirers during middle school. Guo Wai was the type of person who appeared outwardly cold but cared deeply for others on the inside. With a cold gaze that pierced through his glasses, he looked like a refined intellectual. "Nie Yan, you came." Guo Wai smiled. "Hey, Nie Yan, long time no see. The gang's finally back together, Zhao Li exclaimed in excitement. Guo Wai pointed at a nearby sofa and said, "Come, let's sit over there." They sat comfortably on the sofa and resumed their conversation. While they chatted, a nearby group of girls were constantly shooting glances in their direction. A bit of their chatter leaked out and entered Nie Yan's and the others' ears. "Ah, is that really Nie Yan? Seems so. Wow, he's really changed. Right, he looks a lot more handsome now. I remember he used to be so scrawny." Nie Yan glanced over at the girls who appeared vaguely familiar and then acknowledged them with a smile. They were caught off guard by this gesture but soon regained their composure. Slightly blushing, they smiled and nodded back. It seemed he was no longer the timid and quiet boy they remembered. He had once been completely oblivious to the world and only knew how to study and go to school. As for when exactly his disposition began changing, he himself was unsure. Nonetheless, the him at present already possessed experiences of an adult. He would no longer get nervous over such trivial matters. As their group chatted along, the conversation gradually progressed to the game that was taking the entire country by storm, Conviction. "Are you guys playing? Where did you all start out? We should get together next time and train together. You remember the guys from class 2. A lot of them entered the game together. I heard they're pretty amazing now. Their best player is already level 12. Also, a guy from class 11 started his own guild. It already has several hundred people in it now. Hao Cheng talked about the game with great enthusiasm. Hao Cheng, what class are you playing? What level 2? Zhao Li asked. I'm a warrior, and I'm already level 11. I usually tag along with a small group of players. Sometimes, we run dungeons together, but we always end up wiping because there's a few noobs in our team. Otherwise, I'd be a bit higher level, Hao Cheng replied. I'm a level 10 paladin. I ended up joining Radiant Sacred Flame. Sadly, they assigned me to a second-rate team. I'm not good enough to enter their Elite 1, Zhao Li said with a wry smile. Nie Yan was a little shocked by this revelation. He didn't expect Zhao Li to join Radiant Sacred Flame. Screw Radiant Sacred Flame. I was nearly killed by those bastards 2 weeks ago. They stole a monster my party found first, then barricaded me and my party in a zone and hunted us down. I was the only one who survived. Tang Yao's expression soured upon mention of Radiant Sacred Flame. Hey, I had nothing to do with that. Zhao Li hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Sigh, I know, Tang Yao replied. It wasn't worth taking out his anger on a good friend. When I log back on, I'll leave the guild. I wasn't enjoying myself there anyway, Zhao Li said as he patted Tang Yao's shoulder. Good brother. Tang Yao smiled. This was what being a good friend was all about. What about you guys? What level are you 3? Hao Cheng asked. He looked at Guo Wai, Tang Yao, and Nie Yan. Zhao Li level was high but still within the realm of his expectations. As for the other 3, if not outright beginners, he figured they were mediocre players at best. I'm also level 10. I'm a holy mage, Guo Wai replied. His level was also nothing to scoff at. Hao Cheng's eyes lit up after hearing his response. Guo Wai was level 10, not to mention a holy mage too. Being able to hit such a level signified that he was a decently skilled player. If 3 strong players were present, then they shouldn't have any problems training as a party of 5 no matter how much of a burden Tang Yao and Nie Yan might be. Tang Yao, what about you? Hao Cheng asked. He didn't have high hopes for Tang Yao and Nie Yan. After all, these 2 never gained much back in middle school. When he had heard earlier from Tang Yao that Nie Yan was also playing Conviction, he was quite amazed. Cough, cough, Tang Yao gave Nie Yan a sideways glance. After seeing Nie Yan give a slight nod of approval, Tang Yao faintly smiled and said, Arcane Mage, level 14. What? Say that again. Level 14. You're not joking around, right? After Tang Yao announced his level, the atmosphere of the conversation suddenly took a strange turn. Hao Cheng, Guo Wai, and Zhao Li were all staring at him with expressions of shock. Considering the average level of the player base, reaching level 10 or 11 was a fairly impressive feat, no doubt, but even then, there were still many players around that range. Level 14, however. Now that was a little mind-boggling. At present, such a level would place you right in the top 3 of the leaderboards. After for what seemed like half an eternity, they finally regained their composure. The reaction of these 3 friends satisfied Tang Yao's vanity. He felt quite pleased with himself. Tang boy, you really are good. You even managed to hide it from us for so long. Hao Cheng patted Tang Yao on the shoulder. Right. This is so awesome. Wow, level 14, I still can't believe it. Tang Yao, what's your in-game name? Young Sparrow Hawk, Tang Yao answered. Wait, so you're Young Sparrow Hawk. And I was wondering who could be so ferocious at leveling. From now on, we'll just tag along with you. Brothers, what do you say? By the way, do you have any extra equipment lying around that you can pass on? Wait guys, don't misunderstand. I didn't get to that level by myself. I'm also just tagging along with another person, Tang Yao awkwardly cut in. Hao Cheng stared blankly for a moment, then asked in a tone full of surprise, you're tagging along with someone else. At your level. Bullshit. More like others tag along with you. Whatever guild you're a part of, you should leave it immediately. Right. Anyone that good can start a guild by themselves, Guo Wai chimed in. Look at the type of people who fill the top of the leaderboards, Heaven Breaker, the guild leader of Victorious Return, Sleepy Fox, the guild leader of Holy Empire, and then there's the guild leaders of Holy Judgment and Battle Crazed Alliance, he listed all of them out. Only then did everyone discover that excluding Tang Yao, everyone else in the top 10 of the leaderboards was currently the leader of a major guild. Out of everyone I know, you're the most amazing. If you make a guild, you can count me in. With your rank on the leaderboards, tons of people will come flocking over. Shoot, I'll even pull in some of my friends. Hao Cheng exclaimed. Same here, Zhao Li added. In the first batch of people signing up, we'll be guaranteed to at least get 2,000 to 3,000 players. Guo Wai exclaimed. For being known as a person of few words, seeing him talk so much in one sitting was quite amazing. Is it really that amazing? Tang Yao asked in surprise. Of course, you're already in the top 3 of the leaderboards. Can you imagine how much rallying power you have? With just our classmates, we'd be able to pull in 2,000 to 3,000 people. The only problem is getting the funds to establish a guild. If we can't build the guild warehouse, then things will be a little troublesome. Without it, we won't be able to recruit many players beside our friends and schoolmates. If we have it, it'll show others that we have the resources to support the guild. After the first batch joins, they'll pull others in, and then the number of people applying will skyrocket. Guo Wai's reasoning seemed fairly sound. Nie Yan slightly nodded his head. Guo Wai's words did indeed make a lot of sense. Seeing Zhao Li and Hao Cheng looking at him with amazed expressions, Guo Wai felt slightly embarrassed as he adjusted his glasses and explained, I've always wanted to establish a guild with some of my friends, but we chose to give up on that dream in the end. We had 0 rallying power, and in terms of resources, we were nowhere near the level of those large guilds that have financial backers supporting them from behind the scenes. At this moment, Nie Yan suddenly recalled a certain piece of information. During their days in middle school, he had once heard that Guo Wai's father owned a supermarket chain. With over 200 large-scale supermarkets under one company, their financial resources were solid. So Guo Wai having such an ambition was fairly normal. After all, with Conviction growing ever popular by the day, it had the potential to bring about enormous economic benefits for his father if he started a large successful guild. Wow, Guo Wai, you've never once spoken about this in the past. It's just like you to always do things without telling us. So, Young Sparrow Hawk, what do you say? Let's start a guild. You can be the leader. Just let me have some stake in the guild. As for funding, you can just let me handle it, Guo Wai asked with an eager expression. If Tang Yao was able to stay at the top of the level leaderboards, their rallying power would be astonishing. By raising their banners, a steady stream of followers would join their guild. Even if they couldn't grow into a guild as large as Victorious Return or Holy Empire, they would at least be able to expand it to a respectable size. Tang Yao shook his head and said, I am creating a guild, but I'm not going to be the leader. As for giving you a stake in the guild, that's not my choice to make. Wait, you're not going to be the leader. Then who? Guo Wai asked in surprise. Oh, I'll probably be the leader of the guild in name, but the real leader will be Nie Yan, because he's the reason why I could level up so quickly, Tang Yao said with a smile. For Guo Wai, Hao Cheng, and Zhao Li, this revelation was even more shocking than the last. Nie Yan. With amazed expressions, the three shifted their gazes toward Nie Yan, who had been silent this whole time. Only then did they realize that in their excitement, they had completely forgotten to ask Nie Yan about his level. It couldn't possibly be higher than Tang Yao's, could it? The previously unassuming Nie Yan had suddenly become the focal point of attention. Nie Yan, what class do you play and what level are you? That's right, we never got around to asking you. Alright, stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us already. Seeing their expressions filled with eager anticipation, Nie Yan chuckled and finally said, Thief, level 14. Shoot, even a thief can reach level 14. That's really impressive, but why don't I see your name on the leaderboards? Hao Cheng asked. He knew full well just how difficult it was to level as a thief. Even the highest level thief on the leaderboards was only level 12, and there wasn't a single thief in the top 10. He chose not to join the leaderboards, so no one knows, Tang Yao explained. No wonder. It's always the quiet ones that take you by surprise. Fortunately, the surprise Tang Yao had given them before acted as a cushion now, otherwise, the shock Hao Cheng, Zhao Li, and Guo Wai received would have been much more severe. Evidently, Nie Yan's level was a result of him leveling together with Tang Yao. Today was quite eventful. Hao Cheng, Zhao Li, and Guo Wai were able to meet two experts that ranked at the very top of the leaderboards. Not only that, but these experts were also fellow students from the same school. Most surprising of all was that one of them was Nie Yan, a kid who had been mediocre at everything but studying. To their surprise, in the time that they didn't see him, he had transformed into such an outstanding person. They could barely wrap their heads around this fact. Back in middle school, we always knew you liked to keep a low profile. Even when we took tests, you would usually be around 10th or 11th place, but after the final exams, you suddenly shot up to the top 3. It really is in your style to do this kind of stuff. I should have known it was you earlier when Tang Yao said he was just following someone around. Still, we never really thought of you as a gamer, and rightfully so since you never played any in the past. Who could have known that, as soon as you got your hands on one, you'd be so good at it? Yet, even when you can place in the top 3, you still choose to stay hidden. I guess compared to you, his brothers just aren't as restrained or skilled. Guo Wai shook his head and said in a dry manner. Guo Wai himself was pretty low-key as well. That was why, out of all his schoolmates, only his 4 best friends, Nie Yan, Tang Yao, Zhao Li, and Hao Cheng, knew that his family was wealthy. Normally, he was considered the most unassuming out of the bunch, but now, it seemed the title belonged to Nie Yan. Since it's like this, I guess the 5 of us are pretty strong. So what do you say, shall we make a guild? Hao Chen eagerly asked. His old man ran a martial arts center that plenty of patrons frequented, meaning if they were to start a guild, he would be able to pull in quite a few people. I'm up for it. How about we give it a try? I can probably recruit most of my classmates, Zhao Li said. Although he didn't have much to offer, he was a natural smooth talker. There was almost no one he didn't have a good relation with, particularly with those of the opposite gender. If we're making a guild, then we'll have to do it properly. At the very least, we need to make a big splash in the game's community. As for having a stake in the ownership of the guild, you guys can discuss among yourselves and come to me with a proposal, Nie Yan said after thinking for a while. If he shared the burden of management with his brothers, he would no longer have to worry about being overwhelmed by guild affairs, leaving him free to focus on his own matters. Guo Wai, Hao Cheng, and Zhao Li all showed promising potential. They were young and full of drive, not to mention they had all chosen the same starting point. Their first step was to bring all of their friends and schoolmates into the guild, since there would be a sense of familiarity if everyone already knew each other. And even though it would be impossible to prevent moles from infiltrating their guild, this would at least ensure that their ranks would remain pure for a little while. Besides, as youths in their prime, they were generally better at playing video games than older adults. Zhao Li quickly waved his hands and said, no, it's fine. I don't want any stakes in ownership. I'm okay with just helping out. We're all brothers here anyway, right? Rebuking Zhao Li's statement, Guo Wai shook his head and said, it's exactly because we're brothers that we're all deciding these things now. Since his own family owned a large business chain, he himself had seen too many situations where entire families fell apart because shares weren't properly divided up, siblings becoming sworn enemies, feuds lasting for decades. Guo Wai, tell us. How should we divide up the guild? Nie Yan asked. In the field of business, Guo Wai seemed a tad bit more knowledgeable. I've thought this over for a bit. Since we're relying on your and Tang Yao's popularity to establish the guild, the both of you combined should hold 85% of the shares while the 3 of us receive 5% each. When the official in-game currency exchange begins, I can then invest some funds into the guild. But probably not too much. If this whole thing ends up dead in the water, then you won't have to worry about paying me back. If it does succeed, you can pay me back through the return on investment, Guo Wai explained. He wasn't asking for much and was content with only a 5% stake in the guild. If they're fine with 5%, so am I just please, for the love of all that is holy, don't make me manage the guild affairs, Tang Yao said. He was inherently a very lazy person, and the mere thought of all the work that came with managing a guild nearly scared him half to death. After pondering for a moment, Nie Yan finally spoke up. Alright, guild management will be handed over to Guo Wai while Hao Cheng and Zhao Li can provide assistance. Tang Yao and I will be responsible for creating the guild's main dungeon running team. Guo Wai and the others had no way of knowing just how much their 5% would be worth in the future. Moreover, there were still many areas where he would need to rely on them, and only by having a personal stake in the project would they strive to give it their full effort. Considering how much he interacted with them in his past life, he had long since fully understood each of their natures. Most important of all, compared to 2 lifetimes of friendship, a 5% stake in the guild was nothing. I'm fine with this. Tang Yao nodded in approval. Then, this is what we've all agreed upon. Alright, our first focus is to quickly raise our levels, especially Tang Yao's. So long as he firmly holds onto his position at the top of the leaderboards, there'll be a constant stream of players looking to join us. So, Tang Yao, for now, all you need to do is focus on leveling, Guo Wai said. This point was extremely crucial, otherwise, the rest of their plans would end up falling through. Don't worry. When the servers reopen later, I'll climb even higher in the leaderboards and knock Heaven Breaker out of first place, Tang Yao confidently said. Really? That quickly? Hao Cheng asked, sounding a little startled. Just where the hell are you grinding? Hao Cheng, Zhao Li, and Guo Wai were quite puzzled. Now that, you'll have to ask Nie Yan to find out. Don't worry though, after this whole guild thing has settled down, I promise I'll take you guys leveling with me. I guarantee all of you will be able to reach level 15 in one day, Tang Yao confidently boasted while patting his chest. He then turned to look at Nie Yan, who didn't seem to oppose his idea. All right, these are your words, not mine. Don't break your promise. If it's like this, I won't have to worry about raising my level. I'll start recruiting first thing when I log back on. Hao Cheng excitedly exclaimed. You all can go recruit members. After Tang Yao and I finish leveling, I'll set up the guild treasury, Nie Yan said. After establishing a guild, having a proper treasury was very important. The guild treasury was a symbol of a guild's might. Containing hundreds if not thousands of pieces of gear for every class and level, skill books, and other items, it would be open to any member of the guild. After accumulating a certain amount of contribution, these members could redeem their merit points for these items. When they eventually outgrew their current set of gear, they could simply return the pieces to the treasury and exchange them for higher level replacements. However, if a piece was lost, then a certain amount of merit points would be deducted. At the same time, donating to the guild treasury would increase a member's contribution to the guild. Whether the treasury was overflowing or desolate would directly impact the growth of the guild. As a consequence, every guild leader would need to pour in an immense amount of resources when establishing it. Otherwise, if the treasury wasn't up to snuff, a mass exodus of members was very likely to occur. On the other end of the spectrum, the larger the treasury and the better the quality of items within it, the easier it would be to convince new recruits to stay. When these new recruits spent a certain amount of time in the guild, they would start developing a sense of belonging. After which they themselves would start donating to the treasury to increase their contribution within the guild. At the end of the day, everything in the treasury belonged to the guild, and it was simply loaned out to its members. Whether a guild would prosper or die was heavily dependent on the state of its treasury. You have the resources to set up the treasury right now? Guo Wai asked in surprise. Pretty much. Bronze and silver grade equipment aren't particularly expensive, so I should be able to gather plenty. If the guild had several thousand pieces of bronze grade equipment and several hundred pieces of silver grade equipment, then it should be enough to incentivize most of their members to increase their contribution within the guild. Right, getting bronze and silver grade equipment is a good start. Right now, most players are still wearing white or bronze grade equipment while silver grade equipment is rare. How much can you gather? Guo Wai asked. Everyone focused their attention on Nie Yan because his following words would determine the future of the entire guild. I'm willing to spend 20 gold on purchasing equipment. I also have several hundred pieces of silver grade equipment and a few dozen pieces of gold grade equipment in my storage that I plan to add to the treasury. That's the best I can do, Nie Yan said. He had the potion shop as a steady source of income. As for the equipment, it was everything that he had accumulated from hunting leaders, sub-elites, and elites, and it was safe to say that many more such items would keep coming in. Hearing Nie Yan say 20 gold, even Tang Yao was taken by surprise. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew Nie Yan was amazing, but they never expected him to be this amazing. Even if it was a large guild, they still wouldn't be able to bring out that kind of money, let alone so many pieces of silver and gold grade equipment. Nie Yan's resources were truly profound. Awesome. With that kind of money, you can buy plenty of high-quality silver grade equipment. If our treasury is filled with high-quality items, it'll be much easier to convince our members to contribute to the guild. If the first batch of recruits stay, we'll be able to attract even more player interest. Then, once we form the main dungeon running team and the secondary teams, we'll be able to get a steady stream of items into the treasury. We'll use the items the main team collects to develop the secondary teams, then the items the secondary teams collect will develop the rest of the guild members, Guo Wai said. He had already researched many things pertaining to managing a guild, so he was extremely knowledgeable about these things. It seems we're going to have a better start than expected. Hao Cheng took a deep breath, feeling slightly overwhelmed. He originally believed they were going to start off dirt poor. Never did he expect that Nie Yan was actually filthy rich. Alright, now we have to decide the guild's name, Guo Wai said. Leave that to me, I'm pretty good at naming. How does Phoenix bathed in fire sound? Tang Yao suggested in high spirits. Won't do. That name's probably already taken. Shameless. How could some scoundrel steal the guild name I thought up? Ha, Zhao Li snorted. You're calling them shameless. Well, let's keep thinking. The four scratched their ears, not knowing what to name the guild. Let's call it Unhindered Through the Heavens. Tang Yao suggested. That's already been taken. Quote ellipsis quote. How about Ass Kickers United? Anyone who joins our guild can kick ass. When we sweep through Kalor, and then the entire Viridian Empire, we'll really kick ass. Tang Yao said in excitement. I don't believe for a second that this name has already been taken. That sounds a bit tacky, but I guess that's fine too, Guo Wai said. At least it'll make us stand out. Hao Chen was in favor of it but wasn't completely convinced. Hearing their discussion, Nie Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. In his past life, his father had also made a guild, the War God Tribe, and now, Tang Yao had come up with Ass Kickers United. Like with his father's guild, the name was overbearing, but it was definitely suitable considering Tang Yao's personality. We'll call it Ass Kickers United then, Nie Yan decided. Alright, I guess that'll be our guild name then. Guo Wai supported the decision. In a time where many firms were hungrily eyeing for opportunities to expand, on a table in a restaurant, 5 unassuming youths were enthusiastically discussing their plans for the future. They all came from the same impoverished backgrounds, having absolutely nothing and starting from scratch. However, after several years apart, they had gathered once again. Their days of gloom would soon be coming to an end. The stillness in their lives would wash away. Experiencing meteoric success, they would be able to laugh proudly under the heavens. Even though everything was so average and mundane and many people were the same, what the future had in store for them would be quite eventful. Guo Wai, Hao Cheng, and Zhao Li were in high spirits as they discussed the future of Ass Kickers United. In the meantime, Tang Yao became increasingly full of hot air, proclaiming, "What's radiant sacred flame? I've never heard of them before. Victorious return. We'll wipe their assess off the floor and become the top guild in the empire." Listening to his rampant boasting, the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. They hadn't even enacted any of their plans, yet he was already acting like they had accomplished everything. Nie Yan chuckled. This was just part of who Tang Yao was. His carefree and happy-go-lucky personality would always liven the mood wherever he went. While they happily chatted, a tall and slender woman with an enchanting appearance walked over. With skin as fair as jade, she wore a beautiful kippah that did well to accentuate her elegant figure. Her name was Shen Yu, their class president back in middle school. She was also fully deserving of being called the prettiest girl in their class, having no less than 10 secret admirers. Among the 5 in their group, Guo Wai also happened to be one of them. Oh, class prez, you came to this gathering too. Zhao Li smiled at Shen Yu after noticing her coming over. Just a moment ago, Guo Wai was perfectly fine, but as soon as he raised his head and saw her walking over, his face blushed red all over and he grew timid and reserved. Noticing his reaction, the rest of the guys laughed and smiled. Nie Yan was also sympathetic. The feelings a person had for their first love were usually the hardest to forget. Haven't you five been hiding in this corner for long enough? We have at least 30 classmates gathered here, yet none of you are going over to talk them. Look over there. You can't keep our young ladies waiting forever, can you? They're starting to get impatient. Nie Yan, you've sure grown tall and, oh. Guo Wai, what's wrong? Your face is all red. Do you have a fever coming on? Shen Yu asked in a concerned manner. Ah, don't worry. He was just happy to see everyone again after such a long time, including you, class pres, so he drank a bit of alcohol. Nie Yan and the guys replied in his place. How could they abandon him in this kind of situation? Guo Wai shot over a grateful glance at his four brothers. This was what being true friends was all about. Even though they constantly poked fun at one another in private, if trouble ever arose, they would have each other's backs. If one of them encountered a powerful foe, then they would all band together to fight that foe. Their strong bond was formed by persevering through many hardships together. Guo Wai, don't drink so much, Shen Yu scolded half-heatedly. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Guo Wai was flustered but still managed to somehow get his words out smoothly. Anyway, you guys should get off that couch and talk with everyone else. The gathering is about to start. It's better if we don't dally any longer since many people here still have to work in the afternoon, Shen Yu said. Although they were still high schoolers, many of them worked part-time or even held multiple jobs to earn money, so their free time was quite limited. Nie Yan was the first to stand up and said, come on, let's go over right now. Sure. The other four also stood up. Hey, Nie Yan, if those girls over there surround me, you'll help pull me out, right? Zhao Li asked with a wry smile. Now how could I do that? There's no way I can deprive those young ladies of your presence. You can handle this one by yourself. Who told you to be so popular? Nie Yan chuckled. Back in middle school, there was no shortage of assertive and lively girls. Even Zhao Li's social prowess couldn't save him from being overwhelmed by all these girls. Nie Yan, please don't hang me out to dry like this. Hey, you don't know how well you have it. Some of us can't ever be this popular with the ladies even if we want to. Just take a look at Tang Yao. Nie Yan replied. Their small group chatted while they walked toward the others. In the past, their group of five only hung out together because they seemed to get along well. However, now, a subtle change had occurred. Nie Yan seemed to have become the core of the group. Guo Wai, Zhao Li, and Hao Cheng were amazed to discover that their group dynamic had changed. The atmosphere surrounding Nie Yan had completely changed. He was now able to easily influence those around him, and they were starting to take note of his suggestions and opinions. Although he had also been a person with strong viewpoints back in middle school, he never really conveyed them and rather kept to himself instead. Having not seen them in over 10 years, Nie Yan only had vague impressions of his classmates from middle school, so he could only recall them by going off of brief interactions. Nevertheless, being as well versed as he was able to converse with them with ease. His classmates were amazed by his transformation. In the past, he was scrawny, an excellent student, and had a personality that could be regarded as good-natured, but he was often lost in his own world and rarely interacted with others. However, now, he was much more robust. They could even faintly discern the outlines of his muscles underneath his shirt. This led to many of his female classmates, who were normally quite bold and daring, being struck in a daze. Moreover, he was chatting with others in a carefree manner, and his temperament appeared to have completely changed. Such a stark contrast caused even Guo Wai, Hao Cheng, and Zhao Li to view Nie Yan in a new light. With this change, they began believing that their plan of establishing a guild might actually succeed. Hey, Guo Wai. Long time no see. A muscular youth in a white jersey with somewhat handsome features walked over to Nie Yan and his group while carrying 2 glasses of orange juice. Upon seeing the person that called out to him, Guo Wai's expression immediately darkened. When Nie Yan saw this person, although they seemed a little familiar, he just couldn't recall who they were. Who is he? Nie Yan asked Tang Yao in a low voice. You forgot him. He's Chu Junfei from class 11. He was part of the basketball team. I heard he learned some Muay Thai. He's also one of the guys chasing after class pres. When he heard she was organizing a class reunion from some of our classmates, he decided to invite himself in, Tang Yao whispered back. Nie Yan suddenly remembered that there was such a person. If he recalled correctly, Chu Junfei's family owned a car dealership. Even though he was somewhat wealthy, he was far from being anywhere near Guo Wai's level. Only, no one knew this because Guo Wai didn't like to reveal his family background. He also recalled that a certain incident had occurred during the class reunion in his past life because of Chu Junfei. Ever since catching wind that Guo Wai liked Shen Yu back in middle school, Chu Junfei would always give him a hard time for it. Fast forward to the class reunion, Chu Junfei had asked around and found out that Guo Wai had been allergic to oranges since childhood. So, for the express purpose of making trouble for Guo Wai, Chu Junfei had sought him out and forced him to toast to a glass of orange juice. At that time, for the sake of not losing face in front of Shen Yu, Guo Wai had downed the whole glass. Even though he appeared fine for the rest of the reunion, after returning home, he fell seriously ill and ended up hospitalized for 2 full days. However, Guo Wai wasn't the type of person to take grievances lying down. He didn't let Chu Junfei off lightly either. Immediately after being discharged from the hospital, he brought some hired help to ambush Chu Junfei and beat him so badly that he had to lay in a hospital bed for several months. That was when Chu Junfei finally came to learn of Guo Wai's background. Even though their son had been beaten half to death, Chu Junfei's family didn't dare to let out so much as a fart for fear of further retaliation, and Chu Junfei himself developed a deep fear of Guo Wai. Whenever they encountered each other after that incident, Chu Junfei would always make himself scarce. The most dangerous dogs tended to be the ones that didn't bark before biting. Even though Guo Wai was normally quite reserved and easygoing, that definitely did not mean he was easy to bully. When he truly got angry, everyone should be afraid. Nie Yan actually admired Guo Wai's temperament because it somewhat resembled his own. In his past life, Cao Shu had brought his family to ruin. Both of his parents passed away, and even after that, Cao Shu continued to suppress him. Under those circumstances, it was reasonable to believe that Cao Shu would never allow him to rise back up. So, he endured everything and secluded himself. He pretended to have given up, boozing himself up by day without a care for his own health and loitering around bars by night. He gradually got Cao Shu to lower his guard, and then finally, on that fateful day, he bit back and ended Cao Shu's life with a bullet through the head. What was the method of a truly formidable character? It was the ability to patiently bide their time for that perfect moment, seek out an opportunity to launch a counterattack, and then finish off the enemy with a single strike. Tang Yao, Hao Cheng, and Zhao Li didn't know Guo Wai was allergic to oranges. They only knew that he generally did not eat or drink anything with oranges in it. Otherwise, when they saw Chu Junfei walking over with a glass of orange juice to give Guo Wai trouble, to say nothing of Nie Yan, none of them would have let him make that toast. Knowing their history together, Hao Cheng frowned when he saw Chu Junfei walking over and was looking for an appropriate time to take action. Guo Wai, I know we've had some conflicts in the past, but we've both already graduated. Let bygones be bygones. What do you say? I came here today to apologize to you. Here, let's have a toast. Chu Junfei offered the glass of orange juice. Alcohol is bad for our health, so we'll substitute with orange juice instead, Chu Junfei said as he pretended to act in a sincere manner. Right, it's better to drink less alcohol. Other beverages are perfectly fine to toast with, Shen Yu chimed in. She knew Chu Junfei had feelings for her, as did Guo Wai, so she was worried a conflict might occur. She never expected Chu Junfei had actually come over to apologize to Guo Wai. Honestly, she was a little impressed, and her unfavorable impression of him began to somewhat change. Chu Junfei, are you sure you want to make me drink this orange juice? Guo Wai coldly stared at him. Seeing the expression in Guo Wai's eyes, Chu Junfei suddenly felt a slight chill run down his spine. However, he wasn't willing to back down as he said, I came here to sincerely apologize to you. I don't wish for the both of us to linger on our past grievances even after graduating. Guo Wai, since Chu Junfei is apologizing, I think you should just forgive him, Shen Yu said while standing by Guo Wai's side. Even though they hadn't met in a long time, she still had a favorable impression of him in her heart. From her memory, he was a gentle person who was always willing to forgive others. Nie Yan had been observing everything this whole time. In the end, Guo Wai was only a teenager. Regarding matters of affection, he was still too young and inexperienced. For the sake of preserving Shen Yu's opinion of him, he wouldn't refuse this toast. Fine, I'll toast. Guo Wai reached out and grabbed hold of the glass of orange juice. Just as he was about to drink it, Nie Yan stepped in and stopped him. After taking the glass from his hand, he smiled at Chu Junfei and said in an unhurried manner, I'll drink this glass on Guo Wai's behalf. You know perfectly well that he's allergic to oranges, yet you're still trying to make him drink it. Aren't you being a little too insincere? Who are you? Mind your own goddamn business. Chu Junfei cursed. He didn't expect his true intentions to be seen through so accurately. Guo Wai, is this true? Shen Yu stared at him with a surprised expression. Of course. He's been allergic to oranges since childhood, Nie Yan replied. Shen Yu wasn't dumb. After this fact came out, she was pretty quick on the uptake. Stamping her feet, she berated Guo Wai. Guo Wai, how could you be so dumb? If you can't drink orange juice, then wouldn't it be fine if you just refused? She then turned around and coldly stared at Chu Junfei. Chu Junfei, you're no longer welcome here. I ask that you kindly leave. Damn it, you bastard. This is all your fault. Chu Junfei only wanted to mess with Guo Wai. He never expected to be caught in the act. With his plans backfiring on him, he flew into a fit of rage and pinned everything on the one who had stopped him. In his anger, he sent a kick to Nie Yan's head. Chu Junfei was a pretty big guy, so the power coming from such a kick would be absolutely terrifying. When Hao Cheng saw Chu Junfei act, he was about to intervene and beat him up. However, he was halted in his tracks as he saw an amazing scene suddenly occurring before his eyes. Nie Yan effortlessly dodged Chu Junfei's kick and countered with a spinning back kick. As his foot planted itself into Chu Junfei's stomach, he sent Chu Junfei's body flying into the air before it finally crashed into the liquor table half a room across from him. Crash! The sound of bottles shattering and wood breaking filled the air. The table had split in half from the force of Chu Junfei's body crashing into it. Suddenly, the entire place turned deathly silent. Everyone wore shocked expressions. Holy crap! Hao Chen was astonished by Nie Yan's kick. To send a man of that weight flying halfway across the garden, just how much force was required. Even he, who had trained in mixed martial arts for so long, found such a scene inconceivable. That single kick shook the hearts of everyone present. Despite the drastic change in his appearance and temperament, most of Nie Yan's former classmates still viewed him as that same scrawny kid that looked like he could be toppled over by a gust of wind. However, now, they had just witnessed him send a 110 kilograms man flying. This huge discrepancy shattered any such notions they held of him. Even Hao Cheng, who had trained in mixed martial arts since childhood, couldn't say with absolute confidence that he would be able to throw out a kick with such force. Sending an average man flying with a kick was already quite difficult, to say nothing of a tall, muscular basketball player like Chu Junfei who also trained in Muay Thai. Nie Yan had been so fast that Hao Cheng felt that if he had been on the receiving end of that kick, he wouldn't fare much better than Chu Junfei and would have likely also been sent flying. All of his former classmates stared blankly at the scene, their minds shaken by indescribable shock, and the same thought emerged in their collective mind. Was this person really Nie Yan? As for Chu Junfei, after crashing into the table, he attempted to stagger back to his feet but soon collapsed back down. He felt as if his organs and bowels had been shifted by the force of that kick as he lay on a bed of shattered wine glasses and liquor bottles gasping in pain. Don't bother trying to get up. You won't be able to for the next half hour anyway. Nie Yan's voice cut across the courtyard while carrying over a tone of cold indifference. If it had been an ordinary person, his kick would have resulted in broken ribs and internal bleeding. More shocking was that he had actually held back. Chu Junfei frequently exercised, so his physique was pretty durable, not to mention he also trained in Muay Thai. If there was one thing Muay Thai practitioners were known for, it was the ability to withstand powerful blunt force impacts. Even then, Chu Junfei was lucky to get off with just minor bruising. For him to be able to stand up after 30 minutes was simply leniency on Nie Yan's part. A brief moment later, waitstaff along with security came hurrying over. Nie Yan turned to Guo Wai and patted his shoulder. The way you and I handle matters is a bit different. With a small fry like him, it's better to be direct and efficient. As for Shen Yu, if you don't have the courage to start pursuing the woman you love now, how do you expect to accomplish anything in the future? He had spoken these words quite clearly, so the whole crowd was able to hear his advice. Standing next to him, Shen Yu was at a loss. Even though she had a good opinion of Guo Wai, she had never once thought of the two of them being a couple. Guo Wai glanced at her before contemplating these words in silence. Nie Yan faintly smiled, then stared at the security and staff members who were coming over. I'll leave those guys to you. It's the least I can do, Guo Wai nodded his head. He had been enlightened by Nie Yan's advice as if a strong gust had blown in and cleared away all of his doubts. If he truly wished to become a formidable character, silently enduring wasn't always the best course of action. Sometimes, he needed to be able to act unabashed and freely seize opportunities without a care for social trivialities. If he already knew what he wanted and needed to do, then he should simply go forth and do it already. The security and staff members were initially walking toward them in an aggressive manner, but their attitudes instantly turned 180 degrees when they noticed Guo Wai among the group. Young master, when did you arrive? One of the security personnel bowed and asked with a fawning expression. I came here with my former classmates for a reunion. Deal with the mess here, and help us change locations. As for him over there, send him over to the infirmary, Guo Wai ordered in a deep tone that gave the impression of a lofty figure ordering a subordinate. Right away, sir. We'll immediately prepare some new arrangements, that security personnel replied. All of his former classmates stared on with widened eyes. What kind of place was this? It was the Jadewater Dining Hall, the crown of the provincial capital and the most luxurious entertainment establishment of the city. Nearly every celebrity and high official would come here to host their gatherings. Just this place alone was worth well over several billion yuan, while the financial powers behind it couldn't even be assessed. They never expected that this dining hall was actually run by Guo Wai's family. No wonder they had been able to host their gathering here. In the past, Guo Wai had never revealed his background and was usually quite reserved, so everyone always believed that he came from an average household. Who could have known that his family's background would actually be so frightening? It's fine. The reunion's already ruined, and I assume everyone here is no longer in the mood to stick around much longer. Tang Yao and I should probably get going too. Let's meet again inside the game. You can get in touch with me by messaging Tang Yao. Nie Yan didn't actually seem all too surprised. Then again, he had known this since long ago. In his past life, Guo Wai had attempted to use his family's influence to protect Nie Yan. Unfortunately, even though his family was one of the most powerful in the province, they were nowhere near capable of resisting Cao Shu, who had amassed an immense fortune in both the real world and conviction. However, Nie Yan had still received Guo Wai's favor. Alright. Guo Wai nodded. Since Nie Yan and Tang Yao were leaving, there was no meaning in making the rest of his former classmates stay, so many of them said their goodbyes and left one after another. A few snobbish classmates took advantage of the opportunity to approach Guo Wai and curry some favor. There were also several brazen female classmates who sought out Nie Yan before he left because his performance today was simply too shocking. He had no interest whatsoever in these girls. However, for better or worse, they were still former classmates, so he put up an agreeable front and chatted with them for a while. We're leaving. Finally, Nie Yan and Tang Yao bid their farewells and left the dining hall as well. They both entered the car, and after starting it up, the Taiga Black drove out of the parking plaza and took the exit to the highway, where they sped along home. Back at the parking plaza, several remaining classmates had seen the pair enter the Taiga Black and drive off. Wow, that's a Taiga Black. I heard they cost upwards of several hundred million yuan. Not only Guo Wai, but it turns out Tang Yao and Nie Yan were rich too. No kidding. How could we have missed this in the past? Besides Hao Cheng, who likes to fight, and Zhao Li, who likes to make friends, I guess the rest of them really kept to themselves. In fact, Zhao Li and Hao Cheng were the only two to catch their eye back in middle school. As for Guo Wai, Nie Yan, and Tang Yao, they were people that none of them ever bothered paying attention to until now. Nie Yan's kickback there was really too fierce. Chu Junfei was actually sent flying. I've met several Taekwondo black belts before, and even they aren't as amazing as he is. The group of girls continued chatting about what had happened today. For what should have just been a normal class reunion, the events that unfolded were simply too shocking. What these former classmates thought about him was of no importance to Nie Yan. When he had been in dire straits in his past life, these people avoided him like the plague for fear of bringing trouble upon themselves. So, in this life, why would he pay heed to them? Nonetheless, he didn't regret attending this reunion today. Not only was he able to reunite with his other brothers, they were also able to get together and finalize their plans for establishing a guild. Tang Yao dropped Nie Yan off before heading off to work. After returning home, he spent the next few hours working out and studying. When the clock struck 5, he put on his gaming helmet and entered the game once more. Since he had almost depleted his supply from the day before, Nie Yan first headed through the transfer point to Tasoyi village to restock on smoke powder. After stepping out of the transfer point, he walked along the main street before stopping at a certain tree, where he climbed up a wooden ladder. After reaching the top, he saw the entrance of a tree house and walked up to it. Its appearance wasn't much different from how he remembered. After decades of erosion by wind and rain, the wooden door was filled with numerous cracks and marks. At the very top, hanging from a wooden nail, a sign read, Tinkerer Mulberry Sanford's shop. Tinkerer Mulberry was an eccentric old fellow. He always wore a black robe and often hid himself in the back of his shop, completely engrossed by his research. Among intermediate Tinkerer NPCs, the items he created were unmatched. The smoke powder Nie Yan had made Tang Yao purchase yesterday was also created by him. Most players would be level 23 by the time they discovered this place. Moreover, the items sold here were excessively expensive, costing anywhere from several gold to upward of several dozen. These luxury items could only be afforded by a select few in the player base who were wealthy enough. Nie Yan pushed the door open and entered the building. At the corner of the shop behind the counter, the door to the back room was open. There, he saw Tinkerer Mulberry working at his research desk. He couldn't actually see the old man, only a pair of aged haggard hands resembling tree bark tinkering away. Excuse me, do you need anything? A hoarse voice rang out from the back room. Instead of getting up to welcome his new customer, he stayed in the back, unwilling to distract himself from his work. Afterwards, a shop window appeared in front of Nie Yan's eyes. After scanning through the list of goods, he saw that he could only afford several items on the first row. Smoke powder and intermediate flash powder, two relatively useful items, were among them. The former cost 5 gold for a batch, while the latter cost 3. Intermediate flash powder was nearly identical to basic flash powder, except it was effective against monsters level 30 and below. He bought a batch of each, setting aside the flash powder to use in case of emergency. As for the rest of the items he could afford, he wasn't able to make use of them for the time being. He took one more look at the window before his eyes fell on the last item on the list. It was a set of black metal balls. At first glance, they appeared completely ordinary, but he knew they were an item that would make leveling much easier. Basic magic bomb. Requirements, 10 intelligence. Description, deals 200 damage in a 3-meter radius and applies the Tinkerer's Curse. Effective against ordinary, leader, and sub-elite monsters level 50 and under. Deal 300% bonus damage on machine-type monsters. Warning, do not use against other players. Otherwise, the user will receive the painful death curse, inflicts instant death. Minus 10% all stats permanently. Basic magic bombs dealt substantial damage, but they were quite pricey at 10 gold for a batch of 20. For the time being, very few players were capable of affording such an expensive item. Even Nie Yan would be prudent about using them. He couldn't afford them now, but when he had more money, he would come back to buy them. Even though using them on common mobs was a bit of a waste, they were quite effective against machine-type mobs, especially if he was going to Everlasting City to level. As for the painful death curse, if these magic bombs were used to attack players, then the user would eat a bitter fruit like no other, because the curse would never fail to activate. This was also a type restriction. Otherwise, if this item could be used in PvP, it would be too overpowered. After purchasing the smoke powder and flash powder, Nie Yan left the shop and headed back to Kalor through the transfer point. Upon stepping out, he received a call from Tang Yao. They've contacted me. Hao Cheng is called Violet Berserk Blade, Zhao Li is called Little Worm, and Guo Wai is called Watchful Snail. I had them establish the guild. We put it under your name, while I'll be the guild leader. After creating the guild, they immediately started recruiting members. Oh, and I already managed to convince Nie Yan and her team to join. Guo is good at handling this kind of work, so it's fine if we let him take care of it. Go check the forums on the official website. Guo already made a post. Hearing this, Nie Yan immediately opened the forums on the Conviction website, then entered the board for the Viridian Empire. There, he saw the top viewed thread was surprisingly for their guild. The title read, Arcane Mage, Young Sparrow Hawk, soars to the heavens with the sudden emergence of his new guild, Ass-Kickers United. There was a ton of discussion in the thread, many asking where young Sparrow Hawk was leveling or if he would be able to overthrow Heaven Breaker on the leaderboards. It quickly reached several 100,000 views, and many of them showed their support for Tang Yao in the comments section. Quite a few were tired of the endless injustices caused by Victorious Return. Even if they occupied the number 1 position in the Viridian Empire, there were countless players who suffered grievances under them, causing a resentment among the player base to bubble forth. If someone was able to gather these players, then they would be able to challenge Victorious Return's rule. What's our next step? Tang Yao asked. Are we going to go back and meet up with Guo and the others? After all, we just created the guild, so there's a lot of work to be done. None of that is important to us right now. We're going to focus on leveling first and foremost. The best way you can support them is by constantly raising your level and knocking Heaven Breaker off of first place on the leaderboards, Nie Yan replied in a calm tone. Nie Yan left Galore and sprinted back toward the Scaled Frog zone. Those elites should have respawned. Be careful, don't get yourself accidentally killed while I'm not around, Nie Yan cautioned. Tang Yao being all alone was extremely dangerous. Don't worry, I haven't seen any monsters nearby. I'm perfectly safe. Give me your coordinates. 23,828.2387.385. Heading for these coordinates, Nie Yan eventually met back with Tang Yao in the forest. Did you buy more smoke powder? Tang Yao asked. After using so many pouches yesterday, there probably wasn't much left. Yeah, I did, Nie Yan replied. Ha, killing level 30 elites is pretty costly. Tang Yao sighed in sorrow at the thought of how much gold was spent solely on smoke powder. Well, we can make it back by killing them. Remember those recipes that dropped yesterday? After giving them to the alchemists on the second floor, they're earning the Starry Night Potion shop at least several gold a day. It'd be even better if we could find some top quality gear that we can equip. Your shop really makes that much? Tang Yao asked in an amazed tone. Could a few recipes really bring in so much gold? Of course. We should find some more recipes then. We'll be rolling in money. Tang Yao exclaimed in excitement. Elites already had a pretty high drop rate, not to mention beast-type monsters like scaled frogs were the most likely to drop alchemy recipes. He did some calculations. If they spent the whole day farming elites and sub-elites, then they would be able to obtain at least 3 recipes. The pair headed to the nearest elite. After arriving at their destination, they still used the same method from yesterday. Nie Yan laid down the smoke powder, and then, Tang Yao would barrage the scaled frog with magic from a distance. 30 minutes later, the scaled frog collapsed to ground. How far are you from leveling up? Nie Yan asked. He was surprised to see Tang Yao not immediately leveling up after killing the elite. I'm still 1% away, Tang Yao said after glancing at his experience bar. Ah good, then you're not far off. Come on, let's go find the next one, Nie Yan nodded and said. Tang Yao reaching level 15 would be a heavy blow to Heaven Breaker. At the very least, it would signify to the rest of the player base that Tang Yao had the ability to overthrow Heaven Breaker from his throne. With this happening, Guo and the others would have a much easier time recruiting members for the guild. Nie Yan had cautioned Guo and the others that they had to be very selective of who they recruited into their guild. Otherwise, they would run a much higher risk of being infiltrated by moles. It would be quite a pain if their internal movements were being monitored and reported back to the major guilds, especially since they were still in the initial stages of establishing themselves. When they actually had the ability to defend themselves, only then would it be okay to fully open the doors for new members. As they traveled through the gaps between the trees and headed for the next elite, they were suddenly brought to a halt by a strong gust of wind that came from deep within the forest. Croak, croak, the deep sound reverberated through the air. This was the call of a scaled frog, but it wasn't from an elite. It was possibly even higher. What was that? Tang Yao asked with a shocked expression. Nie Yan attempted to recall where he had heard this sound before. A brief moment later, his face suddenly lit up with joy and he exclaimed, it's a Lord-class scaled frog. A Lord-class scaled frog did exist in this zone, but its spawn location wasn't predetermined, so encountering it was a matter of luck. However, it could be found roaming around the central region of the forest near either mountain. If it was slain, it would only respawn after 3 days. A level 30 Lord. Tang Yao's face turned a few shades paler. Just a day ago, he thought a level 30 elite was far out of his reach. Yet, now, they had actually encountered a level 30 Lord. The only Lord-class monster he ever faced was the Tree Ant King. Even then, it was simply a level 5 dungeon boss. The pair moved toward the source of the sound. Eventually, after nearing an opening in the forest, an enormous crimson scaled frog entered their sight. Covered in giant warts and emitting a faint red aura, it dwarfed even the elite scaled frogs in size. In his past life, scaled frogs were notorious for their poison damage among the players leveling in this zone. Even a level 30 fighter with over 2,000 health would eventually succumb to the poison if they didn't drink an intermediate antidote quickly enough after being inflicted. The poison of a Lord-class scaled frog would presumably be even more potent. Like its weaker counterparts, the Lord-class scaled frog was also lazy and slow in a passive state. After moving around a little, it would stay in place for quite a while. Nie Yan activated Transcendent Insight. With his level being higher than the day before, he was now able to fully inspect them. Scaled Frog Lord level 30. Health, 50,000 50,000s. What a frightening amount of health. Can we still deal with it the same way? Tang Yao asked. If the smoke powder was still effective, regardless of whether it was an elite or lord, it would still be a standing target. It'll be difficult. It has a sight of about 50. Even if we reduce that to 35 with the smoke powder, your cast range still won't be enough. Nie Yan shook his head. If Tang Yao attacked the Lord-class scaled frog, it would immediately aggro onto him. I have a necklace that increases my cast range by 10%, Tang Yao said, pointing to the necklace on his neck. Still a bit short. That only increases your cast range to 33 meters. Nie Yan shook his head again. Still, he never expected Tang Yao to be carrying such an item. Is there no other way? Tang Yao asked, sounding rather disappointed. He used to believe that a 1 or 2 meter difference in cast range was negligible, but who could have thought that this difference would play such an important role now? Sinking into deep thought, Nie Yan finally replied, it's not impossible, but it's going to be a little difficult. We're gonna need to find some suitable terrain to pull it off. Say it, I'm willing to give it a try. We'll have to lure it near the base of a hill. You'll be attacking it from the top of that hill. When there's a difference in elevation between caster and target, your spells will gain an additional 10 to 50% range depending on that difference, Nie Yan replied. Oh, that's all. And here I thought we were gonna do something crazy. We're in a mountain area right now. Finding a hill should be easy, Tang Yao said with a relieved expression. You're oversimplifying things too much. It's not going to be that easy. If the hill isn't high enough, you'll only get a 10% increase in cast range. That's 36 meters while the elite scaled frog's range of vision is 35 meters. Under that circumstance, can you guarantee you won't accidentally get too close? And what if it suddenly moved? You only have a 1 meter margin for error. Even I can't say with full confidence that I could pull it off. In order to minimize the risk of you getting aggroed onto, we need to find a hill that will give you a cast range bonus of at least 20%. Tang Yao nodded after listening to Nie Yan's explanation. He did indeed lack the skill to pull something like that off. If he got too close, he would be discovered. If he was too far and his spells failed to reach their target, then he would be giving time for the scaled frog to regenerate its health. Such a small margin for error made hunting it too difficult. Best case scenario, they would eventually succeed in slaying it, but who knows how much time they would waste. Worst case scenario, they would end up dying midway into wearing down its health. You keep an eye on it for now. I'll go look for some suitable terrain nearby, Nie Yan said. Since they encountered a Lord-class monster, they absolutely couldn't let it get away. Aside from the experience, it would also drop 10 gold or more in money and items. Alright. Here, take this intermediate flash powder. If you come across danger, you can use the flash powder to run away. Nie Yan activated a haste scroll and sprinted into the forest before disappearing among the trees. Even though this mountainous area had plenty of slopes, the location he was going to select couldn't be too far away, otherwise, they ran a much higher risk of dying while luring the Lord-class scaled frog over there. Sweeping through the twisting and winding mountain paths, Nie Yan found several hills, but because either their incline was too gentle or their size was too small, he directly ruled them out. After 5 or 6 minutes of searching, he finally arrived at the base of a rocky hill. Its incline was reasonably steep, and it was around 9 meters tall. If Tang Yao stood at the very top, he would for certain gain at least an additional 30% in cast range. I found a suitable location. Hurry over to these coordinates, 23,228.2337.5.285. Alright, I'll be there as soon as possible, Tang Yao answered. After arriving at the coordinates and meeting up with Nie Yan, he stared blankly at the rocky hill in front of him. This is the place. Yep. How am I gonna get up there? Nie Yan unequipped his crawler ring and tossed it over to Tang Yao. Put this on. Tang Yao caught the ring and eyed it with a curious expression. Tang Yao caught the ring and eyed it with a curious expression. After checking its properties, he emotionally exclaimed, this ring is amazing. I can easily cross over any obstacle with it like it's nothing. Start climbing. I'm gonna lure it this way. When I bring it to those trees over there, I'll lay down the smoke powder, and then, you can start attacking, Nie Yan said before sprinting back to the Lord-class scaled frog. After he left, Tang Yao activated the crawler ring's ability. Immediately, a strange attractive force emerged on the palms of his hands. As soon as he placed them on the rock wall, they firmly stuck on. Sweet. He began climbing up. After reaching the top, he pulled himself up and began surveying around. At such a high elevation, he could take in much more of the surroundings. Meanwhile, Nie Yan found the Lord-class scaled frog, and after getting into range, he retrieved his crossbow and fired off a round of bolts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even though they all firmly struck their target, due to the large level discrepancy, they were unable to deal any damage, and instead, they all showed as a miss. He wasn't like Tang Yao who had an arcane fairy to help him overcome the level difference and deal damage. Even though they all missed, the scaled frog still got agitated by them and subsequently noticed him. It let out a deep croak before bounding toward him like an arrow released from a bow. He activated swift retreat and fled for his life. Even though the skill was suitable for fleeing while in combat, it would likely reduce the amount of aggro on the player, so it was best not to use it while pulling mobs. However, Nie Yan had no choice in the matter. A level 30 Lord-class monster was simply too fast. If he didn't activate it, it would basically be impossible for him to get away. After the scaled frog's leaping strike failed to hit its target, it opened its mouth and spat out a jet of scarlet sludge at him. He quickly activated the silk spinner ring's ability as a line of webbing shot from his left hand onto a nearby tree. With a hard tug, he was pulled away to safety. The sludge flew past his previous location and landed on the trunk of a tree. Almost immediately, upon making contact with the wood, it began sizzling and emitting white smoke. Nie Yan dashed through the forest with the scaled frog in hot pursuit. It would shoot jets of sludge at him non-stop, leaving him with no choice but to duck behind the cover of nearby trees. 2 minutes later, while it still maintained its aggro onto him, he was finally able to bring it over to the designated location. The scaled frog suddenly leapt high into the air as it hurled itself at him again. Nie Yan rolled to the side and evaded the attack. Retrieving a pouch of intermediate flash powder from his bag, he then threw it at the scaled frog behind him. Poof! It exploded into a cloud of blinding light, taking away the scaled frog's sight. As it let out an aggrieved croak from the pain in its eyes, flailing around helplessly, he grabbed the smoke powder and laid it down, whereupon a dense cloud of smoke spread outward and enveloped the area. While the scaled frog was still blinded, Nie Yan took advantage of the opportunity to retreat and signaled to Tang Yao who was standing at the top of the hill. You can begin. After getting the go-ahead from Nie Yan, Tang Yao began casting his magic. The first spell he cast was Meteor and soon, waves of meteors rained down on the scaled frog, causing a string of damage values to rise up above its head. He immediately followed it up with his other spells. Arcane Flame Burst, Arcane Fireball, Arcane Missile, bang, bang, bang. The scaled frog was set alight by the barrage of spells. Occasionally, when ignore level difference procced, Tang Yao's spells would deal over a 100 damage, but they usually didn't exceed 10. Even then, his DPM damage per minute was still quite significant because he was making up for the low damage per hit with the sheer number of spells he was outputting. The Lord-class scaled frog's health fell at a constant pace. Even though it wasn't by much, it still gave Nie Yan and Tang Yao hope of seeing an eventual end. This was a level 30 lord. It couldn't be compared to an elite. In his past life, when a player encountered a lord-class monster in the wilderness, they would immediately notify their guild. Hundreds of members would then be mobilized to deal with it because lords were often the sparks for many major guild battles. Lords would usually drop dark gold grade equipment upon death. However, if the player was lucky, then legendary grade equipment fragments might drop. Even with terrible luck, they were guaranteed equipment of at least gold grade which could be sold for quite a bit of money. Now, under Tang Yao's intense barrage of spells, the Lord class scaled frog's health was being gradually chipped away, 99.9%, 99.8%. Even though the battle was progressing at a snail's pace, Tang Yao and Nie Yan were nonetheless in high spirits. If they successfully killed it, then everything would be divided between just the two of them. Just how much experience would they receive? For the time being, Nie Yan wouldn't know the answer to that question. Even back in his prime, he had never killed an equal level Lord class monster with just 2 people, let alone one that was of a much higher level than him. Now, however, he was accomplishing feats that he would have never dared to attempt or imagine were possible in his past life. Nie Yan, do you know how much experience a Lord class monster will give? This guy is so tanky. He has more than 10 times the health of an elite, Tang Yao asked, his mind trembling from excitement. He just couldn't imagine it. Would he level up once, twice, or maybe even more? You'll probably go up 2 or 3 levels. Focus on attacking. If you slow down, its health will start recovering, Nie Yan answered. Thankfully, Tang Yao's magic power was high enough. Adding the ignore level difference procs, his damage was quite impressive. If it were any other mage, they probably wouldn't even leave so much as a scratch on this Lord class scaled frog's health. Don't worry. My damage output won't stop. Compared to before, Tang Yao had shown remarkable improvement. As for a relatively mindless task like this, he absolutely wouldn't make any mistakes. I should prepare some magic power potions for next time, Nie Yan thought. If Tang Yao's magic power was increased, hunting monsters would go by much faster. However, they were relatively expensive. A batch of potions with magic power plus 20 would sell for at least 3 silver per bottle. If their effects were more potent, they would fetch an even higher price. For him, though, money was not the issue. It was the fact that, at this point in time, they were rare and thus difficult to obtain from the marketplace. While contemplating, he continued to carefully monitor the movements of the Lord class scaled frog. Thanks to Tang Yao casting spells from higher ground, it was currently still in a state of confusion with no idea of where the attacks were coming from, leaving it with no choice but to blindly move around in the hopes of spotting its aggressor. He had a higher attack range than Tang Yao with the crossbow, being able to shoot from almost 40 meters away, so if it wandered out of Tang Yao's cast range or approached too closely to Tang Yao's position, he would be able to immediately fire at it from a safe distance and lure it back. His crossbow bolts were shot from level ground, so the scaled frog would always move toward whichever direction he fired from. However, since there were no follow-up shots, it would eventually stop investigating after moving several steps. As a result, the scaled frog was never able to wander off too far or too close. While they were still chipping away at the boss health, Nie Yan suddenly received a call from Hao Cheng. Hey, how are things over at your side? How long till Tang Yao reaches level 15? Hao Cheng asked. If I were to give an estimate, probably in around 3 hours. Really, it's still going to take that long. Well, I guess that makes sense. At your levels, you guys probably need a lot of experience to level up. Anyway, we've finished establishing the guild. We're just recruiting by the auction house right now. We've already brought in over 1,000 members, and there's still a steady stream of players coming in, but the treasury is still completely empty, so some of them are already starting to worry. I've assured them that it's going to be filled up soon, so they're all waiting to see. But if nothing changes, I'm worried a lot of them are going to start leaving over the next few days, Hao Cheng explained. The first batch of members were extremely important. If they felt the guild was worth being a part of, they would recruit their friends to join them. After all, even though having strong elites was an important factor, the foundation of a guild was laid through the efforts of its ordinary members. Nie Yan thought for a moment before replying, you can tell them they'll be seeing more benefits soon, and right now, they can go to the Starry Night Potion shop to receive a discount. Members with up to 100 merit points will get 5% off purchases with a 30 copper limit. Members with up to 500 merit points will get 5% off purchases with a 1 silver and 50 copper limit. In this fashion, he would be driving business to his potion shop, and by limiting how much they could purchase with the discount, he would prevent other guilds from buying large quantities of goods through proxy, but above all, he would be incentivizing the members of his guild to increase their contribution. You know the owner there. That's the explanation you can give to our guild members. Alright, this should convince a lot of people to stay, Hao Cheng excitedly said. Getting a discount from the Starry Night Potion shop was an incredible boon for their guild. Right now, it was the most influential potion shop in all of Kalor. With over 100 junior alchemists and several hundred apprentice alchemists working there, it produced more than 60% of the concoctions circulating in Kalor market. This building that towered over its surroundings had in a short time become a holy place for alchemy. Any alchemist with half a brain would apply there, and some contracted alchemists would leave their guilds to join through a recommendation from a friend. Hao Cheng had never once heard of the Starry Night Potion shop offering a 5% discount to any guild. This move would undoubtedly inform all their members that they had the Starry Night Potion shop supporting them from behind the scenes. With such a powerful backer, who would dare doubt their guild's ability to provide? Hao Cheng quickly notified the others of the good news. Back in the forest, Nie Yan and Tang Yao were still busy wearing down the Lord class scaled frog. Elsewhere, Heavenbreaker had just returned to Victorious Return Guild headquarters after finishing a dungeon run. How's the progress? Did you find out more about young Sparrow Hawk? Heavenbreaker asked Tangerine who stood beside him. Yes, he's a member of a pretty mediocre team. They haven't even run Black Flame Forest yet. He was last spotted in that team 2 days ago. Recently, he's been nowhere to be found, so we still don't know how he's been leveling so quickly. I see, then he's probably just an ordinary player who got lucky. When you find him, force him to reveal where he's been leveling. We also received another interesting piece of information from a player named Chen Bo. Apparently, Nirvana Flame and young Sparrow Hawk are close friends. Nirvana Flame, Heavenbreaker's expression turned icy upon hearing this name. According to the reports, young Sparrow Hawk had also come into conflict with members of Radiant Sacred Flame in the past. What was the outcome? Radiant Sacred Flame had several dozen members blockading young Sparrow Hawk and his party members inside Levin Hills. All of his party members were killed, but he somehow managed to escape. Later on, Nirvana Flame emerged and rescued him. In the process, he killed 6 or 7 of their members, including Dian Kang who lost his fire chaser set, Tangerine replied with trepidation. It seemed her party wasn't the first to fall by his hand. All by himself. Heavenbreaker asked with a look of surprise. His guild had some degree of friendship with Radiant Sacred Flame, so he had learned of this incident before. However, back then, he had only heard that Dian Kang died to a player and lost all his gear. Who would have thought that that player was actually Nirvana Flame? Yes, all by himself. At that time, Radiant Sacred Flame had no way of dealing with him, so they had no choice but to call off their manhunt. Heavenbreaker sank into deep thought. If this was all truly related to Nirvana Flame, then he would need to pay serious attention to this young Sparrow Hawk from now on. As Tangerine was about to speak, she suddenly hesitated. If you have something to say, just say it. Heaven Breaker shot her a glance. I think it's best if we withdraw the internal bounty on Nirvana Flame. If our guild members encounter him, I'm afraid they won't be his match. Tangerine felt frightened when Heaven Breaker's expression darkened in response to her words. Also, I believe young Sparrow Hawk is with Nirvana Flame right now. Tell me, do you think their levels are about the same? Heaven Breaker asked. After hearing her words, he knew exactly what she was about to say. Why yes, I think the only reason he hasn't shown up on the leaderboards is because he's hiding himself. When we met him last time, he was already level 11. Heaven Breaker fell silent for a short period of time, then said, withdraw the internal bounty on Nirvana Flame. After that, go find me that player named Chen Bo. Find him. For what reason? You don't need to know. Understood. At a muddy meadow.